Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championship. Yesterday we discovered 4 of the people who will be in tomorrow's top 8, which means fairly easily that's going to be 4 more people we find today for tomorrow's top 8. What did you make of it all yesterday, Adel? We had a slightly different meta and we have some interesting people going through.
Yeah, yesterday we had a lot more of this aggro lineup with the Shaman. And today there's just going to be one of those, although Monkey Flip has brought out the Burn Mage for us, which will be fun to cast later on. Today, you know, it's really narrowed down to a lot of Quest Mage, No Hand Hunter, Herald Rogue, and Marithra Druid, and we're just going to see a lot of that 4-dex lineup today.
Yeah, I think people need to get used to the fact that's what we're doing today. Obviously, Vanessa not allowed for this tournament unless it is discovered, but it is allowed on ladder. Here's how it all works. You get points from ladder. Those points get you into playoffs. You can get into playoffs another way as well, which is through the qualifiers, which some of these players have done here today. Get into the playoffs, get through those to here. And then when you get here, if you get into the top 3, you'll go to the World Championships. And there's sort of how they all got here. Again, the qualifier stage is sort of a stage above or below, whichever way you're visualizing it, the stuff you're seeing on screen. And that is one that is open to everybody. So I think you can sign up right now for week 2. I might be wrong. Derek will probably correct me in a minute.
Yeah, and of course, this is all going to be for the World Championship at BlizzCon. So, very excited for that. It's been quite some time since we've had an in-person World Championship and at BlizzCon, no less. A lot of times the timing just hasn't worked out, so that the tournament itself has been on, you know, a little bit later than BlizzCon, and really excited that we'll be able to line all that up alongside, you know, the other big Hearthstone announcements that'll be at BlizzCon.
Yeah, I miss live crowds, live tournaments, live crowds, getting to talk to the players, getting the atmosphere, you know, see who thinks what. You can actually talk to the players about, do you think you're going to win, do you think you're going to lose, rather than just a few sort of quick Discord messages or whatever. This is the format we're going to be playing. In case you've never seen this before for some reason, you bring 4 decks, you ban one of your opponent's decks, and then you have to win with each of your decks once. When it's won, it's sort of out, it's through, whatever. Win with all 3 of them, you win a best of 5. 3 to whatever you lose. There's the prize money, 50,000 United States dollars on the line. Scaled quite nicely, I think, from 1st down to 16th. But the top 3 get a massive bonus on top of that. They get to the World Championships, which is guaranteed lots of money.
Yeah, I think, you know, previously there hasn't been a 3rd place match because only the top 2 qualify from these events. So now, alongside the difference in prize money, yeah, that big difference of do you qualify for the World Championship or not is going to be high stakes on these 3rd place matches.
Yeah, they're probably the 2 people who get through to the sort of 1st and 2nd can relax a bit, play for that nice chunk of money for the difference between 1st and 2nd, and sort of enjoy the process. The person who wins that 3rd place, the person who loses that 3rd place, those have got so much pressure on them. And that will be obviously towards the later stages of the Sunday. Here's the groups. We are concentrating today on Group C and Group D. What do you make of the players in Group C and D, Adel?
So, yeah, I think Inkuro is your pick, right? And
yeah.
So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on him. We'll have to, if you've been following the narrative this weekend, we'll have to see if the caster curse on Brazil continues. I don't know if Pocket's casting any of Grimaldi's matches potentially today, but
I think he was saying he's happy that he's not, because I think the curse is getting to him. I think he's getting a bit concerned about the memes that are happening on Twitter and stuff now about Pocket Ring has cursed the Brazilian team or something. Yeah. But yeah.
And then here's the breakdown of the decks folks have brought. You see 16 and 16 on Druid and Hunter. Now, some of those Druids are Token Druid. Most of them are Marithra. Some of the Hunters are Companion. Most of them are No Hand.
Yeah. And the Rogue decks are pretty similar, although Maxi does have the Imbue version, and one of the mages is a Burn Mage. I can't wait to see that Burn Mage. I'm looking forward to it so much. It's so much fun to play.
Yep, and here are our picks. I went with Digo. I liked the aggressive lineup into all these Quest Mages. I think people are really trying to prey on the quest mages when possible. Lots of Vipers out there in lineups. I don't know. What were your thoughts for your pick?
I think Nkuru is the best player of the tournament. I think he had, with respect to the rest of the group, the slightly easier group compared to some of the others. All the players in this tournament have earned their spot. They're all very good players, but even amongst the good players, there are better players and sort of slightly less experienced players. And Nkuru, I think his performance at World Championships, I think he set himself up to be a world champion last year, didn't actually make it. And I think that he may be one of the best players on the scene right now. So I do believe he's lost his first round, though. Obviously, if you're enjoying this, you want to get in the action, the meta will be changing pretty soon. So P-purchases are available for Escape from the Violet Hold.
Well, actually, to some extent, already changed a little bit. There are some cards that are not allowed in this event, but as part of the hype up for Escape from Violet Hold, you do have access to a couple of rewards track cards, Vanessa and Tunneling Geomancer, I forget. It's a spell
That's
damage
the one,
card.
yeah. Yep.
Those are not playable in this event. It was just too close to deck submission for people to really figure that out. But they may be discovered. Unlikely, could happen. However, all of you can play with those now. And yeah, this cosmetic, it feels like warrior or rogue with the eye patch. I'm not getting paladin. It's probably because I don't know who the character is.
Yeah, I don't know my characters well enough, but yeah, Paladin hero power on there, that's why I look first these days. So, yeah, plenty of stuff in there along with that legendary as well. Okay, so I think we're going to be going into Curfew versus Grimaldi in this winners match in Group C. It is a direct mirror, the Druid, the Hunter, the Mage and the Rogue. Do you have any feelings about this lineup, like in the mirror, with what's weak, what's strong?
So with the rogues, you look at some of the sort of tech cards right now. A lot of them have gone for this, right? But you see there's a difference of Curfew has Glacial Shard as opposed to Grimaldi, who has Nightmare Fuel. So Grimaldi may be a little bit more tech for the mirror there, just because Nightmare Fuel can get you extra heralds from the rogue, since neither run the 5-cost, the Envoy of the End, I think it's called, herald. Usually that's kind of the first herald that gets cut from lists. Nightmare Fuel being able to get extras from your opponent does help. That being said, Curfew has at least Deja Vu, they both have it, so it could steal some there. Yeah, I mean, it can turn into a little bit of a grind, some of these, just because the rogues have so much value, and yeah, with the hunters off the table, it's just these sort of more value-based slower decks in the druids and the rogues. Lots of heralds for Curfew, though. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that might be keep a lot of that. I think the Mage all day long is going to be the weaker deck. That was shown yesterday to be the case on a very small sample. Grimaldi got through after being 2-0 down to get to this match by reverse sweeping Nkuru's Mage. So I don't want to devalue the other matchups because they're all fairly close, like the Rogues, the Mages, the Druids. But I do think that when we get to the end of the day, the people who manage to get the wins with Mage quickly will be the ones who do the best.
Yeah. Curfew decides not to go with the turn 1 Glacial Shard. I find that one fun sometimes against the Rogue. You just keep them from hitting it with your hero powers. You guarantee, 2, maybe 4 damage. But there's a lot of big targets later on, so if you're looking at it as a defensive tool, it'll have more value in the later game.
Yeah, this one's going to get messy with all the heralds being drawn. There's going to be a lot of stuff happen in this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and it's important to get these maniacal followers early, because once you get to Twilight Mistress part of the game, it can be quite hard to actually get them killed off and activated.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know how long it took me, but it was way longer than I should to get it into my head that this has to die. I'd play it where's my herald? Oh yeah, it's got to actually die. Like,
Ooh.
it's very counterintuitive to have the sort of the advanced mechanic on the death rattle.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Grimaldi, able to Mirex that maniacal follower. And is going to pick up, he's going to have just a follower into follower into follower turns here. But also, I want to note the random spell, Story of Barnabas, pulled Neralex. So Curfew has got the information that it's at least a minion with 5 or more attack, otherwise Grimaldi wouldn't get the armor. Doesn't know which one it is. Neralex, 712. Getting that alongside a Twilight Mistress could be quite the swing.
Through the cards getting drawn, it's going to get ridiculous very quickly. Just try to keep on top of it, but yeah. The chow down could be pretty brutal, honestly. 5/5/4s. I know it costs 7, but it comes in nicely before that Mistress and puts a load of stuff on the board.
Yeah, Grimaldi gets that information. Could decide to take one of his own. You know, things that spend corpses can be nice when you're not Death Knight because you're not using them for anything else.
Then you can rush and clear your opponent's version of it. Yeah.
I think Chow Down, a card that not a ton of people play, the Unholy Death Knight, but it is a card that definitely has given that deck some serious staying power, just being able to create board after board alongside Talanji's Last Stand.
Yeah, clear board, make board is always something you want to do. It's something that happens quite a lot in modern Hearthstone as well. Because if you don't, you die. So you have to clear board, make a board, otherwise, yeah. Things are pretty big these days.
Curfew getting down Ultraxian while he can. I find that it's a card that, if you don't get it down sort of as soon as you're able to safely, it can end up stuck in your hand.
They play quite a pace as well.
Yeah. Curfew knows with this Resuscitate pickup that it's going to resurrect soldiers and with Reborn, so is trying to empty up some hand space to be able to get those extra spells.
Is under some sort of pressure for his health total. That Holy Nova will help a lot at some point. Reminder that this is Grimaldi's back-to-back competition, something he's very proud of, and he should be. He also changed his lineup significantly from the playoffs. He played that anti-aggro sort of egg warrior, egg priest to get through. And now he's changed it up to the more standard-looking lineup. So,
yeah, just gonna go ahead and throw out this Tormented Dreadwing, sort of unique 5-drop in some of the lists, opting for that instead of Shaladrasil. And of course the dragons that you can pull, Twilight Mistress, 2 copies, Sinestra, and Ultraxian. There's the Resuscitate.
yeah, this is ludicrously
Massive.
good.
I mean, it's just so many, right? You get the soldiers who, when summoned, give you the extra spells. They give you the extra spells when they resummon on Reborn. And then there's the Maniacal Follower, which, of course, is going to summon a soldier twice. So Resuscitate is always, I think, one of the top-tier roles for this Herald Rogue, assuming you've gotten a Maniacal Follower down.
Yeah, with a 6-mana Deathwing in hand as well, right? So this is going to sort of do everything when he plays it, which is going to enable him to have, everything going on. Not going to have to worry about messing around, finding a way to sneak it down later on. Just jam it on the board, get those dragons in your deck, weirdly, because that could actually matter, and put on an enormous amount of early pressure. We can see at the moment that might not even matter. It might just end it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, very clean Deathwing, right? You just do the 4 damage to clear up those rush minions, do the health against the 5/5 that remains.
What shall I do?
May actually be deciding to save it.
He's just having a look what he gets first, I think.
Sure. Yeah, it's free.
You don't really want to get it deja vu'd, do you? You just want to get it out of there. I know we've got the advantage to be able to see that the second deja vu's in hand, but...
Oh, you know what I think he's calculating here? By freezing the Tormented Dreadwing instead of going for that Deathwing. Because the Deathwing, you don't have a choice to skip an option, so he has to kill the Tormented Dreadwing if he plays the Deathwing.
Oh, he doesn't want to kill it?
Fully.
Right.
He doesn't want to kill it because it's very likely to draw Twilight Mistress. And then Grimaldi would be able to Nerlex into Twilight Mistress.
Very nice. And yeah, he's put lethal on the board as it is, so yeah, cool.
And as silly as it seems, sometimes you can just Deathwing to switch and get that hero power for like an extra 5 damage when you need it.
Yeah, with 10 on the board, the opponent's on 10, and you've got that 5 available at will. Yeah, that's nicely done. Curfew has been around a long time, formerly C8763, for those who remember that player. Top 16 at Castle Nathria, all the way back in the day.
I remember this.
Used to get lots of sort of around top 100 finishes, but these days he's more like top 20 a lot of the time. So another player that's improving year on year.
Well, the shake of the head, not fully satisfied with those options. Yeah, picked up the daze to bounce the Maniacal Follower. Makes sense. That's such a sticky minion. It's got to be dealt with. I think he's got armor in this location.
There is 3 armor in it. He needs it. I don't know if he knows he needs it, but he needs it. Otherwise, he was dead to the Deathwing.
And yeah, now it's time. I think. Oh, actually wins the 50-50. Although it doesn't matter, he has no way of freezing again, so Grimaldi can always just attack it in.
Well, Grimaldi has to do a lot of work here. I know the Deathwing does a lot of work, but...
Just gonna get rid of that King Lane and immediately use the coin for the hero power.
Yeah, such a good feeling when you do that. It's like, I haven't got to worry about this weird little side game that's going on anymore. It's done with. Yeah, showing that your theory was right there, refusing to kill the 5-1, pushing the extra 1 damage instead.
And Grimaldi actually wants to bounce the 5-4 into hand with the Mistress, just to make things more awkward, but
He's dead,
it's just taking too much damage. Yeah, it's too much. I think his hope here is basically to Nightmare Fuel a Twilight Mistress from Curfew with Taunt.
Sure.
Oh, Glacial Shard.
Glacial Shard is part of the equation.
But now it doesn't...
Now he hasn't got enough mana.
Yeah. There's his own Deathwing. A little too late.
Boy, not enough. Deathwing, not enough. He's trying. I think he's trying to find something that doesn't exist at this point, but...
Yeah.
1-0 to Curfew in this winners match in Group C. It is
And you
double
see
elimination,
how,
so they do get a second go.
You know, they have the capacity to go long. There's lots of value there, but if someone just kind of hits all those all those heralds on curve and then gets into a very cheap Deathwing there, I mean, that hero power represents so much damage. 12/12s are not easy to deal with outside of Twilight Mistress. And yeah, I think just having enough damage so that Grimaldi could not Mistress to save himself there. Just snowballed things for Curfew, so 1 up.
Yep. And again, even though I've made it out to be all about the mage, it's definitely a lot of these are very, very close matchups, including the mage ones, to be fair. They're just a little bit weaker than the others, I feel. So yeah, big lead 1-0. It is pretty much an identical mirror, right? There's no real funny stuff going on. I haven't done my due diligence and counted Vipers, but there will be a lot of Vipers. Everybody has a lot of Vipers.
I mean, certainly Viper in Grimaldi's Rogue, Viper in Grimaldi's Druid. You know, we haven't got the Vipers in the mages themselves because they need to
We haven't got that
on...
far yet. Curfew has it also in the Druid.
Yeah, in
So,
both.
yeah.
So And you know, Hunter's going to remain banned most of the day, I expect.
I think that Hunter has been such, the Face Hunter in particular, although I like the Companion Hunter too. Face Hunter has been the deck of the tournament, and we're hardly going to see it. That's why we're hardly going to see it.
Yeah.
There's these three sort of slightly slower decks and Face Hunter, and that's the lineup. That's the good lineup, apparently, this time around. And it's one of the reasons I like the Burn Mage that's coming up later, because that's a little bit like Face Hunter in that it has the right pace to deal with these other three decks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think it is more oriented towards beating like the Companion Hunter. I think that's its best matchup, and there's not a ton of that in the event. But it can also do well against, you know, the Rogue, which Rogue, notoriously, not a lot of healing. And of course, then the Quest Mages as well.
Yeah. All right, Curfew with a lot of mana going on here. Not much happening on Grimaldi's side. There's enough happening, like he's okay, but he's certainly going to be under pressure early.
Well, he has with this Ward of Earth sort of set things up so that he can play Treant next turn into the Ward of Earth to spend that remaining mana. Wickerfang with Reborn is absolutely filthy.
Oh no. That shouldn't be allowed. Put it back.
Yeah, so this is how the games don't go long, right? Is someone gets a Wickerfang with Reborn with Acceleration Aura and coins it out, and
we were talking before the show about how like Wickerfang doesn't seem to win on turns 3 and 4 as often as you'd expect it to win when you play it on turn 3 or 4. But I think Wickerfang with Reborn on turn 4 probably gets there quite often.
Yeah. Now Grimaldi has got a pair of these Twilight Time Reavers. And it does keep enchantments, so it'll come back at 1 health. The problem is, he doesn't quite have the mana to, you know, kill it twice in that 1 turn, and if Curfew gets another end of turn trigger, it's going to get very large very quickly. So Grimaldi is just making as big a board as possible here, in hopes that, because these appendages are small for now, so as long as Curfew doesn't find a buff in this Horn of Plenty, Mark of the Wild's not quite good enough to run away with things. Grimaldi can hope to have 2 minions live and then actually be able to clear up both halves.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult for Curfew actually to clear this board up. There's a lot of stuff for Grimaldi there. And with the Time Reavers as well, he is going to be able to deal with this incredibly. After me saying that surely you can't deal with it this time. You might be able to.
Might actually use the Ebb and Flow without the armor just to clear the way and either clear up some more minions or push some face damage.
Yeah. Take the opportunity to clear up the minions, because if your opponent doesn't have a Time Reaver, you're kind of winning, and if they do have a Time Reaver, you don't want to be facing that board. It's getting quite big.
Yep.
Has protected the second half, the way he played it as well. So if the 10-12 gets Time Reaved, the Reborn version, if that would be 1-1, will still have some appendages and will exist.
And Grimaldi may actually just take it here. I mean, the weird thing is those extra appendages don't get summoned until Wickerfang dies. So he could just use these 4/3s to Amir Drasil, clear up the 4/4, clear up one of the 2/4s, Ebb and Flow the 2/2, and just sort of try and mitigate and hold on as long as possible here, while setting up the Amir Drasil. You know, next turn he can then reduce its attack to 1 And if you've killed off all the appendages,
I remember this place.
reducing its attack to 1, like, yeah, it's going to stick around a while, but you won't have to deal with the other half for quite some time because its health has gotten so high.
More buffs.
Yeah, this does interact in a funny way. It gives a permanent buff to the Wicker Fang.
Yep. Yeah, the appendages are pretty gross if they stick around. You've got any sort of buff going on at all. Oh no. So Grimaldi's fighting and fighting and fighting to deal with this, and obviously it's not going to be immediate, but Marithra in hand is going to be, you know, fully loaded by sort of turn 10 or so as well. And Grimaldi has used basically everything to survive so far.
And I think this is sort of the problem for this game, is that, you know, sometimes the person who turbos out Wicker Fang, that's kind of all they've got, right? They're hoping to snowball that
Yes.
into a victory. They don't have a ton of follow-up. Their hand looks a little bit more like Grimaldi's. Curfew turboed out this Wicker Fang with the Reborn from Xavia's and still has, you know, a pretty good hand of cards here.
Yeah, and it is, like you say, it usually looks like Grimaldi's. Grimaldi's hand is actually one that's struggling. He's going to need something from the Rune Totem to, you know, to make anything useful occur. Curfew's just going to spend mana.
Yeah, just
Set up
underking the
Marithra in
5/5.
case.
Keep going.
The sands speak,
Alright,
and I listen.
Amir Drasil, what can you do? And when the second push of Amir Drasil was like everything.
Okay. Well, I think Grimaldi is contemplating, do we just go for the Innervate Firak and start the turn off that way?
I don't think you need to. I kind of like playing the Bashana. Have a look what you get, and then you've got something to spend your mana on.
Shaladrasil,
Shaladrasil in one of them.
Ebb and Flow,
Nice.
Thunderquake. So Thunderquake removes the 6/1. Actually, Thunderquake quite nice with the Twilight Time Reaver if you did want to save it. Decides not to.
Still has a static shock for later.
True, true.
Yeah, this is nice use for his mana, I think. And then the Firak, not that I'm against Firax. I think Firak is very good at clearing boards, but it wasn't really a board that needed clearing beyond the 6/1. And obviously you want to use the Amir Drasil so that you get towards the third press more quickly. All right. Okay. Decent looking hand suddenly.
Yeah. You know, can't be corrupted since it was from the Treant. But yeah,
Treant.
you can always dream the Treant back and have sort of infinite Shaladrasil, which is a
Yes.
very, very silly interaction.
Yeah, most infinite loops sort of be closed off these days with discover into discover. You're usually not allowed to discover the thing, but you know.
All are nourished when the cycle renews.
Well, it's just sort of this unique situation of getting Shaladrasil on a minion, right? Just like how, you know, Typhoon on the Treant, that Treant never dies. It just always shuffles back into someone's deck.
Yeah.
Sands of time run low.
Okay. The damage is still pretty relevant, but it gets covered so quickly with the Underkings and stuff that controlling the board is more relevant.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Infinite Shaladrasil plan is that if you're going to play the Acera Awakens, you know, you're still taking 5 damage each time. So, unless you have a nice source of, you know, armor, you can really struggle to actually play those over and over.
There goes the first half of the Wicker Fang on the 11 mana turn.
Yep. Yeah, Awakens finally clear. Throw in a little bit of ramp with the Treant, potentially.
Like, he's a long way behind, but it's nicely played by Grimaldi. He's been very patient to give himself a chance to win this game.
Yeah.
Didn't just look at it and say, okay, this is over. Like, he was very careful. And still a lot of work to do from 11, though, even now.
Yeah, I mean, 8 to clear up the Azera.
We King?
Nope.
Sure?
Oh, if you're curfew.
If
Yeah,
you curfew.
maybe.
You trying to do
Yeah.
8 damage?
Yeah, could
Like the
happen.
good old days? Only need to do 7, actually. You've got the hero power still.
Marithra is only at 20, so that'll fill it up. Oh, you don't need much
Oh,
now.
now you've got to do it. Yeah, you only need 5. We don't want cards. Stop killing minions.
Sees he's got
Silly
attack. Oh, Searing Fisher. That's almost there. Just needs 2 more.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh.
Oh, and the Boomkin randomly generated is another 4. Has charge even. Yeah. You know, Grimaldi, very, very well played. Held off what seemed like inevitable for quite a while there. I think just, even though he had that engine going of the Infinite Shaladra Cell, just too much damage taken early on from the Wicker Fang. I mean, I just, Reborn is so gross on a Colossal where, you know, you saw there, it resummons and then resummons all the appendages.
And he had the perfect answers for it, but yeah, he still had to bide his time. So he would have had no cards at all otherwise. He had to do other things to try and to slow Curfew down. He did a very good job of slowing Curfew down, but he is 2-0 down. The good news for Grimaldi fans is that he was 2-0 down in the first round as well, and reverse swept the Mage. So here we are, 2-0 down. Mage still going. He needs to repeat his first round. He won't be out. He will just go down to the lower bracket if he loses.
Yeah, it is funny to see, you know, so many people with this lineup and with Vipers in the decks, right? You know, I sort of am surprised not to see more people decide to do things like, you know, Soirin, where he's just like, I'm just not going to bring Mage, and I'm going to bring this Demon Hunter instead.
I think I think so. Most people have gone. The aggro lineups have kicked the Demon Hunter out, and they brought the Shaman. And the sort of the mid-range lineups have kicked out the Demon Hunter and brought the Mage. And Soirin's just going, I'm not having any of that. I've seen what happens to this Mage. I don't want it. I just don't want it, and I don't blame him.
Well, we'll see if Grimaldi can pull it off again, or if this is just going to be a swift 3-0 for Curfew.
The only problem the Druid has early against Mage is the inability to really put the pressure on, so the Mage does get to do things like this, Ruined Orb you in the face, and just advance the quest.
Yeah, I think that's sort of why they need the Viper, right? Because the Druid knows that it cannot handle a bunch of big boards like the Mage can produce after the weapon comes out.
On the other hand, it has got enough of a curve, right? It can put some sort of 4-3s down like we're going to see and give it at least some problems. But,
yeah. Tough choice here. You know, the thing about wave shaping, the other two going to the bottom of the deck, so you know you're not going to see it. Grimaldi has got double Twilight Time Reaver, so it makes sense to me taking the Firak here. To go with Nerlex.
yeah, especially with Nerlex in hand as well. I feel like not quite the card drawing engine it used to be, but still a decent card to play on turn 8.
I think with only one Twilight Time Reaver, I might be tempted to take that, just because you often need it for that first board from the Mage to reduce their attack to 1, so that you can then Viper. But we said not a lot of pressure. Well, how about Wicker Fang?
Something pocket train, something it never gets there. I don't know. It's pretty terrifying, doesn't it?
Yep. Moonwell, a very good clear. have to coin it out next turn.
Yes.
Might still keep it.
Don't know. It doesn't say discover on it.
Yeah,
Fair
but
enough. I mean-
he's just going to die to this Wicker Fang if he doesn't figure something out. So
Sure.
I think he'll probably be looking for, from the next Discover, something to deal with the main Wicker Fang body,
Yes.
right? Since the Moon Well will deal with the rest of the stuff.
Do it. Eventually. Will it, though? The Flash
Oddly
Flood's
enough,
so good, but it's...
Wicker Fang, unfortunately, has no minion type. You know, you'd expect it to be Beast. And for Fumigate
Right.
to be a good pickup there, but
I think Flash Flood will get there. It's just it's so far away, and it's going to be impossible to get the outcast on it as well.
they'd have to discard the Smoldering Grove there. Just no time to play 2 mana, draw 3. That's how dire things are for Curfew. And if this is +1 attack, which you're more likely to hit on 1-cost location, since it removes the copy option, that's going to pile on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, if he gets this Moonwell off next turn and then sort of sands the time into something cheap, he might be able to get the Flash Flood to the left-hand side of his hand in 2 turns. Deal with the main body. Slightly too late though. 2 turns seems a long way off suddenly.
Down to 11 with the Moonwell coming in. Can clear off those appendages, but that leaves a 10 attack Wicker
Yeah.
Fang and a 3 attack Elise. Now he's going to need something better. Death's Advance is nice.
Yeah, you got to decide how you're going to get better than that. I'm not sure you are.
Looking at 1 point away from death. Of course, with the hero power
Beardrow
available for
into
Grimaldi.
anything.
He's got 2 draws here, right? A Mirrorsail draw and a tradable draw to hit Ebb and Flow or Press the Advantage. Sorry, he does not have
Yep.
Press the Advantage, so just Ebb and Flow.
Well, that's totally different if he's on 1 facing this whole lot down then.
Now, Curfew has got these Techusauruses reduced pretty well.
Yeah.
A very nice defensive tool. Storage Scuffle helps a lot here. And all of this is generated, so could... I think his hope is going to be to... Oh, hey, Eternal Firebolt. That
That'll
might be
do.
nice. His hope is going to be that the Techusauruses just buy a turn to be able to, you know, play Weapon, play Raptor Herald, and
Yes.
hope that saves him.
He might need this Firebolt later.
Yeah. Just being on 1 is far too risky.
Yeah. So he will be able to get the techies down to 0. He has a Flash Flood eventually as well available now next turn if he wants it. Obviously he's got the Weapon and the Herald first.
But
Can Grimaldi find the damage?
one Fearak deserves another. I mean, oh,
I think I'd have Firact. Yeah.
I think I'd have
agree with
Fearak too. Oh, no, he's got it guaranteed with the location, right?
Oh,
With
then,
his location
yeah.
wake.
Then I definitely
Yeah.
would have, and I would have mislethal. Yes, good spot, Grimaldi. Nice work.
Yep. And yeah, so after being taken down by Wicker Fang, Grimaldi able to throw it back over to the mage with his own Wicker Fang.
So he's 4-0 against Mage today, Grimaldi. He's probably feeling reasonably confident from this position of 2-1 down.
I feel like we should like keep track of people's stats or certain things that happen over the tournament, and then give them like titles for the tournament. Grimaldi, Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer, yeah. some of them would get cruel as we get tired towards the end of the day and people have a bad day. We'd come up with some things that probably shouldn't be broadcast. So, so and so, idiot. Like, but yeah, Grimaldi could end up being the Mage Slayer, and that's a good position to be in if he gets to Sunday, because there's going to be quite a lot of Mage up there.
See, and then anyone who gets great rolls with the mage that pull them out of the bind, they get the Babbling Book Award. That's
Oh, see? It's earlier, we're doing it already. Blast from the past there.
Babbling Book, was it?
Yeah.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, Pavel versus Amnesiac. So what happened in that is, Pavel beat Amnesiac with the book. In the tournament that sort of Amnesiac was supposed to win. But yeah, Pavel played fantastically in that whole tournament and became world champion on the back of it. And then because of all the book stuff, like, Pavel kind of took it to heart a little bit and just spent the next year destroying every single tournament he played in to prove that it wasn't lucky. Like, he just murdered people for a year.
Uh-huh.
So...
I mean,
and even when he wasn't winning tournaments, he was like missing top 8s by like tiebreakers and stuff. Like, he just was incredible year the year after he won the Worlds.
The thing about random rolls is sometimes, yes, it just falls in your lap, but sometimes you have to know your possible hits and play to your out of, you know, the only random roll that saves you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a lucky piece of Hearthstone, but yeah, again, he was a very good player, and it just got so overlooked in the heat of the moment. And again, yeah, he was such a good champion. He went and just beat everything. So who's going to be this year's champion at BlizzCon? We'll get to see later in the year. And that's what we're doing here today, finding out who's going to go there.
Bit of a rough opener here for Grimaldi with the full throw into handful of expensive stuff. Trying with the Nightmare Fuel into Scavenger to like make some kind of early game happen, but
yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on Curfew's side here. I don't think the early game's getting anywhere this time.
Curfew picked a druid here, hoping to hit another Discover spell, but misses. Is just going to take a Life Bloom. Just in case.
Yeah, the rule of thumb, as I understand it for that, is before you complete the quest, the druid has more discovers in the pool than mage does. So you take that pretty much every time. And then after you complete the quest, if you're behind on board, you will tend to take the mage to try and clear the opposing board. And if you're ahead on board, you will tend to take the druid to try and buff your own board. That's the sort of ABC level rule of thumb to go by. Obviously, these players will know a lot more about the pools than I do, but that's how it starts.
And from the portal comes
Curfew pulls a magic trick here for an extra Discover, as well as a free Elemental. Has just not had the time to play these Smoldering Groves, right? As we see another one falls out of the hand there. Burns up, I suppose.
Yeah, no damage really been pushed at all. This turn's going to be absurd, most likely. Divination, what a card. Yep, take the things you can empty your hand with. Of course, that is something that comes into play with this deck sometimes, is after you complete, your hand fills up with good things really quickly. You don't want it cluttered up with bad things that you can't play, so you just dump a lot of stuff out your hand.
Yeah. Like, he's got another Discover in I Know a Guy, and then there's no more Discovers. He's gonna need something to go with the weapon.
I thought he might take this.
What, swaps keywords each turn?
Yeah.
You know, I thought this card was much better than it was. I thought it just had Elusive Taunt, and then swapped to gain 2 other keywords. No.
I see. So you just gain keywords until you're ready to play, like, yeah.
But I didn't.
Super card.
Yeah, I thought it just always had those two, and then it would have another two that it swapped. So it would always have 4 different ones. No, just the elusive and the taunt go away. You almost wish it just had elusive taunt.
Yeah.
Change is coming.
So we'll complete, right, with I know a guy. That is Discover? It is Discover, yes.
Yep.
Change is coming.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Right.
Curfew actually wants to save I know a guy for after completion.
Yes. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
In the same way that you do with the Stonehill, right? So,
Yep.
no reason not to be greedy when you've got that. And he is a bit low on Discovers for after completion, so he's going to need that to be nice.
But there's a fine line to walk, right? Like you want to play the Origin Stone and make a big board so that even if you get Vipered, you've got that big board and get enough damage in to burn for the finish. But if you take
Yes.
too long, then you can get Twilight Mistress.
Yes. So I think we will see it possibly next turn, depending on his pickup. Unless he picks up like a Stonehill Defender, then he may give it one more turn to have like one massive board. But yeah, you get Mistress on 8 a lot of the time.
Are you a fan of knives?
Maldi, you can go ahead and throw out the Ofu. A little bit of card draw.
Curfew also has to factor in, he has picked that Fireball up. Like,
Yeah.
might just win the game. Oh, now what do you want to do? Yeah, now you want to wait. He may have wanted to wait anyway, but I think you do wait now. 40 just too good to...
Yeah. Oh, I hadn't seen that this had the summon a 2/2. That's a pretty big deal. Because Wind Fury Reborn is also just a really good roll for it to be on. And so that's going to be
16, Fireball's 22, Ping's 23.
Unfortunately, the fan happens before the Reborn is summoned.
Have a lot going on with all that stuff in hand.
Yeah. But it's a
Actually-
very clunky start for Grimaldi.
Yeah. Yeah, not being able to establish the board like you were talking about has kind of made this pretty savage.
So is just trying to set up the ability to Deathwing
Uh-huh.
if he needs it.
He needs it. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
much he knows he needs it, but he needs
There
it.
it is. Morchi. You don't get the battle cry of Doom Speaker, so you probably... Well, actually, these are pretty awful rolls, all things considered, for Curfew. Because
See where this goes.
you're not going to get the nature spells. Could still
Yeah,
be
it didn't turn
enough.
out great. So if you Viper now, can you do anything else? That is the problem.
Well, you can Viper and coin out Sinestra and pray, and then you've got prep for
Yeah.
something. If you coin out Deathwing, the problem is that it's not filled up enough.
Yeah, and also then the Viper, is unplayable, so... oof.
Right.
This is one of the problems of Viper that I think we are going to see through the day, even though Mage... I've been talking about how it's the weakest deck. We are going to have to keep an eye on people just shutting Viper out by putting the pressure on. That's why the Fireball was taken, I think.
Not sure if he was hoping to get taunts from that. A little surprised to see that the line he goes for.
Time is short.
I was looking at, potentially that like attacking the 1/1 into the 3/5 and playing Deathwing for the 4 damage AoE, just so you get that armor, and then you can kind of hope that there's not a ton of follow-up for Curfew, so that you can then Viper.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know about the fireball, of course, so he thinks he's alive, but we can see that Curfew is going to win this 3-1 and progress to Sunday. Grimaldi goes down to 1-1 and will have to play again shortly to see if he can make it through to Sunday. But Curfew straight through and looking good.
Yeah, and the thing about everyone having Viper, in its open decklist tournament, is that everyone is going to be playing those mage turns around the assumption that Viper is there, and trying to do those setups so that they just pile on the pressure and make it so that they just need one good board of damage to punch through, and they've discovered Burn. That's sort of the flexibility of the mechanic of Discover, is you can sort of find stuff to suit your needs.
Yeah, and even before the Morchi, as you point out during the match, he kept the I know a guy, so that if he has to do that, and that's going to make a big enough board that says, okay, you want to spend 3 of your 7 mana on a Viper, I'll take my chance that you can't clear these 2 big taunts up with the other 4 mana. So the plan is to put the pressure on after you complete with the first card, and then just say, okay, you spend your mana, kill my board, and kill my weapon, good luck to you. And there you can see how the group is progressing. Curfew through, as we've stated. Grimaldi has 1 more match, as we've stated. Inkuru and Ryan is going to be the next match. And that, for me, is the 2 bigger names in the group, personally.
Yeah, Ryan, I feel like we saw a lot of a few more years ago, and sort of has just recently come back. And and then Inkuru, of course, your pick for the event.
Yeah, Ryan, he's one of those players who's now like a regular top 10 finisher on ladder, whereas he never really used to be. But yes, you're right, it was like spring 25 when we last saw him, so a whole year ago when he top 16'd that one. So obviously he'll be, no one wants to top 16, but doing it twice in a row would be a shame for Ryan. So Inkuru, my pick for the event, my pick for the World Championship if he can get there. So let's get on with it. Let's go see Ryan and Inkuru straight after this. Do not go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to get into our next match of the day. I'm Raven and joining me is Pocket Train. We'll be taking you through this one. Match 2 basically of Group C. At least match 2 on stream. Pocket, how's it going?
Yes.
You ready for another big full day of Hearthstone?
Yeah, I'm very excited, particularly for this match as well, which I think it's fair to say are the two names we weren't really expecting to see in the elimination match here. So, I'm sorry to see one of them go after this game, but Ryan and Inkuro, two fantastic players. We've seen them before, and I'm looking forward to a very high quality game here.
Yeah, and again, if you are just joining us, maybe couldn't quite catch the start of the stream, we are moving through Group C and D today. This is the first elimination match of the group. So unfortunately, the loser does get knocked out and the winner continues to fight on through Group C. Take a look at the bans, though, and the lineups, Pocket. We've got Hunter removed from Ryan, and we've got Druid removed from Inkuro. What do you make of these bans and just how the lineups may or may not be clashing overall?
Yeah, so this group is very much largely the good decks group. Every single player has Marithra Druid, every player has the No Hand Hunter, and every player has the Herald Rogue. Ryan, not the Herald Rogue, everyone has the Mage. Ryan does not have the Rogue, whereas the other three players do. And instead he favors the Dragon Warrior, which I think is quite a nice nod to it is probably quite good against all the other rogues in the tournament, and it is exceptionally good against Mage, which I think is also very much dictated his ban, because Dragon Warrior does have quite a bad matchup against the Druid there. So whereas we're seeing all the other players just ban the No Hand Hunter on site, Ryan's just got a bit more of a flexible ban and allows himself to ban the Druid away.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I mean, you will know, of course, much more than most people, but I think it takes like a bit of what's the word? Like maybe even bravery, to sort of have like a lineup and then go, oh, actually, I'm gonna sort of make that read and bring the warrior for these certain things that can alter the ban. I think that's a big ask, honestly, because I think it must be difficult to not just sit on, well, I know these 4 decks are good, maybe my practice partners agree, but then where can we find an edge? Because we've seen it in the past, right, where players go slightly different route and get hard punished by it. So it's a definitely tough call to make.
I think this field was probably an exceptionally predictable one for most players, as has resulted in almost everyone having the Marithra Druid, No Hand Hunter, Quest Mage, Herald Rogue lineup. Like that is by far the most dominant lineup in the tournament. But that does give people the chance to try and exploit that. So and even if it's just a small deviation, like Ryan going for the Dragon Warrior, we've seen some differences with other players going full aggro with like the Token Druid and the Herald Shaman. But I do think a very exploitable meta potentially does make for some interesting lineup choices, and we'll see if it pays off for Ryan. Because sometimes the good decks are just the good decks, and you should just bring what's predictable. There's a reason it's predictable.
Yeah, of course. We are getting going, of course, with this game. Pretty fast and furious so far. Inkuro putting on a little bit of pressure, or trying to. But this hand from Ryan, quite nice for the Dragon Warrior. He's got removal and also early minions, which it is one of the frustrations you can have with Dragon Warrior sometimes, where if you draw it's not like the deck runs super late game or anything, but if you draw an early Slither Drake or an early Wind Peak against a deck like Face Hunter, it does feel quite clunky to get going, whereas this, very playable hand for Ryan.
Yes, the Broodkeeper here giving him the weapon, I think, is the key card in any aggro matchup for the Dragon Warrior, just allowing them to use your life total as a resource and force them off board early and try and leverage that into the late game. Because I think if you let the Hunter go keep rolling and let them stack up the Tolvir, they can just overwhelm you. So Ryan will probably be wanting to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Inkuro to play as many one mana cards as he can.
And this is the position you do not want to be in if you're Inkuro, because already fairly behind on board, not done that much damage either. Normally, if you're going to lose the board, you want to really be threatening your opponent's life total. That is not really happening right now. And there's likely to be plenty more where that came from, because although I said there are some clunky openings with Dragon Warriors sometimes, once you start moving towards that sort of 5-6 mana turn, there aren't really bad cards that can be drawn, right? Like everything basically becomes playable at that point. So that sort of little window you can have sometimes to exploit goes away. Inkuro gonna have to use this to start getting some removal down. Does clear up the board. And he's able to pile on a little bit of damage, get that Triumph just locked in and loaded for the first one.
Yeah, seems like a bit of a waste, but with the Arrow Retriever in hand, I think your priority is just to get cards out of your hand rather than try and weave in maximum damage with your hero power, because you just need to trust that you will draw other ways to spend your mana off the top of your deck. So it's good to dump it now. I do think Inkuro, surprisingly, isn't actually in such a terrible spot just because of that Confront the Tol'Vir in hand. He'll have 7 1-mana spells if he chooses to play this Voltaic Burst and Wound Prey first, although that might clog up his board a little bit too much. And deny him some of the more premium options. But yeah, that will be quite a hefty board swing, and Ryan, I'm not sure he'll be able to actually contend with that, with what he's got in hand.
Yeah, this was interesting just for a second there, because I didn't know whether this was going to be sort of this turn, but going for Retriever instead. And then trying fight to really get juice from Tol'Vir, but I think it might just be too good a Tol'Vir to do, right? The board is relatively empty. A lot of this damage is going to go face, as well as you effectively guaranteed board play, right, because of these Voltaics. So yeah, pretty good overall. And then the Arrow Retriever can try and get some gas next turn.
This Searing Fissure now picked up was the exact card that Ryan will have needed to clear up this board, because these torches, well, it's an incredibly efficient card. It doesn't do anything whatsoever against 1 health minions.
It's brutal though, because the rest of the turn
does look good.
Sucks,
yeah.
It's like...
All he's got is a hero power.
Yeah.
And that
But
just
then
gives
again,
Inkuro another turn to do whatever he wants.
Do you just have to do it and if you're Ryan, just hope that Inkuro doesn't have good refill, right? Because you can't not use this Fissure.
Yes.
I think that's you just have to. So you've just got to hope at this point.
Pretty much have to hope that 1-mana spell from the Nest Nurse, the Raptor Nest Nurse, I think it's called, isn't that useful, and that other card in hand is not probably exactly Arrow Retriever. Inkuro is overloaded for 2, so he's slightly limited this turn. Does opt to go for the crit map instead of just dumping the 2 1-mana spells and going Arrow Retriever for 2 draws. So he's prioritizing, maximizing, seeing as much of his deck as he can. I'd imagine you just play out the Death Chiller and Arcane Missiles just to guarantee face damage.
I think so. And then your next turn, it's going to be one of those, every single turn, there's always going to be not always, but Arrow Retriever's a thing, right? That's something that you can do.
Yes.
So the second you're running out of juice, you can't do anything else, you drop the Arrow Retriever and then go from there.
Yeah. Typically, you want it to be the last thing you do.
Yeah.
Because it's just not a very good tempo play to make a 2-mana 3/1. Ryan has an okay answer here, but he is at 11 health, so he will be concerned for his life title, although the Slither Drake plus Precursory is very clean.
Yeah, also make sure that the Wind Peak is still active, right?
Yes.
You still want to have the opportunity to deal 5 damage, but mainly gain the 5 armor at this point, right?
Yeah, at this stage, the main thing is the armor.
Yeah. Ooh.
Crucially as well, he can also discover it off Shadow Flame of Suffusion. I've seen so many times getting that, with double Battle Cry even. It's such a game changer. Sylvanas off the top, it does have the double Battle Cry, so it's not the worst, but I think Inkuro would have been looking for slightly less mana-intensive cards.
Precise Shot and Triumph as well. Yeah, I was looking at the Rock Skipper, but I think once you've played a Tol'Vir, Rock Skipper feels less good, right? Because you're not, obviously there's still another Tol'Vir somewhere in the deck, but you're not guaranteed loading it into a Tol'Vir to get max value out of it.
I think he's considering potentially Sylvanas' Triumph because he's already played one. Precise Shot is just the maximum damage, and Illyria also juices up the Sylvanas even further.
Ooh, okay. I think I like this because just based on health, Inkuro has the time to do this, right? It's not like he's massively threatened for any kind of lethal in the near future from Ryan, unless Shadow Flame pulls something out of the bag, of course. But I do like this setup.
That's not quite good enough.
Okay.
think he was looking for exactly some form of armor gain this turn, because I feel like Inkuro will very likely have lethal on the backswing here. Ryan's not necessarily to know that, but it will be in his mind that it's a very strong possibility. I'm counting 13 damage just in hand, not including the hero power from Inkuro, so potentially 15 damage. So Ryan does need to get out of that range. Not that he's to know that. So potentially could go Stadium Announcer and trying to hit exactly Bulwark. Could go Suffusion. I'm not sure if there are any 3 mana or less minions that can gain you that amount of armor, though. Not looking good enough.
No, nothing sticking out. Everything too expensive and not impactful enough. Strike's going to come down to help draw, but that's 11 health, and I'm not one to question your math skills, Pocket, as this is looking pretty brutal, as Inkuro is no doubt going to start juicing up this damage.
Yep, even if the exact number was wrong, just the Sylvanas plus the precise shot is a very clean 11 damage.
Yeah, really good game there for Inkuro. Ryan had a good start, honestly. Had a pretty good start with the Dragon Warrior, but that's the problem. Without the win peaks, I feel like it can be difficult if your opponent is playing aggressive enough. And as we're going to say all weekend, Tolve, very good card in Hunter.
Yeah.
And you can see, right, because without the Tolve, the Tolve refill got cleared, but it made the turn bad for Ryan, because that's all he could really do was clear that second one, right? Without that, Ryan's got way more mana to use, can start developing more board, and maybe play a bit aggressively and race. But that just wasn't the case because of that the Tolve. So big problem for Ryan there, as Inkuro takes game number 1 pretty smoothly with the Face Hunter.
Yeah,
so
it does just go to show everyone else in this group is banning that Hunter on site, and that game is a strong demonstration as to why. But Ryan, with this Dragon Warrior, in itself, this is the reason he's not banning Hunter, because the Dragon Warrior really does need to ban the Druid instead.
Yeah.
Could argue that that's a slight lineup disadvantage that he's put himself in here, but it's very possible that the Dragon Warrior will be able to speak for itself in these other 2 matchups it's got in against the Mage and the Rogue, which I'm sure will be the main priority of its conclusion in the lineup.
Yeah, that's it. And that's the sort of strange thing to get across with Conquest format, isn't it? Is that you don't want to just lose games, right? You don't want to just say, this beats me. I'm start the series 0-1 potentially. However, you do also have to acknowledge that you're allowed to have a really bad matchup, because that is not the be all end all of the match, right? So I think as long as you can just keep the head on straight sort of thing, Ryan will be able to just keep going and fight back, of course.
And we do see the Rogue against the Dragon Warrior. So I do favor the Dragon Warrior in this matchup, because it does just have that recurring just inevitability with the damage that it can keep putting on. And Rogue, if we see a slightly clunky hand like we saw that horror show from Grimaldi last match, then Dragon Warrior is a lot more consistent in the early game, so is very, very, very well equipped to exploit that.
And once again, another good opening hand here for Ryan, right? Does have the Brood in hand as well. Already starting to dig for Dark Gifts, so Sottle will be happy, no doubt. And just basically got everything. Got the Slither on demand. And I think that's what will be interesting for me, is if this Slither's going to get coined out, or if it's going to be more of a, maybe even a coin this turn for a more aggressive play with the Brood.
With the carrier what picked up, I do think that made the play quite a clear double 1-drop, because this 2-1 on board from Inkuro is making it a little bit awkward for trades for Ryan, and also prioritizing getting the Dark Rider out just so that he can get that activation on the Dragon Turtle that's already in hand. I really like. So that does allow him the option to coin a 4/4, which is a bit awkward with never getting the Broodmother down, but I think it does put on probably enough pressure.
Yeah, and the Broodmother can still follow up the 4s to still just refill or dump just even more mana later, right? It's one of those cards that it's really good early game, of course, but it's still like a decent sized body late game with effectively costing 1 mana.
Yeah, and also crucially, Rogue is very good at dealing 3 damage exactly in the early game with the Rite of Twilight, and a lot of the time they'd like you to give them an excuse to use it for value.
Right.
Sometimes the Rogue hand can get clogged up with just, I have Rite of Twilight, I've got nothing to aim it at, but I'm just going to play it because I need to progress my Heralds. So holding back the 4/3s to maybe try and overload the board after Inkuro's just forced to spend his mana doing something is also quite a good nod from Ryan.
Now Inkuro's in that classic rogue spot of making something out of nothing, right? Not
Yeah.
that the hand is bad particularly, but it's just making the decisions of where to start, right? How do you start this turn and where do you go from there? It's going to start with that Nightmare Fuel.
They're not the greatest options there.
Choose soon.
King
Could
lane
put Dig in
obviously
again.
horrific. Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing him just forced to play the Rite of Twilight with just for 3 face damage, which isn't terrible, but it's really not the best value you'd like to get out of it, because Rogue is not fantastic at dealing with wide boards after this efficient removal is used up. Unless you get a Death Strike and an Army of the Dead, though, which would line up pretty well, I think, against the stats Ryan's expected to put out.
Yeah, I think the turns were never looking great there, so Inkuro just said, okay, I'm going to do some value, right? I'm just going to get
Yeah.
this mana spent, even though it kind of feels bad, and just try and get the ramp sort of going there.
Yeah, if in doubt, spend as much mana as possible, and hopefully that will be something fairly powerful. Can't
Does have the
quite get...
Glacial Shard
he
to
does have a full
freeze,
kit.
right?
Yeah, he has a full clear with Army of the Dead if he wants it as well.
Interesting. I was looking at just like Death Strike and a Glacial Shard, the 5/4.
The problem with that is I think he'd like to get maximum use out of this Heart Root and draw twice off
Sure.
it. So if he is going to do... you can do that with Death Strike Glacial, I guess. Yeah, that would be the rest of the turn. I think he's looking at playing out the Army of the Dead this turn just to get rid of the board there and then, so that you're not just delaying the problem.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, if another one comes down, right, then it's like,
Yes.
oh, well, hang on a minute, how am I dealing with 2?
Because the likely turn here is just a Wind Peak Worm, potentially, or a Tormented Dreadwing. Something like that. Just like a big 5 mana just stat stick is the most likely turn from Ryan here. But he could pivot to the just swarming the board with a couple of Broodmothers and Living Flame, maybe the Blackwing.
Yeah, and the good
Maybe
thing
just
about
make 2 minions there.
holding the shard is that pretty much every turn's a good shard turn in this matchup, right? Like
Yes.
against Dragon Warrior, there's always a target for Glacial Shard, so it's fine if you can hold on to it. Then it's going to be useful later.
Yep, I think it's all about bridging the gap. Most of the time with this rogue, it is bridging the gap to your Twilight Mistresses, your Deathwing, and that's your big game tempo swinging removal. Like most of the stuff Rogue does in the early game is, oh, I'm going to try and remove your thing, but you're not really doing much other than delaying the opponent.
Yeah.
But once you do bridge that gap to your 9 mana, 10 mana, massive big removal swings, then you can start forcing the pressure the other way.
And the cheap Sinestro is really nice. You talk about bridging the gap. Suddenly, if you've got loads of mana to spend on that turn as well, you're not feeling too bad about it if it's only going to cost you 4.
With the double Death Strike as well, I don't think he'll be quite damaged enough for that to really matter, but and the fact that the 2 biggest minions on board are elusive, that's not ideal for Inkuro, but I think this Sinestro will probably do a good enough job.
Yeah, prep as well available if needed.
He's not fantastic. Divergence could potentially give him 2 cheaper Twilight Mistresses, though, if he does win that 50-50. It is very awkward because no matter what here, he is leaving up, 12 damage on board. So you're sort of left with the awkward decision of, do I even play the Death Strike now? Because maybe it can get more value later. It's not really getting doubled. It would heal you for 7 and kill a 4/3.
Yeah, which isn't the worst, honestly, for what he can actually do this turn. Like, it really isn't. He's gonna go Divergence.
He does hit the good option there. Oh, it happens twice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 2 mana mistresses. That is very strong. So now he can just completely ignore this board.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of bridging the gap, right? There's that turn 8 to get to the mistress, right? That's gonna be the problem, but maybe less of a problem now, we could say.
Yeah, and Ryan even needs to. He can't go full face. He needs to get rid of this Sinestra, or maybe he has to go full face.
Maybe that's the decision,
because he has no
right?
choice. Yeah, you know, if you're trading into this Sinestra, you're letting Inkuro get to turn 9. But I think, yeah, he gave a little look when Inkuro played that Divergence. I think he knows that this is a very, very high likelihood possibility.
Yeah, what's the likelihood of what minions being in hand for X amount of time, right? And like, what would you aim for? Yeah, 5 mana Twilight Mistress, and that's not even the cheapest one. There's 2 more minimum where that came from. And Dragon Warrior is quite the minion-based deck, so not being able to basically stick anything is a little bit rough.
Yeah, the Windpeak Worm would have been potentially a good pickup earlier, and he would have needed a Stadium Announcer to maybe just leverage direct face damage at this point. At this point, you really want your minion damage to be done, because you know the Rogue has access to Twilight Mistress, and then just ship all the rest of the damage to the face. But Ryan's finding himself way too far behind on board and on health to be able to just start racing Inkuro, because that's not a race he can possibly win at this stage.
And pretty much any damage is lethal here, like a little bit of extra damage is enough, and yeah, Ryan's just going to accept the loss there. And Inkuro is going to go 2-0 up so far, and off the back of, weirdly enough, we were looking at the spells saying, oh, well, the spells aren't amazing. Well, suddenly, if you can actually hit the Twilight Mistress, the spell's one of the best things you could ever get, because you can just chain them against a minion-based deck. So really well played there from Inkuro. Again, I just think Ryan did what he could do, right? He had the 2 big elusive minions, hard to deal with from the rogue side, but if you are going to just be Twilight Mistress, it's not really much you could do in that position. So just an unfortunate one for Ryan, honestly, there.
Yeah, I think it was a really good bit of recognition for him to say, okay, if he's split Twilight Mistress, I just lose, but I'm going to fill the board up. I'm not going to play around random stuff from Sinestra, because that will just give the rogue more time, and then means that they have less of a range of good random things that they need to discover if you give them more time. And I think it was good recognition to just force the issue there and then, and just say, if you have it, I lose. Unfortunately for Ryan, he did lose. And yeah, this Dragon Warrior, which is the key difference in his lineup, is not looking too impressive so far.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and it's no doubt going to be a little bit disheartening as well to just be like, oh, okay, I guess I lost in that scenario. However, there is the Mage deck left for Inkuro. That's the one left over, the one that we've seen some bans go the other way as well. It is that Quest Mage. How are you feeling about the Quest Mage here across the lineup for Ryan? Not just against the Warrior, but in general.
It's interesting, because I know you said not just against the Warrior, but the fact that he does have the Warrior does mean it seems like he should have a bit of a stronger target on the Mage. But interestingly enough, Ryan is one of the few people not playing Viper in his Druid in this tournament. So his Druid will be worse than other people's against the Mage, but I do still slightly favor it in the matchup. And then, of course, there's a mirror. So I do think Ryan still plenty of game in this matchup, obviously quite far behind because he's 2-0 down and there's a mirror that he would need to win. But I do think he has a very good matchup in the Warrior, slight favorable in the Druid, and then that just straight up 50-50 that we're going to see here. I think, yeah, Ryan queuing his worst deck first, saying, if this is it, I can get on with the rest of my day.
I think it's funny though as well that yesterday we were talking a lot about how many Vipers we saw just in people's hands, right, existing and not doing too much. But obviously, as soon as you don't have that tech, that also needs to be talked about, right? Because that is very relevant as well. So it's just one of those funny things where it's like, well, you really need it if it happens, and then it's going to feel really bad if it doesn't. So yeah, we'll see how that pans out and if there's going to be any big punish for it. But as we start into this Mage Mirror, to no one's real surprise, double quest coming out. We did see yesterday the amazing use of double altered time from Gabby, I believe. which was pretty cool to see. Just digging for those really special outcomes from the past.
Yeah, I think the premium options you get like My Card, Pocket Dimension. You get Mana Biscuit to just cheat a bit more mana and get your mana spent on discovers a bit faster. Those are probably two of the premium options. You've got stuff like Siphon Mana to just make everything in your hand cheaper. Some matchups, Devolving Missiles, very, very
that's what we saw yesterday from Gavin. Yeah, for sure. Against their Token Druid, it was like, yep, that's the card.
Yeah, fantastic. A lot of buffs, a lot of death rattles. Here, just going for the Whelp of the Bronze. It's a bit weird just playing Creature of Madness in this deck. Like it fits the curve really well, but it oftentimes just gives you a 3-drop that you're going, I don't know if I really want to play this because it doesn't say Discover on it, but it is a high tempo Dark Gift minion, so it's always a weird little decision point. So
it's also as
Ryan
well
does just opt to go for
if
it.
you end up not playing it, it's also a hand space concern, right? Because you do need hand space later on once you get cooking with this deck. So like it can be a little bit of a concern that if you get a minion and don't find time to play it, it's just going to sit there.
The Story of the Waygate picked up by Ankuro. He's one of the few people actually directly running it in his deck, which makes a lot of sense because Quest Mage does just generate a lot of different spells. But in a case like this, like he's just playing them right away because Alter Time just gives you free spells most of the time.
Yeah, and what a little combo there Ankuro got, right? Just got the perfect clear with a cost reduction as well.
Yeah.
Siphon Mana.
Not fantastic options for Ryan, but the Conjurer's Calling can be very, very useful later on if you just discover a big stat stick post-quest completion, and then you can just start duplicating it without having to waste charges of your quest reward. Crucially, he does need to get there first, and Kuro does seem to be progressing his quest a little bit faster than Ryan at this stage.
Gonna go Spark into Druid.
Yeah, Druid, it does have more discover options. I would say that the overall spell quality for Druid spells is probably a little bit lower than Mage, but it does just have that fact that it has a higher density of discover options in the pool. So that is why you see a lot of players prioritizing just picking Druid every single time.
Just one.
Okay, never too upset to see Sands of Time pick up as the Mage. Very cheap discover option.
Yep. Just one discover away from completing his quest. He would have liked to pick one up off this Scrappy Scavenger, but no luck there. There are quite a lot of one-mana discover options, I find, from this. So that is why you see players often just try and make sure that it's discovering a 1. Nothing says discover, so that'll be an easy rewind. Ooh, not ideal.
Yeah, really, especially like for this matchup as well. Like at least you can see, look at some of the removal in some other matchups. You can be like, okay, I've got Blizzard to stall some aggro out. You know, I've got First Flame to help as well. It's like in the mirror, not as relevant at all.
Yeah, I like the Blizzard pickup because the other option, obviously Divination, you're never going to play. You're not going to make Wisps, apart from some random fringe scenarios. But Blizzard I like because you know that Inkuro is not going to be playing really small boards that realistically, or if he does, then they're not a threat to you. A lot of the time in this matchup, you just have massive board versus massive board. So if he can stall out Inkuro's huge board while just ignoring it and pushing face himself, this Blizzard could come in very handy, although it is going to be quite expensive to do so.
Yeah, you want to hit that Blizzard to respond to Inkuro responding to Ryan, right? Like you want to, if you're Ryan, you want to make the first board, Inkuro responds, and then you Blizzard whilst retaining some of that board, and then you can really utilize it well there.
Exactly. Because if Inkuro just puts a big board up and Ryan Blizzards it, then that's his whole turn.
Yeah,
done.
you just go,
and,
oh, nice one, thanks.
Yeah, and then Inkuro just sits there and goes, yeah, my board's still here. You did 2 damage to it, but all my minions are huge because that's what Raptor Herald will summon.
Yeah, because that's
more
mage.
often than not. Interesting choice here. Aeon Rend probably a bit better for dealing with board. Chrono Dagger's probably a bit better for just pushing direct face damage. It's Ryan needs to make a judgment on what he really expects Inkuro to pose him with next turn. If he thinks that there's going to be a big board coming out, which I don't think he will expect because there is no quest directly completed, and you're only really expecting a big board to come out from quest plus Raptor Herald, and Inkuro simply doesn't have the mana to do that.
Chrono Daggers is one of the cards that I struggle not to pick in these scenarios, whether it's good for the game or not, because it's just cool to click it and just watch all the daggers fly.
Oh yeah, there's something very satisfying about 12 damage directly to the face.
The classic egg pickup in Mage.
It's actually not terrible in this matchup because you get so many random spells flying around targeting your stuff. Just having an egg in the way, maybe just getting popped by random mage spells is not terrible. Although I'm sure Inkuro will rather spend his mana on getting big board swings from Discover effects. And Ryan here, the Chrono Daggers are decent most of the time when you got Mochi, but he just has better things to do with the Raptor Herald and the Origin Stone here.
Yeah, this could get filthy very quick.
Oh,
and,
it did get filthy.
Ultra Gigasaur with Divine Shield, Wind Fury. Yeah, there wouldn't have been
I'm
a
not sure it
Jurassic
gets
Park 2
filthier
if
than
that was
that.
in it.
These are, with the Techisaurus as well, these are some of the best options you can get. Of course, Ultra Gigasaur, the biggest beast in the game, but the Techisaurus also quite a sizable thing. And he does have double battle cry on it. I didn't notice that, actually. Oh no, he doesn't have double battle cry. It's the Morchi sticking. I'm
Yeah, it's
silly.
the options, right? Yeah.
He gets both sides.
Yeah.
And he's now got the situation where his minions are just too big already to want to conjure his calling.
Yeah, so actually, I'm just okay with these. I think what's likely is if there's a world where the Gigasaur gets frozen or damaged, right? And then you can look at it, or if half the board gets cleared, you can just look at it to create more stuff. But in general, this is an extremely terrifying board. Just the Gigasaur's terrifying, never mind the rest of it, right? So everything's on Inkuro to get some.
That's not the worst, but he would have been looking for, I can't remember what the name of the free spell is that silences just and destroys random minions, but that's definitely the option that he would have been really hoping for to try and snipe out this Ultra Gigasaur. This, well, he's not even going to get all the minions from this because he doesn't have enough board space.
And the power level significantly lower.
Yeah, what he really needed was like an Ultra Gigasaur of his own with Taunt.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm not sure that would have done much of a job here.
Yeah, it would have had
Let's get a few
higher
taunts.
chance of just making him not die, right? Like that's about as far as
Yes.
it would go.
I don't think Inkuro will die this turn, but he's not really doing much to deal with this Ultra Gigasaur. The Ravenous Devilsaur in his hand is huge, but it does... Ryan is still allowed to keep posing other threats. He can dictate the trades this turn. He can do more discovers, and even if this Devilsaur does come down and eat up that Gigasaur, then I'm not sure it'll be enough. I think the damage might already be done.
Yeah, also,
Is
this
that just
should
lethal?
be fine, right?
Yeah, no, this is just
it
lethal.
is. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, just got through a couple of daggers, a couple of pings here and there, and just the Ultra Giga Omega Lolsaur getting the job done with 8 billion damage. So Ryan is going to fight back, win the Mage Mirror, which, again, I don't know about you, Pocket, but feels like, don't get me wrong, you can play it better than your opponent, but seems like one of the most volatile mirrors that exists in Hearthstone because of things like that, right? Like, if your opponent gets there first and just makes that, what are you supposed to do about it? So pretty scary mirror to play when your tournament life is on the line. But Ryan got it done. So he is not done yet.
Yeah, he. I mean, he went first. They had very, very similar qualities of hands. They discovered at pretty much the same rate. Did the same thing. Like Inkuro had it ready a turn after Ryan, but at that point, yeah, you never want to be the one that plays the quest reward second, because the mage is very good at making boards. It's not the best at dealing with them at that point, even with the Origin Stone up. So, and it's also very nice to actually see the Ultra Gigasaur do some work, because I think there was a really sad moment yesterday. I think it was Peter who had he was desperately Raptor heralding to try and keep himself alive on board, and he even had to skip an Ultra Gigasaur, which was it was a tragic sight. So it's nice to see it actually connect face.
Well, let's dive into game number 4. We've got the mage, of course, for Inkuro, as he's stuck on that one for the rest of the match. And Ryan going to be on this druid here. So a bit of a more standard matchup to at least cast, because it's a bit easier to follow than 2 mages doing things. But who are you liking in this one? Like, what's the game plan for Ryan, really? Because I feel like the mage game plan's just always the same, right? It's just get that weapon down, go big, go like and win. But what can the druid do against this sort of strategy?
Yeah, I think the only variation in the mage game plan really is if there's a Viper on the other side. And as I said before, Ryan is one of the few players in the tournament not playing Viper in his druid. He's got the Heartroot stones in that 3-mana spot instead. The druid's job here is typically plan A, ramp up, get stuff like Wickerfang, Brood Watcher, just make a big board, do some chip damage, and get over the top with either Shaladrasil, Farak, or an Elise location to give plus attack to your minions and try and end the game before the mage gets full value out their crest reward. Plan B is to similarly do that, but if you can't actually completely end the game, you want to force the mage to use their quest reward inefficiently. And Druid is actually a deck with quite a lot of sustainable end game, and it can go toe-to-toe with mage sometimes, even after they've completed the quest. So if you force them to use their charges inefficiently, you can potentially outvalue and fatigue that quest reward and run them out of stuff and then just overwhelm them anyway.
Yeah, you've definitely got a chance to fight back even against some of the stronger mage plays that they can do with the weapon, right? Like Druid is one of those ones that can get something done. And meanwhile, just going to be able to take out some of these early drops that are just being a little bit pesky here for Ryan. Inkuro is going to be able to follow up with some more discovers here. So at least the hand is being pretty nice to him.
Change is coming.
Yep, speaking of that sort of fatigue value game plan, I think Ryan actually, I just noticed in his list, he doesn't actually run Twilight Time Reaver. So he's a lot less able to do that game plan with this deck. So he's going to be a lot more on the tempo, I got to kill you line than other druids will have to be in this matchup.
Yeah, you can. Good catch, because I'll be honest, I'm so used to seeing them in the lists now. You know, it feels like they were in some lists not too long ago and not all, but now I feel like I see them so often. I will confess, I kind of just assumed it was in there.
Yeah, we've sort of gone through a weird stage of, there was a point where a lot of people ran 2 of them, then people cut 1, then people cut 2, and then people started putting 1 back in. Now I think the generally accepted with the inclusion of Bashana for that panic button Typhoon a lot of the time with a full hand, then I think the generally accepted optimal amount of Time Reavers in the deck is just the 1 now. But yeah, Ryan prioritizing just being the one to force the initiative.
Yeah, and has a standard life bloom in the deck, right? Which isn't something we see a lot of players in. So going to be interesting to see if that comes into play. Meanwhile, though, Inkuro has been progressing that quest. I believe it's just 1 off now, and does have a couple of nice cheap tools to be able to help out once that weapon is equipped and ready to go. Speaking of life bloom,
the greatest. Yeah, Life Bloom better in other matchups. He really would have liked to pick up a big high-value dragon here to pair with this Naralex, like a Ysera, a Farak, or a Marithra, although Marithra wouldn't quite be active and ideally playable yet, but the earlier you get it, the sooner it will be ready. So I'm pretty sure those were the options he would have been looking for, so that's why he's looking a little bit stumped here, because these aren't fantastic, but it's just whether or not you pick Life Bloom to say, I'm going to try and sustain, play a bit of a longer game, pick Shaladrasil, say, I'm going to try and end the game sooner, or you could pick the Broodmother and just play it out right now, just for the maximum tempo on the board
Yeah, that's the frustration, right? The Broodmother would have been very nice if it would have been active, because then you can go Broodmother, Treant, and at least do something.
Yep,
But
of course.
with it not being active, it's just like, ugh, it still could have been a choice, but yeah, not quite as good as Ryan would have wanted. Did end up with some ramp options, right? Which is never a bad thing. It's what Druid's always looking for. So not the worst turn, but you are right. The Discover was not exactly what he was after.
Yeah, the Acceleration Aura is quite a nice little compensation for that. It allows him to potentially play the Bashana and hopefully get some high-value Treants to build a big board and force the initiative, because I think relying on that for Typhoon at this point is potentially just a bit too pessimistic a game plan, and the Mage will just overwhelm you.
Well, here comes the Origin Stone, and here comes Hearthstone, because this is going to start getting interesting very fast.
Deja Vu is incredible against Druid as well. Just picking up a Naralex, allowing him to play out the Emerald Drake if he wants as well. That is disgusting.
Yeah, could even, I'm not sure how impactful it's going to be, but even like Innovate out Counterspell, yeah, that's what I was looking at, because at this point, why not? Right, let's just make it awkward.
Yeah. Even blocking an Innovate for Ryan is
Yeah.
really, really restrictive.
And this is suddenly a pretty tough call.
Yeah, can go for the Bashana, but then you really, really need some very specific outs.
And we know he can only play
Like,
one
I'm not-
of those outs, right?
Yeah.
So
And you could go for Xavius to just say, I'm going to try and hit a good Dark Gift on Farak, like double Battlecry Farak. It might be desperate enough to just say, that's exactly what I need, and that's the only way I'm winning this game.
do a little tester. Yep, there goes the Innovate for the counter spell, so that one's locked out. Does have one more, so can go up to 8 mana total, but already you just look, it's like, okay, Bashana, and say one of them has to be perfect, right? And go from there.
Even if it is perfect as well, I'm not sure how are you dealing with the next board, because Incura's just gonna have 6 mana just unimpeded. Play Raptor Herald, play whatever you want. So I do like the fact that he does go for the Xavius here, because this is the most likely to actually win you the game.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't deal with the problem at hand, but the only card really in your deck that can counter swing here is the Farak. So I like that he picked it up. Possibly the worst Dark Gift possible on it, with the discount and minus attack, because he was likely just going to play that with Naralex anyway. Maybe the buff top of deck was worse because he does need to see more cards, but yeah, not
the best.
ideal, but
Yeah.
good that he at least hit the Farak.
And the good thing here for Incuro is it does have that dream as well. So in terms of value based, you might not necessarily want to bounce something back, but just having, like, letting the Druid have less things to deal with your board is huge. So that is an option. Didn't have to come around this turn, of course, but just having that in the tank, right? To say, okay, let's say the Fire Act comes down. If it has taunt from the buff, or if something else comes down to be awkward, you can just say nope to a minion, or of course dream something else.
Yeah, also I don't think it would have to be a monumental Farak to actually deal with this board at this point.
Yeah.
But even if the board was dealt with, then Ukura could also just play Raptor, dream his own Raptor, and just go again.
Yeah, go again, yeah. So such a flexible one to get off the Shaladrisil.
Yeah, that Deja Vu pickup was unbelievable. It's so good against Druid, especially when you've seen that the Druid is passing so many turns. You know you're going to hit some big, powerful stuff.
Yeah. It's just a win-win, right? Like, there's just almost no downside with it.
I think Ryan's considering whether or not to Naralex Farak or just play the Farak for 8 to corrupt the newly found Shaladrisil in hand. But he knows that whatever he does, this Farak has to be unbelievable if he plays it. He could also just go Bashana, because it can still hit Typhoon even without a full hand. It's just significantly less likely.
Shaladrisil.
not it.
Shaladrisil, Ebb and Flow, and I didn't catch the last one.
Horn of Plenty.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, just like that, just too much to go. And Incuro not only wins the game, but wins the series and stays around in the tournament, moves on to the next match, the decider. And a huge victory and a huge congratulations, because even though it was 3-1, there were so many ways in which that can go wrong, especially when you are reliant. You've come off a Mage Mirror loss, and then you are just saying, I have to make this work, because Mage is one of those like pretty volatile decks. We've seen, I feel, the best and worst of Mage so far this tournament.
Yes.
Over the past day and a bit now. So a little bit scary, but Nkuro got it done with some really, really solid play. I don't think we really even discussed any confusing plays or alternate lines
It
from
seemed
Nkuro. I
very,
think just
very
rock
clean
solid.
from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed clean from both sides, to be honest. Ryan with some unfortunate outcomes like that last game that was just sort of nothing doing, and some just rough beats on the Warrior as well with that split Twilight Mistress. But yeah, congratulations to Ryan. But I'm really happy for Nkuro because honestly, I want to see him do really well. I nearly picked him as my prediction this time. I saw Lorinda did, so I thought I was going to deviate a bit. But yeah. I'm gonna throw it out there. I think he was the best player at the World Championship last year. Obviously, he didn't win, but on standard of play and everything. So yeah, I think he's one to really, really closely watch this year.
Yeah, we'll be able to watch some more of him in the not too distant future. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back, everyone. We are nearly wrapped up with Group C. We've got one more formality to take care of. Nkuro fought for his life early on, managing to get through the Battle of the Mages in the end, and now we are back with a matchup against Grimaldi, in which they played in the initial, and it was Mage that was suffering in that one as well. So it remains to be seen whether that will continue to be the story in this one. I'm joined by Edelweiss for this fantastic series. How have you been enjoying the day so far?
Pretty good. I was a little bit worried that we would find, every series going like the last match of last night. We're just, really go into the full 5 games, very, very long. It's always hard to know when it comes to these mirror matches. Of course, mirror matches, I think people also believe is kind of the best way to highlight your skills, right, is winning the mirror match. I think another take is that it comes very heavily down to draw RNG sometimes.
Yeah, I think also just with the toolbox decks that we have here, like Mage, Rogue, Druid, all 3 of those decks have the opportunity to blow out games incredibly fast, but they also both have the opportunity to like reset and grind if they need to, right? And that's, you can never quite tell what matchup you're getting into. Whether one just blows out the other, or whether you go all the way down to fatigue. Even the Hunters, by the way, which we're seeing banned in this one, you can go surprisingly long through the power of Confront the Tol'vir if you actually start getting some Sands of Time and other powerful 1-mana Discovers in there. You can really transition heavily into a value deck late on. But not relevant for this one because those Hunters are going to be banned out, as they were in the initial match. As mentioned, Grimaldi picked up the win in that one, reverse sweeping on Nkuro's Mage. Nkuro had a little bit better luck with the Mage further on. Not sure we've had your take on this yet. I feel a little bit on an island here. Currently, the stats are backing up the majority view. I expected Quest Mage to surprise a few people coming into this because it's probably the most heavily targeted deck in the tournament, and I thought it would continue to do okay through that targeting, but it is running at about 36% in the tournament right now, which is not good. Not a deck you want to have in your lineup. But where do you come down on the Mage?
I just am not a big fan of the Mage in terms of it has that tunnel vision game plan, right? People know when its power turn is coming online and can try and counteract that. It's, it has this weakness in Restaurant Viper, where if they can't make a big enough board before getting Vipered, we've seen how people can play around it, but you really need to, bend yourself in weird ways to try and counteract just knowing that the Viper is there, because it's so risky that being in the list, even if they don't get it, you have to pretend it's there, at least for that first turn. Right, there's no ability to just queue up the weapon and wait.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I was expecting maybe a little bit of an uptick in Quest Mage's fortunes is that I wasn't expecting as much Dragon Warrior coming into this, which I think is like just a horrible matchup for Quest Mage in general. That has been the case. It was super interesting to see Ryan in the previous series going with Dragon Warrior in his lineup, but then loosening the target in all of the other decks, right? Like cutting the Twilight Time Reavers, no Vipers. It felt like he had a strategy for Quest Mage and then just kind of let it go in the end. But yeah, we are not going to have to wait long to at least get some more data points for the Mage spreadsheet, because Grimaldi is kicking straight off with the Mage up top there against Rogue from Nkuro.
Yeah, and we see Nkuro already has the Viper in hand, which is good and bad, right? It's nice to know it's there. You aren't going to need it for a while, and you do actually need to present some early pressure against the Mage to try and slow down that quest. Wow. Can I interest you in a Creature of Madness? No? Well, I guess 2-mana Morchi. I didn't realize that was discounted.
Yeah, minus two mana Morchi is, I think, way too powerful to turn down here.
Well, and with the 3 spoken for on Follower, and also a lot of 3s off the Morchi.
Grimaldi, shake of the head already. Can we agree this one doesn't count? This isn't fair. This is not a normal outcome. I think we disregard this one from the stats immediately.
I was just about to go into this whole spiel about how, well, a lot of people have cut Foxy Flashback, which was the way you get early pressure. Yeah, or you could just Nightmare Fuel into early pressure. I mean, that works.
And this is the argument, I think, right? When you see the likes of Deja Vu and Nightmare Fuel, like, the highs of those cards are so much higher than Foxy Fraud Flashback, which basically does the same thing every single time. There's a very small delta in terms of the variance of the 1-mana minions that you get out of those. But the high highs that you get from some of those Discover cards in terms of some of the scams that you can put together, even with Sinestra, you know, doubling some things up potentially, I can see why people have moved towards that. Along with I think the point Pocket Train made yesterday about just expecting less Demon Hunter, meaning that you need less early pressure a lot of the time. But oh well, that's a muckler. I mean, this objectively this doesn't count now. I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree this doesn't get tracked. This game never happened. Mage didn't actually lose it.
Wow. I think that was about the best rewind card you could hit for early pressure, because it's not just burn, right? Like Chrono Daggers is great with more chi. It's 12 damage, you know, off into face. But this, you get that 8 damage and then those minions are just still there. Grimaldi trying to fill up Confront the Tolvir, not a thing we see a mage doing often.
Meanwhile, the hits are just going to keep on coming from Inkuro. Loads up another 4 damage with Stealth. Not something that Grimaldi is going to have an easy time dealing with it, although Sleet Storm is the card I was just about to reference that may be able to make something happen. Okay. Double Sleet Storm now. Some magic can occur. But he is just going to power through the quest as rapidly as possible, which I do respect here. Finds Spark of Life as well. He needs a big outcome. Okay! All right! A game of Hearthstone has broken out.
Look at the spell.
I don't want to look at the spell, otherwise I want to have hope.
I think you just trade that 1/1 in for a 4-drop right here. Yep. Grimaldi is shaking the head. He's like, can't catch a break. He's been playing this very, very well. You know, able to load up Sleet Storm here alongside with another 1-mana Discover. Storage Scuffle, great top deck. I don't know if he's going to go for Confront the Tolvir here. I kind of think he might need to, just to hope it clears, but that hope is vanishing with the Confront the Tolvir.
It is. He does, of course, have the 0-mana Storage Scuffle, and he did pick up Photosynthesis as well, which is kind of cool, but yeah, Confront the Tolvir, probably a little more effective.
Right, vanishing with the Talanji's Last Stand. It's gonna need to hope there's some bad 4-drops in here.
Yeah. Interesting sequencing concerns. He could have shot the Gen immediately to just reduce the variance on the targets with all of these Sleet Storms and so on. Actually, not sure that's the worst outcome. Obviously, technically, the Tolvir did nothing because the minion he ended up killing, he was able to kill with the Storage Scuffle anyway. But, you know, turning this 1/3 into another 5/4, for example, would have been a significantly worse outcome.
Yeah. I think on average, you maybe lower Mukla's, you know, that power if you're able to remove it.
Yeah.
For another 4-drop.
Which speaks to how good the 3-drop was, where you're trying to kill it and turn it into a 4-drop to make it smaller. But I do agree,
Right.
an average 4-drop would be smaller.
Shaladrisil, not immediately impactful, but could just pull out the lethal, you know, with the Dream shenanigans. Just gonna see if it's lethal this turn. I can respect that. Oh,
Yeah,
and
I
you
don't
get
mind
both. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do think Inkuro missed the opportunity for the aura play on the previous turn. He did float 1 mana, and you do have a tradable Viper in your hand. I'm just saying, this is a thing that you technically could have done.
Say, you know what? I'm not gonna need this.
Yeah, have you seen my board? I don't need this tech card.
Oof.
Those are not big.
Able to clear up a little bit, but I think, you know, this is non-threatening enough that Inkuro can just throw down that Viper.
Yeah, the option to go for the Stonehill Defender here, which of course is just guaranteed defense over the more aggressive Raptor Herald, which obviously needs you to high roll in order to get out of this situation. You need some kind of like lifesteal situation, some kind of Taunt Dark Gift, Rush Dark Gift to be able to clear up anything. I think it's super unlikely that you even live there. This doesn't really allow you to play around the Viper though, but I think that decision is fine from Grimaldi because you're in this spot now. You're not really expected to beat the start that the Rogue came up with here anyway. I don't think it needs to enter your brain of like, okay, I have to beat all of this and a Viper. You just say your opponent doesn't have the Viper at this point. Although,
absolutely.
it is sat unused on the far left of the hand, which gives it a quite high likelihood of that being the card that is there.
It's bad news.
Wait,
Use that coin to clear up.
that's a very strange animation. The crystalline
Yeah.
thing still went off and turned into a coin. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, doesn't actually break anything, but it does look real funny.
Yeah.
Now Grimaldi has to just play all these discovered cards honestly, which is not how the deck is meant to go.
No. Yeah, it's such a hard readjustment of expectations. Of like, I'm looking at this hand, like, yeah, you get some answers out of these cards, and then I remember that you have to pay mana for the cards that you look at when you open the things. And it's like, suddenly, finding your way out of this seems quite a lot more difficult.
Yeah, puts a high priority on stuff that's cheap or discounts. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, I don't think it ever goes this long, but I just realized I didn't know you could have a second quest going from that Confront the Toll.
From the Confront the Tollbear, yeah.
I thought if you already had, or did he play it after completing? I hadn't realized. Must have, because I
that's a good question. Yeah.
I believe if you've already got one going,
That's correct. Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
play another, it doesn't. You don't get two at once.
Mm-hmm. So actually now the little boost from photosynthesis has helped out enormously,
Yeah.
just to be able to stabilize a little bit more. And now Grimaldi is back off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, this, without that healing, and even maybe still, Shalad still lethal, right? Dream, +5, you got 7, 8, 9. I guess it's one off. Still probably worth doing. Right, because Karen's gonna be hard to play again. Set your opponent to 1 with a Nysera Awakens in hand.
Yeah, seems good to me.
I am out of space. I am out of space.
Alright. Lots of discovers. Can you pull something out of the box? I would say that Paladin is the best hit here, but the one thing is if your hand is full and you don't actually have space for the cards,
That's right.
even if Grimaldi had rolled the healing, you don't get it if you don't actually have the space.
Looks like we've got a fight for the age.
Stadium announcer for 5 attack
Bulwark.
lifesteal. Yeah, Bulwark
Oh,
works
yeah,
as
or
well.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And allows you to play the Corsair, right? But
True. Yeah.
not
Synergy.
gonna do it.
Yeah, miserable game for the mage, but as discussed, we clearly don't count that one. We move on. Grimaldi 0-1 down in the series. I think Grimaldi, of course, would have been pleased, or at least the onlooking Brazilian community will be pleased watching this match come to stream and not see Pocket Train's face, who is, of course, the massive curse for all of Brazilian players. Unbelievable statistics in this tournament so far of Brazilian players have won every single game Pocket has not been casting, and won every series Pocket has not been casting, and lost every series that Pocket has been casting. So they would have felt pretty good, I think, about the spot that they're in right now. But To no avail so far, not looking too good. And the way that that game panned out certainly looks like some sort of curse has been laden on the Brazilian community so far, because that was a brutal beating from the Rogue in that one.
I think it's not limited to this tournament as well, right? It's previous tournaments.
Previous tournaments, it's existed. I think this tournament has gone to a whole new level. It's actually 100% consistent now so far in this tournament. But yeah, the Mage has taken a loss, the Rogue picking up a win. I do think Rogue is having one of its better tournaments right now at the moment as well. I think it's in a very, very strong position overall in the statistics, which has not always been the case from what we've seen in recent tournaments coming up to this, where it's been a very middling deck, running maybe slightly under 50% a lot of the time. But has been doing very, very well overall in this one, which is not necessarily something I was expecting to see.
Well, and we noticed last event, right, in the playoffs themselves, there were very few rogues that made it through to the end. There were, I think, maybe 3 in the event. And then to have it, flip back once again to, full of rogues. I think people were not expecting too much aggro, right? And just when you do give the rogue time, they can always pull something out of the hat.
The true masters draw close.
Wow, just ripping straight through to the Nightmare Fuel. We are playing the reverse matchup. Can we get the reverse situation? Okay, it's not 2 mana cheaper. That's a big difference, but it is there. Very nice.
Yeah, knows that, as nice as it is to guarantee draw your dragons like that, turn 5 is a ways away. Needs to get some stuff down early. Pocket was saying, and it's something that I've noticed as well, that oddly enough, the imbue version of the Rogue can be a little bit better at getting those early minions down, just because you have a 2-drop, right? It's a River Crocodilus, but it's 2 mana 2/3. Then gives you this hero power that if you've got nothing to do, you just try and find anything playable. But only Maxi has brought that list.
I do wonder about the Tormented Dreadwing, which served its purpose here as just serving as tribute to turn into a coin to get the combo turn off on turn 1. But we've seen with this version of the deck, because you've got less just straight dumpable playable cards, you get a couple of extra cards in the imbued version of the deck that you're just quite happy to play out at any given point. There's a couple less of those in this version. That sometimes we saw this, I think, in a different series on day 1, where the Tormented Dreadwing just sat in the hand the entire time because the Rogue just had 8 or 9 cards in hand the entire time and did not ever want to go through the process of spending 5 mana to play a 5/5 that draws cards then a turn later, because it's just so vulnerable to overdraw the entire time. So it has felt like a pretty clunky card to me so far, and again, we're just seeing it sometimes. No, I mean, I guess that is a caveat in Rogue, right? Is you can play some clunky cards, some situational cards, because if the situation doesn't arise, well, hey, they're a coin now, and you can just take advantage of them that way.
Yeah, but the Rogue, I feel like with its generation, is just very high highs and low lows in terms of how many cards in hand. Because some games you'll see they cannot empty their hand fast enough, right? There's so much for them to manage in terms of hand space. And then other games like this, you see with Grimaldi, only now is he starting to fill it up because of the double Battlecry Morchi. But otherwise, just really scraping, having to use draw inefficiently, using the map for only 1 card, because it can be quite limited in its draw. Talk about mana cheating. Have you considered just 2 free Conjure Mana Biscuits?
I have, actually. I've considered it very strongly. think with, again, the hand size just being such a factor here, Mana Biscuit is going to be the most useful card just to be able to dump cards from your hand.
Does have the Devolve to take care of this Morchi alongside Storage Scuffle.
Looks like we've got a fight for the ages.
I'm a little surprised. I guess there was no other play. I was gonna say a little surprised to see this come down now, but he does already have the Restaurant
Looks like we've
Viper.
got a fight for the ages.
Oh no!
That's rough. That is very rough.
Oh, absolute disaster.
Actually, I guess it was sort of the perfect time to play it because you know it's about to get destroyed by the
Yes.
mage weapon. But
Yes. You do
unfortunate
telegraph
rules
to
there.
your opponent, I think, with that play that the Restaurant Viper is there, but I don't think that's
Yes.
a big deal, really.
Right. Hero's Welcome is quite the hit here.
None shall pass.
Huh? Yeah, no, I'm with Inkuro. What? Wait, what? What happened?
Yeah, I'd have
What?
to read the text on Hero's Welcome to see if there's something I've missed.
Time runs out on me.
Well, regardless, that's what happened in the game client, and the game client is the arbiter of the rules in these tournaments, so it is what it is, but that did seem very strange to me.
That feels like that should not have happened. Discover a legendary minion to summon.
Yes.
Set its stats to 10/10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand why we didn't get 3 minions there. The only thing I can think of is because usually what the weapon does is it summons the ones you don't pick. Because what you're discovering goes to your hand, and since this is summoning it,
Yeah.
it got confused and then didn't summon the others.
It got confused, yeah.
But the way Power of Creation works, right, which is similar effect.
Yes.
One of the most
Yeah.
powerful post-quest things, you discover something to summon 2 copies of. I guess you do still get one to your hand,
You do get a card to your hand, yeah, which I
right?
think is probably
But
the
then you
distinguishing
summon the
factor.
other 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Inkuro's gonna be a little bit upset about that outcome there because he was thinking he'd have, 30-30 of stats in play right now. Does it matter?
I think
not.
he's less upset with the charging Mukla to back it up and the
Yeah,
Wind
yeah,
Fury
yeah.
Snake, they're coming down. So, okay, good. The argument over it doesn't end up mattering. I think, the difference... I mean, in a way, I think you could also argue the expected behavior there is that you get the 2 legendary minions with their normal stats, right? Because the card is 2 separate
Sure.
lines. It's discover a card to put into play and then set its stats to 10/10. There's no indication that the Origin Stone should necessarily do the 10/10 part. So one 10/10 might have actually ended up being as much power as the expected outcome anyway. So I'm not sure how much of a big deal it ended up being. And again, like we had there's no calling an admin in Hearthstone. The game client is what it is. It does what it does. That's the rules, right? Like if things get fixed later on, they do. That's fine. But at the end of the day, 2-0 and Mage picking up a win, getting back up on the board. Inkuro going 2-0 up, Grimaldi going 0-2 down, and it's just the Druid now left to pick up a win for Inkuro. And going to take a look at Inkuro's Druid list because we have seen some discrepancies. This, to me, looks more like what I would consider standard these days, or at least standard in this tournament because there is the one Restaurant Viper thrown in there, of course. But still one Twilight Time Reaver, which we saw being cut from Ryan earlier, and otherwise just pretty consistent list that we are used to seeing throughout.
Yeah, one of Press the Advantage, just to sort of stem up the early game. It also goes nicely with that one of Twilight Time Reaver in a pinch, right? You reduce 2 things to 1 health, and then you can use Press the Advantage to clear them off.
So this is the fun decision point that usually ends up in just playing the aura anyway, but it's something that I talked about yesterday of the later, like your 7, 8, 9 mana plays being so impactful in the deck that sometimes there is an argument to wait to ramp specifically into those turns if you don't actually have any other ramp in your hand. As it is, what Inkuro does have is mana spender cards in Broodwatcher, so just having access to being able to spend more mana early is very beneficial, I think, just to curving out and being aggressive.
Yeah, I think it gives him access to, at minimum, Press the Advantage plus Hero Power next turn. And, hopefully it picks up something like Elise to fill out the mana. So, huge payoff for the Acceleration Aura there.
I remember this.
And Elise, of course, one of the best, curve fillers, just because you can play a 4-drop that gives you a 5-drop.
Yeah, which you do have to go through the how much do I trust my deck calculation here, because, generically 1 mana locations are just the best bang for your buck these days, just because of the nerf to the number of charges more than anything else. But yes, without anything necessarily to fulfill the curve. I think we saw Inkuro just checking and double checking there that he hadn't, miscounted anything stupid in terms of actually being able to play a Broodwatcher. And then I think just, ends up with the 5 mana location quite sensibly.
Yep, discover spell, cost 4 less, death rattle, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Death rattle, much more of a pickable option now that it happens after 2 charges instead of 3, right? 4, it was just a hedge against Demolition Renovator.
Yeah. It is, I brought it up in a very facetious situation yesterday, but it does introduce some immediate outs that you have to keep in mind of. You just pick a location to hit Welcome Home off the first click, and then you get immediate AoE off the second death rattle, which can save your bacon in some spots.
Molly cruising right ahead, trying to fill up his own Broodwatcher.
Zero mana Wrath to cycle, very nice. Took it over an ebb and flow here, I imagine, with that Herald in mind, just knowing he would have to deal with that on the next turn.
The advantage clears up the 1/1s a little bit. Get down this Broodwatcher.
Druid looking pretty stable here. Rogue's gone
Yep.
several turns without doing anything particularly broken in the early game, which I think is generally pretty good news for the Druid overall in the matchup. If it gets to go to the later stages, I do think it has the edge in those late game battles. Rogue's opportunity to do something utterly disgusting with Sinestra, for example, can still come into play, and Deathwing is a hell of a card, but the power of Marithra dragons and so on in the late game for Druid, I think, usually does enough if they're able to get there.
Yeah, well, and we just saw, I think, Nightmare Fuel. That was a fine little utility pick Grimaldi picked up, but another potentially scam card with the Dark Gifts. Yes, it's nice in the mirror. That's also really nice against these Druids, since there's so many high-value hits in terms of their late-game cards. Firak, Marithra.
I do wonder, looking at that location, whether this was all laid out from Inkuro, because of course he reacted to the Deja Vu that was played very early from Grimaldi. At the time the Deja Vu was played, I think the hand makeup was as such that there would have been a guaranteed sight of a Broodmother, because I think it was 4 cards and 2 of them were Broodmothers at that point.
Right, yeah.
So I think Inkuro can realize, well, hang on, he's definitely taking the Broodmother out of these options, and then having that location built up with the 3 damage AoE was just so spectacular to be able to deal with that. But in the meantime, a random Krog has appeared.
Yeah, although Random Krog may not be enough with the amount of burn in Kuro's hand. Free Feral Rage, Shaladrisil queued up for next turn, and Ebb and Flow in hand right now. Can go ahead and use Underking this turn to clear up the Krog.
He's only one off, right? Is it 5, 9, 12, 13 with the hero power?
Yeah.
Damn.
What to do?
Aldi is still ways away from being able to play Deathwing.
What to do?
There's a possibility that Elise could maybe find something to save him, but
There is also a Shadow Demise still in Grimaldi's deck, which would actually get him Deathwing next turn.
that's true. Yeah. The classic.
Oh, never mind. He's
Coin, get a copy of coin. Oh,
He's
yeah.
extremely overloaded. Never mind.
Well, this is actually a very good Mirex pickup. Being able to gain that armor,
Yes.
just what he needed.
And I think this was the consideration on the previous time from Inkuro, right? Like, Underking on Krog just seemed really obvious, but that has two problems. One, you don't actually allocate any mana on playing any of your burn that would set you up for lethal over the course of 2 turns. And then two, you know open deck lists, obviously, that card is there, and you are playing the Underking as your only minion that turn, which means your opponent will get to copy it. Both of those things are significant problems. The problem with the 2-turn lethal setup is that you would need a minion to stick for Shaladrisil to buff with the Nightmare anyway, which is unbelievably unlikely if you just go for the straight-up burn plan. So I think Inkuro did the responsible thing, but it just means long-term now he is just going to have to reset and play at least a little bit of a longer game from here.
Oh, and Grimaldi has a very fun play here, potentially, with Initiation.
Are you a fan of knives?
Just able to make it happen with the coin to clear up all of these appendages and then potentially make his own Wickerfang.
Time is short.
Train through first, just to make room. Just in case people aren't aware of the mechanics, basically any way in which you can summon a Colossal, it comes with the appendages. So just making sure to clear up the room first on the board there, summoning a copy, and then of course you get all the 1/3s for free, getting the full board swing here. And all of a sudden, Inkuro, from being 1 damage off lethal and seemingly only 1 turn away from going through the top 8 and making this absolute light work to run through the lower bracket, is facing down a very tricky spot now.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like, you know, yes, did the responsible thing, playing that Underking, but now he's found himself way, way behind. I think that's got to be one of the best initiation hits I've ever seen. May actually have to Feral Rage for armor, I guess. Yeah, don't need to do it right away, but yeah, I can respect this. It's at least it is the first turn that Grimaldi has had pressure. It's a lot of pressure, but being a rogue is unlikely to have the board buffs to get Wickerfang out of control too quickly.
Absolutely mandatory whenever you start the turn with a full Wickerfang in play that you go for the Savage Roar effect from Elise, because you get to double dip on the damage. It is a disgusting amount.
Oh, there it is.
To attack. He needs to make 1 space here with the board. It is roughly the same to trade off the Opu here.
Yep. Yeah, lower probability of hitting it because copy is in the pool for 5 cost, but bigger payoff when you do. And that is just going to be lethal. 31 attack.
Very nice. Great 2-turn swing there from Grimaldi. He was looking down and out, dead and buried. It looked like it was going to be another close but no cigar kind of story for yet another Brazilian player who, I kind of ended the day with this yesterday, but if a Brazilian player does not end up going really deep or even winning the World Championship this year, it's still just through pure volume, through the level of success that they've had in playoffs, through the amount of people that they have getting to this stage so far, you'd have to consider that, unlucky at that point, because the Brazilian community have really, really showed up this year, really sinking their teeth into this competitive system. It was looking so close to being another name on that list. But the 1 damage off lethal was just incredibly far, just out of reach for Inkuro. And then, as you said, the initiation on the Colossal, followed up with the doubled up Savage Roar from the location, was just enough to get Grimaldi over the line, just holding on by the skin of his teeth. But still, Druid and Mage to go against the Druid on the other side for Inkuro. I've been really interested in listening to Pocket. Talking about the Druid Mage matchup in particular, right? Because I think seeing the Druids come into this with Viper, my understanding of it differed from Pocket, who has been talking about how he's had success in that matchup even without weapon destruction, which seems very strange to me. But he has also referenced, playing a much more defensive list with double Time Reaver, more armor gain, and just being able to straight up fatigue mages, which I'm not sure many of the lists in this tournament are quite capable of. But we shall see if it comes down to it, because for now, we're going straight into the Druid Mirror.
Yeah, and in terms of hands, Inkuro's is looking very, very nice. Acceleration Aura, potentially on 2 into 4 mana. You can Hero Power and play Felwood Treant, and then line that up into a very quick Amir Drasil.
Yeah, looking really, really good indeed. Just the ability to spend so much more mana than Grimaldi has available, although that has now changed with the Dream Curve, Horn on 2, hybridization on 3. I think I've stumbled over that word every time I've said it so far in this tournament.
Yeah, for those who may not be familiar, hybridization, not a card worth running in the deck, but when you do land it off Horn to play on 3, you've got that nature spell for Kindred. So
yes!
these all get reduced. And yeah, you hit the Treant for ramp, you hit a 3-drop, in this case, Viper could have been the Brood Mother, but even so. And then, yeah, Xavius as well on 4-drop.
So no, the 3-drop, yeah, Darkscale Broodmother is so key to this, to be able to spend the mana to activate the Treant immediately, right? It's spend 2 mana, gain 2 mana, so it's essentially a 0 mana fulfill your Treant by 2, which just enables this turn to be so much stronger overall. And the only reason I take Glee in this is if you are going to jam your deck full of tech cards, you should get punished for it occasionally, and that is absolutely one of the situations where having the extra Viper in there is to your detriment.
Yeah, the dream hits, right, are Treant, Broodmother, and Broodwasher.
Yes, which is the expected outcome, because in a normal list there's only 2 Broodmothers in the 3 slot, and in the 4 slot there's only 2 other one-of legendaries and 2 Broodwatchers. So you've got a 50-50 on a Broodwatcher and a guaranteed Broodmother, so you should get that outcome 50% of the time. So you're very much, willing to expect that as an average outcome. But when you throw the Viper in there as well, you do open yourself up to some pretty big bricks, where you've actually ended up spending 5 mana on something that doesn't pay itself back that quickly, with the Horn of Plenty into the hybridization.
I'd like to see this start out with wave shaping, in case you can hit Marithra or a Broodwatcher to start filling those up with mana. Although, yeah, with the Neralex in hand, Ferak looking pretty good.
Yep. So one of the things that is important to grasp with Druid to improve your win rate is, a lot of the time picking the card that's like best for your curve immediately off those discovers isn't actually the best way to play it. A lot of those discovers are best used to just secure the bombs in your hand so you have them, and you just kind of trust the rest of the deck to be able to draw cards and do things and find ways to fill in the gaps.
Hey, Viper! We need a tracker for how many times it's drawn in the matchups where it's relevant.
Yeah, I think Nkuro already traded it away once this game.
I guess
Likely to
a
be
tracker
going
of how
there
much
again.
mana is spent. How much are you being taxed?
That's right, yeah. Alright, pretty efficient cards so far at the very least.
Yep.
That's
There
not something, that's a
we
big
go.
spender. Okay, and it's all dead. Right, fine.
You know, there could have gone better, could have gone worse, right? Would have liked to see a flame strike, but important thing is the board's clear, and it's still got the 7/7 because it's immune to fire. So
Yep. Choosing, of
You
course, sequencing kind of interesting there. Chose to save the 1 mana to the end, which I think is the correct way of doing it. He was never going to do anything else except play the Fire Rack unless possibly if he hit a Sarah, but I think he ends up going for the Fire Rack anyway in that spot. And then by saving 1 mana for the end, you leave yourself open to, I mean, we saw a good example of it. First flame adds a second flame to your hand,
Yep.
which might end up being crucial to actually end up clearing the board.
yeah, Torch would have been another one like that.
Yep.
And Grimaldi was hoping that there would be a little bit more of a struggle to clear that. Just gonna go ahead and throw out Wicker Fang. Such an interesting card because you know it can have these high highs of, you know, you buff your whole board, it does insane amounts of damage, and then there's times where it's just sort of like either they remove all the appendages or they remove just the main body, and sort of
Right.
what's left over just isn't that threatening.
Right. Tough choice here. Picking up another Ebb and Flow allows you to be a little bit more efficient this turn. Maybe get your 7/7 to go face instead of having to deal with the Wicker Fang. But discounted Life Bloom does a lot to improve the overall quality of your hand in terms of actually doing things that are proactive. Yeah. It's a little sad because you do end up having to trade now. You're relinquishing basically all of your pressure.
Yep. Just gotta reset, respect the board. Don't want to get, you know, Elise down again.
Yeah, that's true. Still nursing the wounds from the previous game, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at just Broodwatcher, Elise, start to set something up.
I remember this place well.
Looks like Grimaldi agrees for now. Gone back to the 5.
Yeah, lots of 5s in this series. And take a look at that location. Summon 2 raptors and discover spell cost 4 less.
And Kuro now just having to decide how this turn starts because he has the Imidrisil click to come. Life Loom looking pretty appealing. It does lock him out of anything that he would hit off the draws, really, of any great note.
I mean, there would be... I mean, you'd burn a few cards, but you could potentially go, you know, Innervate, Shaladrisil, and then do the refresh. Have the Acera Awakens to clear this board. But it's worked out quite nicely. Honestly, not the best quality 8 drops, but at least
No.
one of them had Rush. Going for a 10.
And Kuro goes straight to the 10, yeah.
Fire Plume Ridge. We don't get to see many of those. Takes the Raptors and attack,
Nice.
which is going to represent two very, very big clears.
And does still have his Wicker Fang to go as well. If a couple of these boards now resolve down, we're very much in a period of the game where they're going to chuck bombs at each other for a few turns here. They're really beefed up to be able to do that. But if we can get this resolved down to a position for Inkuro to drop the Wicker Fang uncontested, that is going to be lethal from basically any position, regardless of how much armor the Druid is able to stack.
Maldi with the welcome home, able to get some immediate clears here. Snap picks discounted Shaladricil.
Of course.
Time is short.
Discounted Ward of Earth as well. Yeah, can just rip that out now. Like it a lot.
I am tired. Your time is up.
What
Whoa!
a roll from Ward of Earth. Not necessarily something you want to have taunt, but just giving Divine Shield to the full board is a huge pain for Inkuro to have to deal with.
Yeah, that is a problem. He is just going to commit the 10 mana location to the board, which I do think is wise. I think if you are going to pick a 10 mana location, you do want to spend the mana to get it into play as quickly as possible. I've seen quite a few games, particularly on ladder. You know, top players will rarely make this mistake where players will pick a 10 mana location and then they'll kind of wait for the perfect opportunity to play it, and you'll find yourself in spots where you can just never spend 10 mana without dying immediately. Even though that was a scary board, and Inkuro just kind of has to accept being behind for one turn here to get it down. If you're going to pick a 10, you do just have to get it in play, get that 10 mana spent, so the next activation is essentially free.
Yeah, and you know, well picked in taking the Raptors' attack, which at minimum sort of defends itself, right? You're not helpless on that 10 mana turn. And Corrupted Shaladricil now.
Yeah, I think Inkuro would have hoped that the four Raptors, Big Savage Roar, would have been able to just straight up answer any board state that Grimaldi was going to generate. But the roll on the Divine Shields has been a real game changer here in terms of how much pressure that he's under.
And the Divine Shield's still present make that Shaladricil play much less appealing, so I think he's going to be looking to build a board here with sort of all the mana refreshes.
Yep.
Ending with a second flame on the 6/1.
Feed my children.
All are nourished when the cycle renews.
I'll be a little careful here, because this is an awful lot of your mana that is being spent when you are yet to see a Marithra this game, which is
True.
could become a potential problem. Only 9 cards remaining in deck.
Yeah, I mean, Grimaldi might be thinking that this is a play to fill up Marithra and empty the hand.
Yeah. Take a look at what Nkuro's got remaining. Still a couple of the biggest bombs still left in there. That Bashana and the Marithra are both hanging on. I think earlier we may have seen Inkuro playing towards that kind of out, which we saw in playoffs, with filling up the hand, condensing the mana into a limited number of treants to improve the potency of the spells. But he has just had to repeatedly commit to board here to be able to deal with how far behind he's been. And honestly, that is in large part due to those free Divine Shields that Grimaldi found out of nowhere, which has really continued the fight back in this series for Grimaldi now.
Yeah, well, and then into the discounted Shaladricil, just presenting a massive board.
Yep.
And also getting to use the fun extra text on the Corrupted Ysera Awakens, where you get to destroy an enemy Ysera immediately.
What to do?
If he had an Innervate, Inkuro would be able to Shaladricil into Bashana Rune Totem and maybe get that guaranteed Typhoon. But as it is. Not going to have the mana to play it. I think he's just going to need to
Time waits for no one.
do this, and through a combination of the Awakens and these minions, clear up as much as possible.
Oh, having to drop the Nightmare as well.
Yeah.
Very, very miserable.
Yeah, and the shuffle on the huge dragon.
Yeah. Fully committing, but it is a big board swing, and he does now get to
Yep.
drop the big minions of his own. Wow, he actually, a little bit of, I don't know if we call it cowardice or careful play, actually playing the smaller of the minions in order to make the hero untargetable.
Yep, yep. I think it's a hedge against Firak, right? Mm-hmm. Because Firak could be able to burn out the rest of this match, but being untargetable makes that not an option.
Grimaldi just burning through cards out of hand, making room for the Marithra that Inkuro is yet to find.
Step forth into the time ways.
No massive hits. But
Yeah,
still,
nothing that really stands out.
yeah.
Except, well, there's the one that does 3 to your board that you can then follow with Heir of Hereafter to make a huge minion.
That's true, yeah. Afflicted Devastator into the buff, yeah, that makes sense. Sadly, like, some of the other dragons just aren't even necessarily big enough to be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, yeah. That's just
There we go.
spotted it.
Yep.
And now, once again, Inkuro having spent all of those spells from the Shaladdersill,
Yep.
might just have to roll the dice on Bashana Rune Totem.
I think so. Not the ideal scenario for it. But I'm not really seeing another out.
Xavius into Twilight Time Reaver? Not quite good enough.
Yeah, the other minions just, that Viper that keeps getting shuffled back in, 2 Brood Watchers, and the Marithra itself.
The Earth Mother cradles us.
Typhoon!
Okay, alright, fine. Yeah, Kuro just went to snap play the Typhoon, and then went, well, I guess I should read the other cards first, I suppose.
Well, but if one of them is Typhoon, you know the other ones spend basically no mana, right?
That's true, yeah.
But it does still potentially have that problem of, Marithra is quite buried.
Yep.
Grimaldi still has access to his big tools in terms of Firak and Bashana.
My hatred.
Grimaldi just has to say, alright, Firak, I need you not to let me down here. Looks like he got a Searing Fissure at the very least, pointing his face around.
Torch,
did not have a
unfortunately, no
target.
hits.
Yeah, there's the fissure.
No Shaladdersill to get discarded by Overheat. That's always a bummer when that happens.
And that was a very underwhelming fire rack in the spot that Grimaldi was in.
It was indeed.
Suddenly, there is just a loose thread of hope for Inkuro to grasp hold of here.
Time is short.
Of course, good news for Grimaldi and Grimaldi fans is that the location already got used up on defensive options from Inkuro, which means there is not going to be any kind of immediate lethal. Immediately draws the Vishara back off the Typhoon. Very nice. Okay.
Yeah, goofy side effect of having, played that Typhoon on the same turn.
Yes.
It also means, though, that Grimaldi has his Marithra back in deck somewhere.
That's true, yeah.
The Earth Mother cradles us.
So, there was potential that if Inkuro had gotten Grimaldi's Marithra, and Grimaldi's one that he played was, on the weaker side, that maybe Inkuro could kind of just survive long enough to really have majority of the value in the end game. But, you know, Grimaldi's still got a lot in the tank.
Gets to gain a nice 12 here from the Underking. Stabilize a little bit.
All right, Ward of Earth on the other side. How does it compare?
Less good.
Not so good.
Yeah. Wow, actually going to trade as well. Okay. Yeah, knows he
you
can't
do-
go face there. There's a secret in play that was cast by something that casts exclusively fire spells, so he knows he is dealing with the explosive trap.
Yep. Mage, there's actually, you know, some question of whether it is the what's it, the sigil, right? Where when you play a minion, it does 6 damage to the minion in excess to their face, or the Flames of the Infinite, which just does infinite damage to their highest health minion.
If only you could combine those two cards into one, then Hearthstone would be fun.
Life cycle on the Bashana for better 7-drop. That is a better 7-drop, but nothing to make use of it except Shaladrosel. Yep.
Okay.
Making the hand space. And we saw this earlier in the event. This Shaladrosel on a minion. This time, Grimaldi has the life total advantage. Oh, no!
What's happening?
The fireball added to hand meant that Dream created a fireball and then burned or destroyed if your hand is full, right? He got the fireball first, then the Dream tries to put the treant in hand. There's no space. It dies instead. I think he's still okay with the fireballs, right? Inkuro knows that he has to find some armor.
Which he did with Ebb and Flow.
But I think Grimaldi is going to go and look back on that one, see if there was something he maybe could have done a little bit differently. It's always when those random rolls happen and you've got to react quickly and the timer's burning.
Yeah, he only had a few seconds to readjust to the Antonidas game plan. But yeah, there's very little defense of what actually happened, right? Like the hand size stuff, sure, that was hard to track, but the blowing up your entire board that was just winning the game if you left it there part, less defensible, I think.
I'm just realizing, was I confused? Did Inkuro actually get Grimaldi's Marithra? I thought from looking at the tracker that it had been the other way around.
Oh.
I think Typhoon does
I am out of space.
kind of confuse trackers considerably.
All are nourished when the cycle renews.
Is there trouble?
Yeah, remains to be seen. Our tracker does say that there are 12 cards remaining in Grimaldi's deck, and it's saying 11 on screen, so there might be some discrepancy going on there. Maybe that is the
Right,
Marithra
right.
that's not being accounted
Yeah.
for, so we'll see.
In which case, you know, Inkuro just has to kind of weather this storm, keep himself out of the range of 2 fireballs. He does know there's a nightmare there, right? So has to clear up the board as much as possible. He's going to be setting up this Heir of Hereafter for a very large taunt.
Yep, just trying to injure as many things as possible here. Get that Viper back in the deck for the 23rd time this game.
Hey, you know, it spends mana, right?
Yeah, it sure does. Wait, what's happening?
We cannot yield.
I think he's deviated from the Heir of Hereafter plan to just
Yeah.
take the full clear and activate the Marithra.
Fine.
Much better Marithra for Inkuro.
In that case, didn't some attacks happen that just never needed to in the first place? Like, can you just have
Yes,
extra
yes.
attacks here?
Yep.
Okay, alright, sure.
And yeah, just every little bit of armor counts. And suddenly, It's seeming to fall away for Grimaldi here.
Well, that's exciting.
It's still not
doesn't help.
quite enough, but
No.
you maybe just spend them? I don't know.
It's like seeing the Antonidas in the first place just triggers this like lizard response in your brain. You're like, okay, they're dead. They have to be dead somehow. And then you see spell damage when you have 2 fireballs and very little hope of anything else happening. Your brain gets back into the same place.
I don't know if there was a missed opportunity on that turn with the Antonidas to nightmare a minion that could attack and go face. I mean, we see.
So what
amount
I
that
think
he's off.
happened, as well as the cards getting burned, I think the cards moving around in his hand as he was
Yeah.
trying to play like 6 different cards in a matter of seconds at the end, just put him in a position where he ended up playing cards that he didn't want to. Like he may have been reaching for Nightmare when he played the Awakens, something like that. But yeah, I think at some point, regardless of whether it can attack or not, you almost want to turn that Nightmare into a fireball anyway, right? Because
Right.
it
More damage,
becomes
easier to
universal
use.
damage. It costs mana, of course, which is much worse, but that's definitely a consideration to have in that spot.
What? I think he thought that was Grumble Crusher? I'm confused.
Does he need the board space for something? Is he just wants to dump cards to recycle the Marithra, maybe? Is the only reason I can come up with to
guess.
make this happen?
But I feel like that's unnecessary.
He's doing it. I mean, there's no dispute that this one's deliberate. If the first one was accidental, he
Right,
wouldn't
right.
be doing it again.
I mean, I guess it is spending mana
Yeah.
to activate all these things, right?
Okay.
Well, all right. Fair enough, Inkuro. Fair enough. I guess, you know what it is? He doesn't actually want to attack face until he feels
Correct.
truly safe.
Yeah, and he doesn't
Because of that explosive
necessarily.
trap.
He doesn't necessarily account for everything that's going on in Grimaldi's hands, so you can look at things like Windpeak Worm, right, to get yourself out of range and get armor gain, just so you don't get randomly scammed by anything that your opponent's doing. I do think it makes sense to go for it. Just looks a little bit strange.
Yeah, well, and in the potential dragons, since it's any class, he could have gotten the priest Alexstrasza, right, which would set himself to 15.
True.
think
Pocket Train
because-
pointing out, who is tracking the game better than our deck tracker is currently, that there is still the natural Shaladrasil left in Grimaldi's deck, which
yes.
is why Nkuro is so desperately fishing to get out of range of the 5.
Right, because he really wants to get to 7 health
Yes.
while keeping Grimaldi from hero powering his face. A little surprised that Grimaldi didn't do... Well, I guess you've got the explosives, so you don't care. Yeah, you can just set everything to 1.
Yep.
I was going to say you could play the Devastator with Nightmare or something, but...
Weird boards. Yeah, right. So you Briar Spawn Drake, your opponent has a minion, so that at least can start to make something happen. However, the only real way you can try and find it or that with this hand that you have is with the Fire Axe, which are going to clear the minion anyway.
Just gonna go for it. I think Inkuro is maybe just gonna say, you know what? Maybe double Farak wins the game here. Or just setting up the taunts and saying I can't play around Shaladrasil.
Yeah, I think he just wants to make another board that represents lethal again, and just
Right.
hope that the draw isn't found here from Grimaldi.
Yeah, you know, I think initially made sense to make space in the hand. You might hit, you know, a heal dragon. And now he just has to hope.
Oh,
One more
Viper,
draw!
no!
One more
Not
draw!
like this! The Viper can't win the game!
Oh, no! The absolute worst card in the deck at 20 mana. And that is going to be it for Grimaldi. Very
What?
tough game.
What an absolute nail biter at the end. I think the game state that we ended up in there was, one of the most complex that we've seen in this tournament. One of the most complex we've seen for a while. I'm not trying to pile on either of the players here. There were some minor mistakes, particularly from Grimaldi's side, right? But sometimes that is the level, right? It's entirely possible to win high-level Hearthstone tournaments without being put in situations that complex. But really, maximizing your odds to be a consistent performer, to always put yourselves in those positions. And that's part of the level of what comes into it, right? Is being able to navigate those positions consistently. That was incredibly difficult for Grimaldi to find the line through, largely just because of time allocation, right? The Antonidas appeared so late in the turn.
Right. Yeah. Rope was already burning.
The rope was already burning, and he just had to scramble to find his way through. But in the end, that turned out to be a game-losing turn for him, as Nkuro is going to be the one to join Curfew going through to our top 8 from Group C, joining our successful players from yesterday. We'll move on very shortly to Group D. But what have you made of Group C overall, Edelweiss?
Yeah, I mean, these mirrors really make for some intense back and forths, right? Because you've got roughly the same tools to go one way or the other. And so whether it's, Twilight Mistress Pong or Bashana Rune Totem Typhoon rolls, it makes for some very, very intense long games.
Yeah, brutal game, really well done from Nkuro, I think. Incredibly difficult game to navigate your way through, but that's what we're here for. We want these high-level games with difficult situations to get through, and we love to see player decisions and player agency making big differences at this kind of high-stakes situation. So great stuff. Congratulations to Nkuro. Commiserations once again to another Brazilian player. I'm sure that we're going to see big things coming out of Brazil in the very near future if they keep up this level in Hearthstone overall. But we're done with Group C now. We're going to move forward to Group D, which will be our final one of the day, our final one of the weekend before we move into top 8 on Sunday. Go grab yourself a drink, glass of water, stay hydrated, but come right back because we've got Group D coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Championships. We found 6 of our Sunday competitors, but we still need to find 2 more as we move on to Group D. This group contains Maxibon, Monkey Flip, Win Brownie, and Fatty. And we have Pocket Train to talk to about that. Who do you fancy from this group? There's an obvious choice. Is it the obvious choice?
Well, the obvious choice is my caster prediction, the only choice, Maxibon 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he's he's in good form. He just came through the playoffs despite not qualifying through ladder, and I think he's well poised to take the whole tournament. And my pick for the tournament, maybe my pick for the World Championship at the end of the year, but it's a bit too early to say that.
I don't know, I said it earlier about Nkuro, and he just got through without any trouble whatsoever. So if you didn't see that last match, it's well worth a look. Honestly, it was fantastic. There's the group as it stands, but yes, just a quick talk about the players. Maxibon, winner of Summer Championships 24, second in Spring 25, and then made it to 2 World Championships 24 and 25. This is 26, he's getting better each time, so obviously a very strong contender. And even if he doesn't get through this tournament, he has a pretty strong chance, as long as he carries on doing what he's doing, of getting there on points. So this is like a safety net for him at the moment, and he enjoys playing Hearthstone and winning $10,000. It's things he enjoys doing. On the other side of things, Fatty, I highlighted Fatty in Banter's chat a few weeks ago. I'm doing sort of some stats and stuff from months behind. I'm way behind the curve on the stats, but Fatty's name just kept coming up and up and up in all the qualifiers as somebody who's constantly 6'2", 5'3", 5'3". So I messaged him, asked him a bit about what it's like to be here. He wants some shout outs to his teammates, Polish Wall, which is Tarkin, Gamebreaker, Janek, Sadaru, and Zeno. Zeno's a blast from the past. Zeno used to be a very strong player back in the day. And he just wanted us to know that he played the whole of the playoffs on a laptop miles from home in a lake somewhere, and the internet kept cutting out, and he was playing like Rogue and Druid for the first time, and 3 times he had to finish the games on his phone. So I think he's probably quite good, honestly.
I'm just very distracted by Maxi's camera right now.
Oh, is he trying to gabby it? Or
No,
is he just very tired?
It's just he's very tired. So I sent him a little message earlier wishing him luck because, he's a bit of a friend of mine and he was my pick. So I thought, send him a nice little message, and he said he'd lock in for my packs, but he was feeling quite tired. He didn't sleep too well. So I think he's giving himself a little bit of a pep up to try and keep himself focused during this series.
And it's going to be an interesting series, right? Because it looks like it's another mirror match with Druid, Hunter, Mage, and Rogue, and it is in that regard. But Maxi has the Companion Hunter. He has the Imbue version of the Rogue, the version that I think me, you, and Sottle all prefer for ladder.
Yes.
And that's led to different bans.
Yeah, so most of the good decks lineups, like Maxi's lineup himself, is banning the face hunter on site. But Fatty, since Maxi doesn't have that hunter, is able to deviate from his ban and ban the next strongest deck in Maxi's lineup, which is in my opinion, and Fatty's opinion, clearly the Marithra Druid, which I think is just such a strong all-round deck. It's very nice to get that out of the series.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm a little bit sad because I wanted to see Companion Hunter versus Face Hunter because I have opinions on that matchup. But there we go.
Welcome to the world.
Companion Hunter's favoured, and I don't think people think it is. I know
Yeah.
you actually agree with me.
I
Someone
do
safe
agree with
ground, but yeah.
I formed my opinion initially based on something Rekfam said, who has a lot more experience with the deck than me. Maybe that devalues it somewhat. But Winter Spring Whelp...
It wouldn't be a Masters Tour broadcast unless we said something about Rekfam to be idiots about him. Bless him.
Yeah, Winter Spring Whelp, probably the best pick off the Scrappy Scavenger. Finds another Discover, so we can just keep chaining it and try and get to his quest reward, because they're both sort of racing at the moment. Maxi trying to progress his companion game plan, get his companions ramped up as fast as possible, and Fatty is trying to complete his quest as fast as possible and get that rolling before Maxi's got his big companions online to properly stave off the board.
1 is by far the best number for this card, right?
Yes, yes. So many Discover options. Like you've got, I think Sands of Time is probably in the pool, even though it's not a class card. But yeah, you've got the Whelp, you've got Spark of Life. There are probably others, none spring to mind, but it feels like the highest Discover dense, and also if you are going to spend mana on a discover, you would always want it to be 1 mana because it means you've got as much of the rest of your turn to use playing your other cards as well.
Yeah, it's very I don't know, it's not the first thing you think of when you want to play the cards. Like, oh, I want to get as much mana as possible out of my card value. No, you want to just play your cards and get more discovers. It's far more fun that way.
And this is why we're seeing Fatty go for the Ruined Orb rather than the Sleet Storm, even though that has the cleaner clear, which would preserve his 2/1 on board. But using the Ruined Orb progresses his quest and allows him to pair it with, I assume, probably the Sands of Time after this. After he... It's not the best 3 options. Probably the Leyline.
They're pretty rough.
Yeah. The Leyline probably does just about average out to be the best one, but it's unlikely going to be played this game. Although it does give him crucially an answer to a Neri that he might not have otherwise have had. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Neri's got 5 health. I'm waffling.
You'll be okay. It's fine. That's why you're here.
Be wrong about things. Just
No, you're here to be right about things, but you are here to waffle. Of course, I can't do it all alone. It's Raven's job. We did that one yesterday. Anyway. You're just going to try and stick the Neri? Even if it doesn't stick, it's a massive distraction and a real pain, except it's not with the second pickup of the Scuffles here. Don't like those.
Yeah, not fantastic options.
Weirdly, they would be in some situations, but this is definitely not the situation.
Maybe just the Chrono Daggers because it feels more efficient. He could have actually killed the... Oh, he can kill... I'm talking nonsense again. Yeah, with the double storage...
That's what I say about picking up the second Stuffle. Yeah,
yes.
It was a good pickup. Blah, blah.
Yeah, he has got very few cards in hand and only 1 discover option, so Fatty's game plan does seem to be stalling just a little bit, even though he did seem to get off to quite a rapid start.
Yeah, weirdly, the odd map might help sort him out next turn. There's quite a lot of things that go right from that card.
Yeah, Maxi as well is being really, really slow in progressing his companions. He hasn't found the Tame Pet, which is by far the best card to find in the early game. You put it in, it draws a card, progresses through your deck, thins your deck, and obviously upgrades your companions, and crucially goes into the Confront the Tol'vir, so that just starts ramping up so fast once you start getting that online.
Yeah, I think the Cease to Exist pick was a nod to the fact that later on things might get messy. So
yeah.
Okay, he's going to choose to use it now anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, because the alternative was just probably too bad on board.
Yes.
Could have played out the Leyline though. Would have minded to see it. Yeah, Maxi just forced to play some Murlocs because this hand is looking a bit atrocious, which... Yeah, I had this experience. I picked Maxi and then I tested this Hunter on ladder a bit and I thought, oh god, have I think I might have shot my shot a bit too soon here, because this Companion Hunter does just get a lot of hands like this when you don't get the Tame Pet, where you're just sitting there doing not really much at all, and if your opponent is off to a fast start, then you're just playing from behind for so much of the game. This
is one of those decks where playing the deck 500 times instead of playing it 50 times makes a massive difference.
Yes.
Like, my experience with Companion Hunter is it beats everything always. But that's because I always have Tame Pet in my opening hand, and then the game's a lot easier. But if you play it 500 times, that all works itself out, and you soon realise, actually, it doesn't always do that at all, does it? And the problem is, people say, well, just look at the stats. The problem is, if you're Maxi Bomb, the stats don't apply to you, because there's only 10 people in the world on your level that matter, like in terms of producing stats.
Yeah.
So they're just no use to you.
I think now with this sudden quest completion from Fatty and that huge wall of taunts that he's put up, Maxi's probably just too far behind in this game. It's I'm struggling to see a way back, but yeah, he will have the reps on this deck, and if you are going to bring Companion Hunter, you have experienced games like this where your hand is just a bit clunky and you figure out how to cobble together just enough ways to survive and ramp your beasts up. So I'm curious to see how Maxi tries to stave this off, although I don't fancy his chances here.
This is a very Maxi Bond style deck, actually, like compared to what we have available at the moment anyway. Survive, do your thing, win is very much a Maxi strategy. Obviously, this is a very different way of doing it, but he is one of the best players at surviving with minimal equipment in the whole world.
Yep. Another Sprite Historian as well. We didn't mention an interesting inclusion. I think Maxi himself has this in his mage as well, just to give you, because there are already quite a few dragons in the deck, just to give you one extra discover that's just dragons are most likely going to be quite high stat, high cost minions. So I quite like the inclusion that they've had here. I don't think a lot of players in the tournament do have it.
Just so you know, the current pool for Maxi is on 6. It's Evergreen Stag, and then Ulfa and Scalehide Kodo. So the Stag's the big deal. The other two are pretty grim.
Yes, but these aren't fantastic Raptor Herald options from Fatty. Seems to be having connection issues, similarly to what you.
I hope he's not by the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rip the phone out again.
His camera seems to be okay, so hopefully he'll get back in.
Yeah, I imagine that he's actually. Yeah, I imagine that he's actually prepared a lot more comfortably for this tournament.
But that Raptor Herald, not as big as we've seen this tournament. So I think potentially gives Maxi a little bit more of a window to survive a couple of extra turns. Maybe find that Tolvir. Maybe find what's the 7 mana spell called? I've forgotten the name. It is Roam Free, and yes, ramp up his companions just about enough. But he does need something as soon as possible.
This is nice, isn't it? Your first time really on the big stage. Obviously, we did get to see Fatty in the playoffs. First on the big stage, 0-0 against Maxi Bon. You're in a fairly good-looking spot, and you have to just sit here and chill. Yeah,
it's not ideal, but you do need to keep your head a bit. I know that it on my first time on stream, I panicked so much, and like I was going in as the more well-known player. There was a lot of pressure on me, and I just got 3-0'd very quickly because it just got to me. And I think
what was your first time on stream?
It was. I think you might have been casting. It was DreamHack 3-headed Dragon.
Yes, I remember
online.
Yeah.
In top 16 against Mikolop, and who I believe is Polish as well, just like Fatty. Yeah, it was last hero standing, and I just got swept by his Miracle Rogue.
Wow, yeah, that tournament was interesting. That was all of the DreamHack that was offline.
Yes.
Online, sorry. The online DreamHack, yeah. Anyway, we are back. Fatty waited out the internet. He is struggling here.
Yeah,
obviously he has Coin Call of the Wild to make a stag to stay alive, but that's just using your resources up.
Yeah, it's not winning the game. He needs this Call of the Wild to do a lot more, and that Tame Pet pickup is huge because the key stabilization tool in this hunter is the. Oh, I really should have learned the name of it. The 410 Lifesteal guy from Demon Hunter on 7 mana.
That guy, yeah. It's the 410 Lifesteal guy that costs 7. That's the only card you need to know.
So that is the main stabilization tool. Get your animal companions to 7 mana. Get that because it's very likely to hit.
I've just remembered. It's Mythical Terror.
Yes, it is indeed.
I didn't look anywhere.
Yeah, it's a 75% chance to hit because there are only 4/7 drops in the pool.
Yeah, it was there.
And so yeah, you expect to hit it, and that is your main stabilization tool. Because most of the time with Companion Hunter, you will find yourself lower on health as the game goes on. But Maxi, oh wait, no, he hasn't ramped his companions at all. Yeah, I thought he was closer to the 7 than he actually is.
I think he was on 7 briefly, and then
okay.
I think our tool might be having a moment. We're on 8 now.
Yeah, we're on 8 now. We're good. Yeah.
Meadow Strider, Magma Hound, and Ursoc. Now on 9.
Now we're on to 9.
Got the Krog, big 9-1.
Krog is a big deal. Yeah, so on 8 the key one is Dracorex. On 9 the key is Krog for dealing with the board. But unfortunately,
if you're dead,
yes, if you're dead, none of that matters because this ley line that he picked earlier with those rubbish options, just that little bit of face damage that he needed to get over the line here. Because if you give Maxi one more turn here, there's every chance that he could have stabilized.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to 9, you do your stuff, then you get to 10, and you start getting armor back with your Tortella, and then you're done. Game over. But Fatty knew his stuff, picked up that damage earlier on, and takes a 1-0 lead. This is the winner's match, just to be clear. Maxi beat Monkey Flip, and Fatty beat Win Brownie. He reverse swept the Shaman to get through that, so...
Yeah, and I think with the start of this game, the questions do have to be asked about this Companion Hunter, because the No-Hand Hunter's been doing incredibly well in this tournament, being banned pretty much on sight, and when it hasn't been banned, it's just been winning anyway. So so it's a big call to bring the Companion Hunter instead of it, and starting off 0-1 in a matchup that the No-Hand Hunter would have absolutely loved to see against a Mage is not a great sign for the lineup here from Maxi.
Yeah, well, it would have been banned, right? And you'd rather have your Druid up than your Companion Hunter. So if that Hunter would have been banned, the Companion Hunter wouldn't have been here. So again, it's one match. You can't say that it's the wrong call. You can obviously say it's a call that didn't work out. There's very few wrong calls in these tournaments, at least you know, at the time.
It had merit, but the stats in this tournament so far don't make for fantastic reading for the Companion Hunter bringers.
Also, I'm not sure about bringing Companion Hunter if you're intending to ban regular Hunter. Again, I think it's quite favoured, so I would say that. But if you're banning the other Hunter, I think you're taking away one of your fairly good matchups. I think if you look at the stats, it's 50-50 almost on the nose. But I think at the top level, I think Companion's slightly better.
I think maybe the key thing there was perhaps thinking more people would play stuff like Egg Warrior, Egg Priest, and Demon Hunter.
Yes.
If you expect that a bit more, then Companion Hunter is certainly the better Hunter, because those decks are basically designed to beat up on the Face Hunter.
Fatty did bring Egg Warrior to the playoffs. And you know who you're in your group with, you know who your first match is, so maybe Maxi factored that in, and Fatty dodged it.
Yeah, and Maxi did also prep with Yala, who did bring the Egg Warrior himself, I believe. So there might have been some level of slight bias on the sample there, thinking, maybe they overrated the overall sample of Egg Warrior in the tournament, and like the tendency of players to go control. But I can't speak for them, but that's just a speculation.
No, but quite a few players did stick with what they had in the playoffs, because meta's not shifted a huge amount since. And Fatty is one of the players who did decide to do something different. So maybe they correctly guessed that most players wouldn't shift and then ran into the person who did. Like, that's the thing that can happen too, right?
Yeah, I mean, Companion Hunter still, it's not a terrible deck. It's just, it's really hard to justify with how good the Face Hunter numbers are in this tournament. It's doing unbelievably
Face Hunter's
well.
the deck of the tournament.
It's just by far the best deck, and nothing even comes close. I think it's like banned almost every series, and it's got like, what is it, like an 80 to 90% win rate aside from that, I want to say. I haven't checked the numbers.
Yeah. It probably hasn't played enough to get up to 90. It's probably 80.
True.
It's probably 4 out of 5 or something. It's always a shame when one of the decks is a massive performer by being banned a lot, because you don't get to see why it's so good. I think if you play ladder, Face Hunter is absolutely not that impressive. I think you have to play it absolutely bang on to make it the best deck.
I mean, we did see it with Ryan earlier when he was bringing the Dragon Warrior, so he had to ban the Druid instead of the Face Hunter, and then the Face Hunter queued into that Dragon Warrior straight away, played a Tolvir, the game was over. The Warrior couldn't really contend with that, so it's it does seem like the lineups that are trying to do something a little bit different by either leaving Hunter up or not bringing it are suffering a lot more. I think the deviations that some people have taken by just going full aggro haven't necessarily been punished in that sense, but the deviations that people have gone for, which sort of switches the ban rather than the overall lineup, that is getting punished far more.
Sottle's weighed in that it's 85% right now.
80 to 90, that's
so it's not a bad guess. Yeah, nice estimating, Pocket. Have more faith, man. You knew all along.
Just you can't teach this kind of talent, can you?
Apparently not. You just can't teach that. They
Next
tried
game
to teach me for years and years.
I think next game we do have Maxi's Mage against Fatty's Druid. There is, interestingly enough, Fatty is one of the few Druids, as well as Maxi actually, in this tournament that doesn't have the Viper in the deck. He's actually opted for a Demolition Renovator instead, which I think is a very, very strong nod to expecting probably some more Demon Hunters, more than the, I think, 3 total there are in the tournament.
I think there were 3, yeah.
Yeah, and they
Weirdly
all
enough, the
in day
3
one.
people who brought them to playoffs in aggro took them out and put in Shaman. So other people have done other things with their Demon Hunters to bring them in.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Demon Hunter a lot more in the anti-control kind of idea, and anti-aggro, idea, as a control deck rather than aggro deck, which is quite interesting that it kind of, in some way, slots into both lineups. But I do think it is far more at home paired with something like an Egg Warrior than it is with the aggro decks, because it does seem like quite a big weak link against Druid.
Yeah, I think Demon Hunter just doesn't go at the right speed for some of these decks, right? Against Mage, it does weird things by not killing the Mage and then letting the Mage complete the quest and then losing.
Yeah.
Even though on paper the cards are better 1 for 1. It's really strange. I think it's a good read not to bring it. I'm assuming that
What, not to bring
Fatty's
Demon?
shaking his internet connection or something.
Yeah, there's apparently a slight issue.
Oh, there's another issue, yeah.
Getting into the game,
Not
but
Fatty's fault.
hopefully not too far off now. I think looking at the mage list from Maxi, weirdly enough, Maxi's and Fatty's lineups seem quite similar. I think that does sort of say something about the sort of circles they move in terms of the Hearthstone community as well. Like we see them a lot in the McBanterface's channel, and so talking to a lot of the same people. And while they almost certainly wouldn't have prepped together, actually, yeah, they definitely didn't. They probably would have gone into this tournament with quite similar preconceptions, which is why I think that this mage list looks very, very similar. A lot of people have gone for the Techisaurus, but they've both got the top end of the Xavius, Morchi, and Altered Time. The only real difference is there's a mirror dimension in Fatty's list, whereas both of them do have the Nether Sprite Historian that I mentioned earlier. And I'm not sure the rest of the tournament contains a single other mage that does. So yeah, very much moving in the same kind of circles. So I think that is why these lists look quite similar. I'm also, I'm curious. I feel like if Fatty of all people would have gone for Imbue, but
I just realised I was talking nonsense earlier, but I got lucky. Sorry, Maxi's first opponent was Monkey Flip, who played Egg Warrior and Egg Priest in the playoffs, and is known for bringing wacky stuff. And then he's got Fatty as well, who also brought Egg Warrior to the playoffs.
Okay.
So that might be a nod for the Companion Hunter being a better pick.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong reason for that. It's always really weird going into these tournaments, going, okay, I know what they could do, I know what they like doing, but no one's really truly predictable apart from, I think in this tournament, Diggo. Everyone knew who's going to play
apart
aggro.
from you.
Well, Diggo plays aggro every single tournament. He's a fantastic aggro player, so if aggro's good, you know Diggo's bringing it, and that served him well.
Right.
I'm sure his whole group will have known that he was bringing it, but he still got out of the group. He still made it to top 8 Sunday and has a very good shot to make it to the World Championship off the back of that. Sometimes it is just good to be predictable because you know everyone knows what you're going to do, but sometimes they still can't stop you. But it's always a difficult thing because you don't want to overreact to what other people are doing. You kind of want to be the one that's forcing the issue yourself. You want them to have to worry about you. You know, like I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Kind of mentality.
Yeah. And we are talking with, like, he's only changed Face Hunter to Companion Hunter. They do have quite similar win rates. They do have vaguely similar matchups, even though they're very different decks.
Yes.
And if your group is doing that and you could tweak it a little bit without ruining your lineup, I think that makes sense. On the other side, you are seeing the punish now.
Yeah. I think going into this tournament, I probably would have leaned towards Companion Hunter based on sort of preconceptions of stats and stuff, but I would have been completely wrong because No Hand Hunter looks just unbelievably good with how kind of generic a lot of the lineups are here. I think it's maybe a case of a little bit of overthinking. Like I did this at the World Championship last year. I didn't bring the I didn't bring the best deck in the game, which was Discover Hunter, to the last World Championship, because I just kind of overthought. I ran through some hoops in my head and thought, okay, the field is really predictable. I'm going to try and exploit that, and that made me go around to not bringing by far the best deck in the tournament. And I do sometimes worry that players like Maxi, players like Yala, or the players with Companion Hunter this tournament might have done a little bit of that themselves.
Possibly. I do think it's amazing. I think there's like 2 Egg Warriors or 1 Egg Warrior and no Priest in the whole tournament, though. Like, because that lineup, if somebody had just brought Control Warrior, Control Priest, and some stuff, that might have just gone all the way in this field. Like,
maybe
leave up the Hunters,
Yeah.
tell them they can't get through those eggs, off you go, have some fun. That might have just been the pick. So you'd have to get that right. Let's have a look at Maxi while we're waiting for things to happen. Fun fact, I mean, it's not really fun, it's a really interesting fact, but 2 World Championship appearances. 24-25. Top 16, top 8, so top 4 this year?
Yeah, this is a lot of accolades for someone who's only been competing for basically the last 2 years. I think 2024 was the first year he had a proper crack at it. I remember he was playing ladder in 2023 when I was competing the most. He was sort of in and around it, a fairly high legend player, but he was never getting those top finishes to qualify for stuff. And then 24 came around. He was just a completely different animal. He was getting high legend ladder finishes. I think he won his very first Masters tour he ever played, which that shouldn't be allowed. That's not good for the ego whatsoever.
That's a bit naughty. That, yeah. Normally we say, oh, here's the new ladder player. They're up and coming. It takes a while to settle in. What are you doing, winning? No.
Yeah, you need
That's
at
not the
least
script.
3 tragic second places before that can happen to you. You can't just have it all your own way.
Yeah.
And then he didn't have the rub of the green in his first World Championship appearance. I think it might have been an 0-2. Things didn't quite go his way. He made one little mistake that got incredibly punished, but that does happen at the top level. And then he dusted himself off, came back the next year, came second in the first Master Tour of the year, I think. Qualifying to Worlds, first time of asking again. He looked a lot more accomplished at the last year's World Championship as well. And I think a lot of people thought he was just going to go all the way and win it. That didn't happen. I think he got knocked out in top 8. And then, back again this year. And I think he's someone that there feels like there's a bit of inevitability about him. I feel like he will be at the World Championship. And if he keeps going at this rate, he's going to win one at some point.
Yeah, I feel that way about Inkoro, but Inkoro is kind of a year behind Maxi in terms of rise to the top. I think Inkoro's been around longer as it happens, but I think in terms of sort of meteoric rise, Inkoro only in the last 18 months has really become, hey, this guy, he's good. We need to watch out for him.
Yes, definitely. I think Inkuro, his name's been around for as long as I've been competing. I think just sort of sit one of those players simmering under the surface a little bit. I think he qualified to 1 Masters Tour in 2023, and it was like there would just be 1 appearance here and there. But it's not until now that he's getting that sort of consistency in ladder and tournament results, which has put himself in the conversation as certainly one of the best players in the world right now.
Yeah, my notes on him for 2022 aren't particularly complimentary. They just sort of say that he was just an average good player, basically, at 22. Let's have a look at Fatty. I already told you the stories. If I saved my information and waited for a possible moment where, we could possibly need to fill, I'd be able to tell that story now. But I did it right because we're straight into game number 3. Maxi won game 2 off stream. We had spectator issues, I'm afraid. So sorry about that, but we are now live with game 3. And it's the Rogue Mirror?
Yes,
Maxi
it
is on the
Imbue
version, which I think everybody here prefers.
Yes. And if it goes wrong, then we'll just say you got unlucky. I think that's the plan. I do think specifically Maxi's list is quite well teched for the mirror. He's still got the top end of Twilight Mistress and stuff. I think we did see some Imbue lists originally just cut that top end, which I really wasn't in favor of because it feels like just the strongest thing the deck does pretty much. And he is also running a 1-off Nightmare Fuel and the Mirex, which are both very good cards in this matchup. Whereas Fatty also has the Mirex, but he has fit in a Rustrot Viper, isn't able to fit in the abuse stuff, it does have 2 Nightmare Fuels. So I think they have both got lists that are slightly more geared towards the mirror than they could be, but I would still give Maxi's list the slight edge with the imbue stuff.
I'd definitely give it the slight edge if you draw both Bitter Bloom Knights and
Yes.
go first. I think that's a very important thing to do.
Yeah, I would still say
start
that
generating.
yeah, Herald is still the priority over imbue. It is better, I would say, but
Yeah.
I do think just the imbue stuff, it's there to sort of fill in your mana curve rather than be a coherent game plan in itself. You know, it's like a little package. You are still Herald Rogue, so I think
I remember this place well.
Fatty's hand probably does equate to being slightly better because he does have that Rite of Twilight potentially with Shadow Demise and the Ultraxion, so he can progress his Heralds all the way to 4 before Maxi as it stands. But Maxi does have the benefit of the increased early game pressure with this Bitter Bloom Knight.
He also gets 2 goes at everything, right? Like he can Herald and Imbue, means he gets to draw more
Yes.
stuff, means he gets looks at more cards. They're going to be cheap because it's double Bitter Bloom when he chooses to start going that way. Although he is going for the early pressure, taking a rare 5-drop here from Elise.
Yeah, I think did he take copy there?
Let's have a look.
Yes, he did indeed. So copy, I like the choice, and because he picked that meant he didn't attack with his 4-1 here, so that he can copy it and get more heralds. So he is compensating for his herald disadvantage by getting extra copies through this Elise location, which I think is in a fantastic spot. I think that is a big reason why he opted for the 5, because there's no copy in the 1 mana pool.
Yeah. Thing is also, you know, he was ahead on board. That could be good for buffs. It could have been, you know, Raptors. So there weren't many misses, but obviously the reason he went for it is the one you've described.
I think opting for the Deja Vu, which is a very good card in any matchup where the opponent is doing things that your deck itself wants to do, with heralds and big dragons in the mirror. Obviously, you want extra copies of the cards you intentionally put in your deck, but unfortunately, from Fatty, he didn't find any of those big high value cards. These aren't the greatest Nightmare Fuel options either. The Twilight Mistress is, got to be the pick, but you really would have liked to see a Sinestra, an Ultraxion, a follower, just something that heralds.
Yes. Not even ahead on board to compensate for the fact he's behind on the Imbue / Herald stakes either.
He does opt to cash in the 4 damage, even though the
Ooh.
yeah, and this Opie off the top is probably the main reason why, because he knows that quite a lot of the time Fatty's play here would be coin Opie and just invalidate that 4 damage anyway.
Glad Fatty slowed down a bit. He was going quite quickly, playing at Maxi's pace for a minute there, which maybe that's his normal pace, but I tend to find that if you're the newer player on stream at least, and you start to fall to your opponent's speed, then that usually ends badly.
This is fantastic use of Behemoth Mask, by the way. I feel like you never see that played. Like, it's one of those cards that's just, oh, I've got something expensive, I'm not going to play it. But I like that Fatty's doing the sort of slightly unconventional play of, I'm going to play my expensive Herald spell, and because it's just so good on board. He was behind on board, he was lower on health, and now he's completely flipped the script on Maxi, who now has to really deal with this huge threat on board.
Yeah, this is going to cost a lot of stuff. It's going to be cleared, obviously, but because everything always is, but it's going to use a lot of resources and a lot of mana.
Yeah, I'm looking at maybe at least for a 1, play Glacial Shard to freeze the 8/7, perhaps Voltaic Burst to deal with the 2/1. Could also save the Voltaic Burst for next turn, because then he can combo that with his location and get a copy of a Rusher for 3, as a 3/3, which I think he actually might lean towards instead, because this 2/1's not really much of a threat. It's getting cleaned up by the location Death Rattle anyway.
I thought we might take the Shadow there, just for extra flexibility. But...
Yeah, that is interesting. Shadow Demise is very often the one of the premium picks.
He just doesn't like the spells in hand particularly enough.
Yeah, it's just extra utility. You don't actually have a spell in hand you'd like to copy, so you're just giving yourself something that impacts the board is probably a good bit of reasoning.
I
And
don't
with
do
that-
enough what Fatty just did here. Is just play my 6-4. I don't care if it combos. I've got a 6-4
Yeah.
stealth on the board with an 8-7. Here's some stuff you've got to kill because you're in trouble.
Yeah, you don't
no
always
ways
need
of
that dopamine hit of yellow card, and so it must be good.
Kill
It's
4
still
minions.
just a solid effect. You're threatening Maxi's health
Kill
quite a lot.
minion. Kill a minion, draw a card, threaten to do 6. That's
Yeah.
fine, thank you.
Yeah, this Chrono Dagger's pickup is looking excellent for Maxi.
Yes. It's always fun to track where I would have deviated, properly deviated, not just sort of I might have deviated for a good player's play and see how it turns out. And, inevitably it turns out looking fantastic like this.
Yeah, and he does opt to copy the Soldier of Sinestra in order to get another spell and juice up this hand a little bit more, because he's not really content with the options he's got at his disposal at the moment. I'm not sure Jump Scare is exactly what he would have been hoping for.
Okay, so I guess it's time for Fatty to start planning, but
Yep, well, that Deathwing
because
is a
this coming
plan.
up, but this made it a bit easier. Yeah, this just made it a lot easier.
Yep, fully heralded, cleanly can fit in the hero power next turn if he so chooses. Just the perfect pickup.
Oasis Ally, quite a good one as well here. It's only the one turn, but it'll be an annoying one turn if it's in play.
Maxi, despite us talking so much about the imbue, he actually hasn't clicked that hero power at all yet, I don't think.
I don't think he has. I've been thinking how differently I play this deck. It's like I'll be clicking lows, trying to find nice, good, exciting stuff, and he's just making tempo like a
Yes,
sensible human being.
I think the imbue hero power is a lot more to fill out the curve rather than be a proactive game plan. You don't go, oh, I'm gonna click the button and it's gonna give me the best options in the world.
Yeah.
You do it because you've got nothing else to do most of the time, and Maxi has been spoiled for choice in terms of options for most of the game. He's just had ways to spend all his mana, so he hasn't needed to click the hero power. But despite that, he does find himself fairly far behind in this game with this Deathwing impending for Fatty.
Yeah, well, Fatty's just deciding to make a couple of big things on board relentlessly and make you deal with them. And Maxi's been on the defensive since about turn 4.
I like this
No joy for the
attempt from
owner.
Maxi to force the King Lane into the hand, because you can just sometimes win on the spot if you just give yourself
Yes.
the chance to get lucky there. I like the little threat check. Just give it a chance. Even
think
though
it's
not the
just-
most likely.
No, it's what you said as well, but it's also identifying that he needed to go for that, I think.
Yes.
He realises that he's on the back foot in this one, which isn't completely obvious considering the things he's done. So,
I think a lot of the time you assume you're on the back foot if the opponent's heralded 4 times and you have neither Deathwing or
Yes,
Sinestra
fair.
set up in your own hand. You give them some
Fair,
level of credit
honestly.
to have those cards themselves. Does have the Sinestra available, but if you were to play it, it wouldn't be fully heralded.
need to connect as well.
Yeah, he'd need to hit something very, very good, and he does go for it because nothing else in his
Okay.
hand was really doing much at all. Flight of the Firehawk and Ward of Earth are not good pickups, so he just have to heal or photosynthesis. But I think this will probably just leave him. Yeah,
Dead?
I don't think he was dead on board, but he was just too far behind to win. He's taking all but 2 damage, and that is a spot you cannot win from.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not, you can get healing, but it's not reliable. You've got to invest mana to get it. It's not going to deal with the board and heal unless you're Gabby and get double Holy Nova, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, it's not going to happen. And 2-1 to Fatty. Reminder, this is the winner's match. The winner of this one goes automatically through to Sunday. The loser drops down to the lower bracket to fight again.
Yeah,
Just
and
the Druid.
yeah, one more chance for Fatty to dethrone my caster prediction as well, which I hope that doesn't happen. I'm not going to hide my bias. I've been made fun of enough for my predictions in the past. I need one to go my way. But yeah, with this druid, I'm curious to see how it goes against the companion hunter, because I feel like the druid is one of those decks that will give the hunter a lot more time to ramp up its companions.
It does, yeah.
So
just
yeah,
to be
the
clear,
mage-
because it's not clear on the
Go ahead.
bottom, Maxi did win with Mage, so the regular reverse sweep is not, the regular sweep is not there. The Mage is out of there for Maxi. That's the one saving grace he has.
Yes, this I feel like I still probably favor the druid in this matchup against the companion hunter, so I would give Fatty quite a strong edge in this series. Although if Maxi does find his way through this upcoming game, then I do think Rogue does have a slight edge against druid, ever so slight. It can easily go both ways, but yeah, that is a matchup that's played out so many times. So I think we have quite good, reliable stats on it at this point. But yeah,
This is interesting for Fatty. Obviously, you want all of these cards, but you don't want all of these cards together. So
not always. Although with the Xavius, it's actually not so bad because you can pick up some other stuff to ramp into. You've got the information that you've got the ramp, so then you can just freely pick a big minion to find. I'm actually just choosing to keep the tracking because finding that tame pet is just so important. So his game plan in the early turns will just be do everything I can to find tame pet.
Fatty waits for one turn, doing the counting, expecting something big off the Xavius to get so much mana. Oh, and that's big as well. That's coming down so early.
Sisters, my instinct
Yeah, if he chooses, he can just go acceleration or a +3 at next turn. The Maxi, these are not really the options you want. He goes for Arcane Shot just because it's cheap, easy to play, and it will go into his Confront the Tolvir later on. But it's definitely would have been looking for some form of card draw or to dig towards his tame pet itself.
I can't resist this. I don't even know it's right, but it's got to be close to right. I want to play Rune Totem on turn 4. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, it can't be. If it's wrong, it can't be very wrong. Like, there's no way.
Exactly, yeah.
Because you really want to limit the amount of time Raxi has to ramp up his companions. You want to force the issue as soon as you can.
Okay. It's time.
I think a lot of players would Xavius to dig for exactly Wickerfang there, but since Fatty's already seen a sister, then he knows that Sylvanas is always a threat at this point to clear up the Wickerfang.
Get in.
He did get the
Wild,
Typhoon.
Innovate. Typhoon.
Yeah, the Typhoon.
That'll be handy a lot later.
Yeah, weirdly, one of the few spots you don't really want to hit Typhoon off Bashana because you're not expecting to be too far behind on board. But yeah, if this game does stretch late, which it very possibly could, then that Typhoon will be potentially crucial in dealing with Maxi's large companion boards later on.
Time Reaver in hand as well, but he needs something to do now, which we're into Xavier's territory suddenly.
Oh, just the 1 mana off that Ysera. That would have been perfect here.
Really would.
Ah, that Innovate. Just taunting him.
Yeah. Here's what you could have won.
Yeah, Thunder King, like it's 7 mana 6/6 doesn't seem great, but when you've ramped this much, it's not really a 7 mana 6/6. It's more like a 4 or 5 mana 6/6. So it's still quite solid on board. Still quite a threat in itself.
Yeah, I mean, Maxi has already played the important minion, but the Hunter deck does like to just sort of stick things that don't really do much on the turn you play them, and he's not got that luxury now, because if he goes about that, he will just take 14. You can't take 14.
He's just going for the lesser seen Spirit Speaker into basic animal companions, it looks like.
I think they're basics, yeah.
Yep, going for Huffer just to clear up the 6/6 and the 6/2 because, yeah, the Underking weirdly is quite threatening. He's only at 22. Could have gone for the Sylvanas, but he does seem to be prioritizing saving it for something later, maybe with particularly Wickerfang in mind. Speaker of the devil.
Looks like you know things, Pocket.
It's almost like Maxi knows things. That's even scarier.
Yeah.
He can also Craze Alchemist the Wickerfang before Sylvanas if he wants to full clear it. I don't know if he'll do that because it is such a key burst first card for the Tortola later on if Maxi does get to that point.
Or even the 12-4 sometimes as well.
Yes.
The 4-12 that becomes a 12-4. Yeah, it's handy.
Yeah, and I think since he can just quite cleanly deal with the Wickerfang now, he's not really that that bothered about using the Alchemist. Using a Tolvir with this deck when you haven't played a Tame Pet always feels so bad. But Maxi is kind of left with no choice. He needs to just get the tracking in and keep bending his deck and find that copy of Tame Pet.
Not much happening for Fatty here.
Yeah, he's low on proactive options. Although the longer he goes without actually developing anything himself, the better this Typhoon actually looks.
I see. He's deliberately drawing terribly
Yes.
to get the Typhoon to be really good. I see.
Yeah, you'd like to not have to
5D.
use it, but it's looking less bad.
Got it. Roam 3 is rather good.
Not fantastic options though. Probably just pick the Stormrook.
There aren't many good 5s, right?
Yeah,
They're-
although from Maxi's point of view, you are scared of Fatty having Shaladrasil here, so he may go for the 5/2s and try and clear off this Ysera because it is such a threat now. If Fatty had a corrupted Shaladrasil in hand after this Ysera, that could have just been lights out if he'd left the minion on board.
So much damage if clearing stuff. Oh no.
That's a
You
Viper
hear
in
Sovereign
disguise.
cackling in the background somewhere, yeah.
Not opting to go for the Broodmother beforehand, even though he could have easily fit that in. Yeah, right.
It's always
Definitely
Furak,
the pick
we
here.
know this.
Yeah. Maxi's up to 8 mana now. Which suddenly,
We'll be after the Roam
Fatty's
3, yes.
lack of proactive options this game has just given Maxi quite a lot of time to, despite the early slow hand and lack of Tame Pet at any point during this game, he has managed to find a way to stay in the game just about enough to get to 8 mana beast, and suddenly, yeah, Fatty's under so much pressure. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, he needs to
he's-
hit with his Furak and he needs to hit big.
yeah, down to 12 health. He can always Typhoon, but I feel like if you are playing Typhoon here, you're not doing much with the rest of your mana, so you do have to just commit to the Farak, I think, yeah. Because if you Typhoon, then you're probably just going to go, oh, I need to Farak anyway after this. So I think it is the better choice to just trust in the Farak. And
yeah, it gives you a chance to draw some cards as well, right? So
yep,
he had nothing to do next turn as well.
cleared the board, drew a card. That is just about all you want from a Farak in that situation.
No, you just need to spend 25 mana somehow, and you're fine.
And holding the Broodmother before, which looked a bit strange, has also allowed him to spend that extra 3 mana on the Mirthra tick now. Because he did float 1 mana earlier when he could have played it.
There is a Serpent, the 7/9 in the box, I believe.
Yes.
For Maxi.
Serpent, Ursul, and the
Magma
5/8
Hound.
Magma Hound, that's the one. And he'll get an extra random copy after this Call of the Wild due to the Talia being played.
Can I just use some rush minions?
Yeah, there are a lot of rush minions on 8 mana. I think it is fairly reliable to expect to impact the board.
Yeah.
Maxi just prioritizing face damage here over preserving health on his minions, which I like a lot.
Do you want to Typhoon your 1-drop from Mirdrasil? Put it on your opponent's deck.
I think, yeah, Fatty has to Typhoon this. Also, Maxi will know. Maxi actually knows that Fatty has Typhoon in hand right now, because he will have counted the mana cost on the other Treants, which were Innovate and Mark of the Wild. So he knows 2 mana is spent, so that there was 10 mana remaining on nature spells. So he did have the
I think
read.
you can just hover, right? I think it tells you something.
Okay, that might be true. That doesn't sound like something
it's
I've
very-
experienced.
I might be wrong, but I thought you could just hover. I've never done it. I just know there's a way to see it. But your way's much better. I like it. I'm probably
Stealth lifesteals are very good here.
Come to me, friends.
And Maxi needs to get some really, really good snipes with this Magma Hound.
my new recipe.
Oh, this is clever. Yeah. 8 damage now
Nice.
instead of the 5. So it maximizes his chances
Oh,
to kill lifesteal,
no!
but he misses both.
Oh, that's almost unfair unless it's lethal, which is not.
No, that's very unfortunate.
Fatty readjusts his seat. He's got outs here.
Yeah, outs for
What a
just lethal
plenty!
itself. and that's
Shaladrisil.
it.
That's lethal damage, and he's through to Sunday on the back of a pretty unlucky set of pings from Maxi there. Maxi will have to play again later today. Fatty 3-1, taking down Maxi Bomb though. He's very happy.
Yeah, very well played series from one of the less experienced players at the top level here. And yeah, very impressive stuff from Fatty, taking down my favorite for the whole tournament.
Might just be me and Adel left in day 2 for the selections. Although Maxi obviously has another chance later today.
Oh, I hope not. I've been lording it over Sosa
So-
ever since his pick got knocked out, so I can't have Maxi lose
Oh,
today.
even better. Oh, watching you two fight it out would be the best thing ever happened, honestly. Just have a smug off between two people who've both lost. That'd be great.
We'll still find a way to both be smug, don't you worry.
I'm sure you will. Obviously, Maxi Bon will now drop down to the lower bracket. He will play the winner of Monkey Flip and Win Brownie, 2 players that have come along a lot in the last 12 months. So let's get them set up. We'll be back in 3 minutes and have a good time.
And welcome back. We've got another match for you coming right up. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Subtle, and we've got a pretty, maybe a bit of a different style of matchups coming from these next 2 players.
Yeah, we've been seeing
today.
we've been seeing a lot of the same stuff throughout today. Group C in particular was dominated by the Type A lineup of Merithra Druid, No Hand Hunter, Quest Mage, and Rogue, with a couple of deviations thrown in there, a couple of Companion Hunters, a couple of Dragon Warriors. We've started to see now in Group D a little bit more of a mix-up. We've seen the Companion Hunter coming up from Maxibon as well, but this series, Monkey Flip has gone with a Burn Mage alongside the Companion Hunter, which is the Archmage Calic, bunch of burn spells, try and get spell damage on everything, play a Blood Mage Thalnos, shoot spells at your opponent's face all game, hope to get there, which is a wildly different style of deck from everything else in this tournament, which is super board based overall. Whereas Win Brownie is going with the aggro lineup that we saw a little bit on day one, which is Token Druid, Aggro Hunter, No Hand Hunter, One Drop Hunter, whatever you want to call it, the Herald Rogue, and the Shaman, which has been brought in for the Demon Hunter, which I think is one of the most compelling stories of the lineups of this tournament. Is Demon Hunter underperformed for 2 tournaments in a row, I think, so a bunch of people dropped it, even from the aggro lineup. And then, funnily enough, this tournament, Demon Hunter's actually become quite a good bring, because there's none of those double egg lineups that we've been seeing for a couple of tournaments. There's just none of them in this tournament, which is what was forcing Demon Hunter out of the meta. So now Demon Hunter suddenly became quite a good idea again. And yet players like Win Brownie are moving away from it. Damn, that's it. That's our whole lead-in, Raven. There's gameplay on the screen. What's going on here?
Stop, players. I want to talk more about other things. I was just going to say, in case people did miss it, the previous tournaments we were talking about, egg decks basically just beat Demon Hunter without sounding a bit too over the top. So that's why it's sort of to your point, sort of, right? Like, the matchup was so bad, but obviously we've not seen much of that this time. But we are going to jump into that first game, of course. Something as well that is a little bit interesting about Brownie's lineup is you were talking about the Shaman, but also, to be fair, we saw a lot more, like, at least on day one, like Dragon Warrior instead of the Rogue as well. In the lineups too. Like, that was, Dragon Warrior is not one of the sort of aggro decks in this lineup here for Brownie. We are going to get the double Rogue matchup for game one, and I almost forgot, Sottle. I am going to be very entertained by this camera.
Yes, indeed. Monkey Flip, I think, reacted to the turn 1 deja vu there, expecting the opponent to pick up an extra copy of Naralex, which is, of course, very scary in the matchup. Win Brownie, unfortunately, did not see that as an option and ended up with the Rite of Twilight. So Herald
Not
being
the worst outcome, though.
No, obviously still a great card. I think, Monkey Flip knew, seeing Deja Vu, his opening hand quality was very high, so he knew his opponent was picking up a big card, so saw the reaction from it. Although, as you are saying, yes, you will see a reaction from many a thing in this game, in this series of Hearthstone, I think. Okay. A lot of those cards say Herald on them, Raven.
Yeah, this is one of those things. I think we talked yesterday about having good targets for Rite of Twilight for the Rogue. However, when you have a sort of overflow of Herald options, or Herald cards, should I say, then at this point, I think you're pretty happy to just start aiming some of these face and just get on with it. Because in the mirror, it feels like a really awkward mirror to play at times, because your own game plan changes so often, I feel, based on what you're going to generate, if you can land Sinestra, so on and so on. So I quite like just doing whatever you can, if you're Brownie here, to just start pumping out these heralds, just because you've already got so many of them.
I think that was you and Pocket earlier today that was talking about that, but easily confused. Two smart, handsome young men with World Championship caliber Hearthstone ability. So, I'll forgive you.
Equally powerful. Yeah.
Yes. I'll have that Rite of Twilight back, please.
Although one of those cards says Dark Gift.
True.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. Just see if there's any takers.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have to go keyword hunting, though, and Herald is also a very good keyword.
Yes,
is also
I do agree.
Kablam. Ooh, discounted moss binding. Nice.
Not bad, yeah. And this is where things are going to get interesting. Or sorry, where they can get interesting sometimes, in the fact that in these types of Herald mirrors, generally, if one person is doing a lot of Herald stuff and the other one isn't, it's going to be an uphill climb, right, for the person who isn't. However, even though Win Brownie sort of gained that extra Rite of Twilight and so on, but then it's sort of reversed anyway, both players appear to be on at least roughly equal footing. With the amount of heralds they have available to them. But I do think Brownie coining out the 4-1 was actually really nice, because it's a combination of like, okay, you need removal for this, which means you're not doing more damage to me, or you're not progressing in that way. And if you don't remove it, you're just taking 4 damage.
Monkey Flip taking his time. Obviously, double Rite of Twilight still available. One of those is a shadow card, though. So the ability to combo them makes life awkward, because you don't necessarily want to be playing other spells to get the combo going. So he's just going to use the Glacial Shard, use the shadowed one first, so that's locked in. So now he can just continue to play spells freely. Not necessarily be shocked just to see the mana efficiency moss binding coming out here, even though that's a card that it's very tempting to greed the living daylights out.
Pretty easy choice here. Just swap that Rite of Atrocity with the coin.
Sure.
Seems like a pretty good deal, right? Opens up more. And like, Rite of Atrocity is fine, but it's not, you're not overly excited about it, I don't think. Good old city to vents, like kind of good in this matchup in this early stage, right? Because you do, as Rogue, just have a lot of little minions knocking around. So
Reborn follower, yes please. All the heralds one could ever need.
Yeah, now I feel like, especially for Brownie, we're going to be keeping an eye on how quickly he can access Ultraxion. Right, because I feel like that is going to be the cherry on top of this start, because Deathwing's already there. There's plenty of heralds, so going to have to definitely keep an eye on getting hold of that big dragon to sort of extra enable Deathwing.
This is now the turn for Monkey Flip, which is where Moss Binding can shine, because you can just throw it in on pretty much any given turn. It'll at least do something relatively effective with your mana. Monkey Flip did not have anything to do here. Chooses to hold on to the coin as well, just because he has that Narrowlex available. So wants to have access to that on 7 if he is going to be drawing the Twilight Mistress anytime soon.
I like the no attacks as well. It sort of keeps the taunts disabled to an extent, even though you are risking the minions being cleared off anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, look how smooth the turn is as well, with the 4-1 into another right, potentially.
I will transcend this world.
That last sound was tempting to look at just for a second.
It was, yeah. Getting some Death Rattle on 0-6 taunts. I mean,
yeah.
In terms of upside for minions to have Death Rattle on, that is pretty up there.
Gonna start for the cultist map, okay. There's a follower now available for Monkey Flip, but probably gonna start with the prep. Makes absolute sense first.
Yeah, both players just absolutely ripping through the heralds, as you were talking about earlier, which means we're seeing Rogue at high power level playing against Rogue at high power level, which I would say tends to make a more compelling game of Hearthstone than the alternative, which you sometimes see, where neither of them hit any of the particularly strong stuff in the early game, and they both sort of just flap around cluelessly.
And they sort of just yell insults at each other as opposed to actually hitting each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both rogues feel like they have the higher ground, but are in fact both drowning.
Yeah, and both players actually hitting some potentially high impact cards from these heralds, right? Like
Yep.
we see the last stand we were talking about on Brownie's side. We've just seen the AoE clear from Monkey Flip on his side. They still follow up some of the other cards as well.
So the random cards in hand. Last stand we've talked about. Gives your minions 4-cost death rattle. 4 all time is decent in some scenarios. That's the kill everything with 4 or less attack. Priest card. I think it's dual class actually. Is it priest shaman? Yeah, 'cause it's got overload on it, right?
Yeah. I do think the mask doesn't look terrible here, right?
Yeah.
What would father have done?
Seems like a nice one card clear. Obviously, you would have to, but you basically lose your board at that point, but could push 4 damage phase. He's not going to bother though. I'm really surprised at this turn, honestly.
Floats 5 essentially. Hero powers don't really count when factoring in mana utilization for me, so 5 mana floated here with the opportunity to do several things that are more proactive. You know, you could have played the Sheep Mask play was more proactive. The Tahani's Last Stand play was more proactive there as well. Just could have dropped that, traded in, generated a 4-drop, had 2 more 4-drops potentially as well. So.
I will transcend this world.
Do you think holding the mask is potential for like to counter this next turn, whether it's like a Sinestra or a Naralax Dragon you were talking about before with a coin? Only because maybe I'm too caught up on it, but the mask just seemed like such a nice, easy clear, and then you could develop behind it.
Yeah, he's got one turn, which is this turn, as you're talking about, that's a bit awkward. And then obviously he's got coin and double Twilight available, and then he'll have Deathwing mana with a fully heralded Deathwing to be able to clear boards.
Yeah.
So it's only really this next turn that he has to worry about. I think that's reasonable for holding on to the sheep in terms of filling that gap. I still don't necessarily think that explains why nothing proactive at all.
Yeah, and that's just talking about the sheep, right? Never mind any of the other cards. But there's Ultraxion. But now, because of the slow nature of the previous turn, okay, it's going to use the sheep and can coin out Ultraxion, which then activates the rest of the turn. Okay, it worked out pretty well in the end.
It did, yeah, it's fine. Is a unfairly cheap Deathwing. Oh, the city defenses are back.
They're back.
Oh my god.
Well, Sinestra is picked up though. That's something, but as I said right at the start, just Brownie having plenty of heralds, and then if the Ultraxion was there, because the Deathwing's just been sat there all game, it feels bad for it to be stuck in the hand, but you also know it's going to be locked, loaded, ready to go, right? As soon as you can play it, it'll be like fully beefed because of all the heralds available. Can see Twilight Mistress come down for 1, bounce all of that back, and Brownie, loses Sinestra. Ooh, and he's on 9 health, which is not the most fun amount of health to be on.
Yeah. He does have
and the coin was used last turn to have the Ultraxion turn.
Yeah, I think, you know, kind of secure in the idea that you'd be getting your Deathwing so cheap that it wouldn't really matter if you had one more turn where you couldn't get to the Twilight Mistress, which I think is fine. Absolutely reasonable.
There is still Deathwing and then the double taunts, to be fair. Like, that is something that's available. For all time, is still in the hand, I will be honest. I slightly forgot it was there because we were talking about some of the other cards for a while.
Yeah. That will then lock you out of Twilight Mistress again next turn. You do have to be a little bit careful about that.
Although with the Deathwing, with the clear, I think the 2 taunts might just be fine. And then you've got that second wave emergency button. Well, you've got multiple then, haven't you, with For All Time, 2 Twilight Drakes. You have like almost infinite turns of clear at that point, right? I was going to go hero power, take that down, slay one. Makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My brood will inherit.
Weird turn,
Oh,
because again, you had the option to just spend six mana on an Ultraxian, right? Which is a 6/7, another 4/4, discounts the Deathwing again. You play the Deathwing for 0. That then limits your ability to like do the more defensive things that he did do on that turn, like play the 0/6, for example, because it does still choke 2 of your mana. But I feel like it does more powerful things than just putting this 0/6 taunt into play, personally.
No one will take me from my
Would he still have the mana to hero power at that point? In that world?
So you'd spend 6 on Ultraxian and the Deathwing would be free, right? So yes, I think so.
So the only difference would be the taunt being
Yes.
there or not to the turn. Okay, yeah, then yeah, I'm with you, 100%. For some reason, I thought that they wouldn't have been able to fully clear, which then gets scary again, right? Yeah, with no taunt plus no clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm absolutely with you.
And the 4 all time play was interesting as well, obviously, because part of the issue that you have with Deathwing in the mirror is Twilight Mistress becomes the target for the destroy almost always, right? Because it's highest health, not highest attack that gets destroyed. So the 4 all time clears up those minions, and your Deathwing actually destroys the 7/7, which saves you a bunch of armor from the attack. But yeah, the devastating part of that, of course, is that you then overload on the following turn, which means that you're stuck out of Twilight Mistress most of the time, which is not ideal.
Yeah, that's probably the last one you want to play if you need it, right? It's like that one, just so the overload's going to hopefully be the least impactful on the follow-up. Okay, it's going to go for the Shelnado. That pause always gets me with the slight like delay on the last hit. I was like, please.
Walks back into the room, and another thing!
Still though, 9 health is by no means safe here. He's going to be able to close the gap on the health, obviously with this Deathwing hero power being absolutely devastating over the course of a few turns, but 9 still feels a little bit scary, especially if there's like another Twilight Mistress, for example, from Monkey Flip to then bounce it all back again, leave the board empty, and so on and so on.
Yeah, it is a lot safer when your opponent doesn't have Deathwing, of course, which is such a huge advantage in the matchup overall. This alternate reality that Monkey Flip has found is just really not doing anything. In case people aren't aware, just replaces your entire hand and deck with random out of rotation choose one cards. Not something that you generally want to be doing. Way too random. He does have Hounds of Fury though, which is if there's just a random opportunity to just snipe a bit of damage face, he can get those hounds to bypass all the Deathwing. We can make that happen.
Time's ticking.
He's just going to get it dropped down, goes for spell damage and armor. Not the most common combo you ever see, but yeah. But now this, because there's enough damage on board, even at its simple, and I'm not saying this is the right turn, but even at its simplest, just going Twilight Mistress, and just keep going face, right? Because there's 10 power on board right now, and obviously you can't hero power, but that's fine. And you could even consider doing a Glacial Shard to face just to get an extra minion on board for a bit more push.
Yeah,
Or the agent, of course.
you do really want to hero power every single turn here, but the overload on the 4 all time is kind of devastating. I think you can tell your opponent is scrambling, just, you know, playing out hounds for no effect because still way too many minions left. Like, your opponent's not really doing anything. So I think for me, I'd be relatively secure just killing this board and hitting face, because I feel like if your opponent could put out some devastating board that you were unable to deal with, they would be doing that this turn, right? Instead of the pathetic turn they were able to do.
My only fear would be if they played Deathwing, right? Is that because they could kind of... Oh, well, the taunt does a good job there, doesn't it? But I think that would be the scary part, right? If you clear, didn't do much damage, then they play Deathwing and managed to hit you back.
But all then that really does for them is make a 12-12, and you have a Glacial Shard in your hand for the next turn anyway, right? So it's not like you're then punished for being locked out of the Twilight Mistress.
That's fair, that's fair, yeah.
Like, my fear of doing it this way, and again, we're quibbling over two lines that
yes,
win like
yeah,
99% of the time, right? This isn't hard-hitting criticism of something that's really going to impact the game. Yeah, okay. But my fear of doing it this way is suddenly you run into the spot where, like, if your opponent Twilight Mistresses you back, then you haven't been pushing the damage to finish the game off immediately, and then maybe they can find a Deathwing to stabilize or something like that. So I'd be interested in just ending the game as quickly as possible, because I just think that removes more outs from the opponent personally.
Not a bad hand of choose ones, I must say. Not the worst I've ever seen.
I feel like would this card be broken if you got both effects from all of the choose one cards that you turned into?
Right.
Okay. Like, instead of cost one less, I'm saying. Like, that's the effect.
Instead of? Oh,
yeah.
maybe not. Maybe not. I think it would be better.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it would be broken. But yeah, guess what? Twilight Mistress again! And now I wouldn't hate coin hero power. I think that now...
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Brownie seems to be halfway between, you know, bopping along, having a good time, and also just a little bit stressed already in game one. It's not like balance, right?
Yeah.
It's like, right. I think that's the sense of when you get... One, he's been on quite low health for a while, but also, you know you're so close to just getting that first win, but you've not won yet, right? It's that same, like, that little nervous energy, maybe. I love seeing some of these cards. I was like, oh yeah, that's a card. I remember that.
Oh, Keeper of the Grove. Let's go.
Oh, I'd never forget Keeper of the Grove.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah. Coin Vate Keeper of the Grove on your opponent's Flame Imp. Like, the only way that you ever won the matchup against Zoo. Yeah, they leave the game immediately.
Yeah. Because funnily enough, that Keeper of the Grove then goes on to slay the whole deck by itself.
That's right. Simpler times.
That's all for now.
And yeah, Monkey Flip just going to stare at the hand for a little bit just to make sure. But yeah, that was looking pretty grim. Game one goes to Win Browning. A really good game there for him. And like I said, it was fairly even throughout a good chunk of the game. At least in the early game, but the problem is it was fairly even, and one of the players had Deathwing and then got Ultraxion, right? Which is such a big difference. You really need your opponent to be like starved of the Heralds if they're going to have Ultraxion and Deathwing. You really don't want that combo to go together, because that's when it really starts to put work in. And as you said, the Deathwing hero power just changes game speed, right? It really, really does.
Yeah, it's such a big edge. Sometimes it does come down to this in mirror matches where, you know, if you're playing a mirror, there's very little discrepancy in terms of the card you're playing, right? So if one key component of the deck is found for one player and it isn't for the other, it's a huge hill to overcome. And there is some edge that you can find in that, right? Like understanding situations where, well, I don't have a good Herald curve, or I don't have Deathwing, I don't have this or whatever, so I have to play in a particular way. But that's maximizing your edge in the sense of like, okay, I'm in like a 30% win rate percentage here. How can I find a way to make that a 35-40% win rate position, right? You can't a lot of the time you can't overcome that to be in a position to be favored to win the matchup. You can just kind of squeeze out more percentage from a losing situation. I think that's kind of what we saw there from Monkey Flip. But yeah, Rogue picking up the win for Win Brownie. I do think Raven is worth going over because we didn't have much time. They got into the game so quickly at the start. That mage for Monkey Flip, it has been banned out of the series.
Yeah,
so we're actually
I'm very sad.
Not going to end up seeing the burn mage and everything being launched at face for the entire game. A little bit disappointing, but still some potential token druid and hunter to come into play. So still plenty of fast-paced stuff to come.
Yeah, funny you should say that because it's hunter versus druid. That exact matchup for game 2. So yeah, that is what we're going to get. Going to be interesting because I believe it is companion hunter versus the token druid. So going to be a little bit of a spicy one, but I agree. I'm really sad that the mage is banned because I just wanted to see it in action. But I imagine Monkey Flip might be happy about it because it's like, well, okay, ban the burn mage. I get to play all these other decks, right? Like these sort of more, I don't want to say more reliable, but feels like more solid decks that we're used to seeing. So let's see how it goes as we get into game number 2. The opening looks quite good for Monkey Flip, I'm going to say. That's my deep analysis. Quite good.
Job's done.
I actually think it's
Too bad for
terrible.
Brownie.
Oh, now it's
really?
good. No, it's good now. It's good now.
Okay. Oh, were you saying terrible? I was gonna say no tame pet yet, but overall,
That's
quite
that's
good.
it. Have you seen the stats? Like it's one of the most win rate improving cards in the Mulligan in Hearthstone history. Like that's how important it is. It is so binary as to how good your opening hand is, as to just whether tame pet is there or not.
I guess I'm looking at the opening hand for the matchup, right?
Okay.
One
Yeah,
drop,
sure.
2/2/3 into Sylvanas is going to stop some shenanigans, right?
fair.
A lot of the
Yeah,
time
yeah.
against the druid.
Yeah.
But of course, the tame pet is massive
Yep.
in any matchup with this deck.
Surprised we didn't see a bigger reaction from Monkey Flip as the tame pet joined the party on the off the draw there.
Yeah, just another day in the office for him, though, isn't it?
That's
Just,
right.
just draw tame pet ready to go. Even the cub, not too bad actually for a pickup, just to fill out the turn.
Give the egg a little boot.
Now, hear me out. What are the odds on an on-curve confront the Tolvir for another day?
They're not 0, I can tell you that.
Well, that's because I'm sat here looking at the hand going, depending on how Brownie's this turn goes for Monkey Flip, right? Like how aggressive it is or isn't.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the worst idea I've ever said, but
No.
it's also a low bar because I've suggested a lot of bad plays in my time.
Yeah, and you got to remember, like, obviously we're used to seeing Confront the Tolvir just replay your whole deck and just be this absurd card. Like, it's worth remembering, Confront the Tolvir is largely in this deck because of Tame Pet. That's why it's there, and
Yes.
then some more 1-drops have been added to make it a more powerful card overall, because it is just such a generically powerful card that that's the kind of the cascading effect, right? I play Tame Pet, I want more of those, I'm going to play Confront the Tolvir, but now Confront the Tolvir is strong enough to justify me packing a few more 1-drops into my deck as well, so I'm going to do that. But the principal cause of it being here is absolutely Tame Pet, so as long as you have that in the pool, you're pretty happy to get going.
Easiest wound prey coin confront the Tolvir I've ever seen.
See, you're pushing your luck now. We've built up the
Yes.
we've built up the confidence.
I know, yeah. All you had to say was one play I suggested was all right, and I'm flying high now.
That's right, yeah.
And I will fly too close to the sun.
Well, Earthen Roar seems relatively exciting here.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Are you gonna take it slow? There's your card all. Your
There it
favorite
is.
tree.
Yep. Mulliganed away from the opening hand as well, which I will confess I don't have a huge number of games on Token Druid, so I'm not intimately familiar with the mulligans, but I do have visceral gut reactions to things involving a Midrisil, and I feel like if your deck doesn't keep a Midrisil in the opening hand, you're playing a bad deck. That's my response to the situation, but, you know. could be
I
wrong.
think, and this is just from more of a feel than anything else, but as Token Druid, at least when I've played it, especially in this matchup where the Companion Hunter does have some clunky openings, right? You look at some of the 5-drops, 7-drops, right? Like they can have slow starts.
Yeah.
That if you just hit the explosive start against Hunter, you can just go and
Yeah,
just
of
win.
course.
So
Yeah.
I think that's it's just one of those where a Madrasil's too good a card to not play in a Druid deck. But in this deck, in this matchup, I would have mulliganed it. Maybe that's wrong.
Earthen Roar proving to be a little clunkier than maybe expected here. Monkey Flip choosing to not throw it into the pool for that first Tolvir, instead trading away the Viper afterwards to get the buff on the Cub. But that does mean that the minions on the other side are not being cleared. And speaking of binary equations, against Token Druid, killing all of their minions is a lot better than not doing that.
Yep, winning better than losing.
Also true.
What would Mother have done?
I feel like Panther Mask has been one of the most clutch cards in this deck throughout this weekend. I don't know why, or just as a card in general.
I really liked the actual Panther card that it was based on. You remember the actual,
Yeah.
the old school Beast Druid with the, you know,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
summon 2 beasts, and you had like
Give
Cleave
them life.
Hydra, and yeah. I really enjoyed that deck, and that card in general just felt so good whenever you attacked with it.
Yeah, kill something, draw cards. Okay.
Yes. So much so that, like, I played so much of that deck that it takes me a while to readjust to the fact that Panther Mask draws the card immediately, and you don't have to attack with the minion that you transformed in order to draw the cards.
And then we've seen it used in an aggressive way, right? Because you can use it on an opponent.
Yeah. The old, like, polymorph boar effect when that was being played in decks largely for burst damage and spell damage, but it was actually a very effective deck, a very effective card at getting through taunt on the other side as well. So we see it, Earthen Roar has now made an impact.
Closer, critters.
Are you going to go confront? And this feels, I don't know about you, but this feels a little bit scary for Brownie now, because this game is going slow enough that Monkey Flip is very close to an absolutely like destroying level of power here. It's roams available next turn with the coin. Now there's some more animal companion summon. That Sylvanas is just sat and waiting for when she's needed. Like, I
100%,
feel like Monkey Flip's really putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah.
And Brownie's just not been able to put on enough pressure and put out enough damage, or even really build a board, right? We've not really seen what I would call an actual Token Druid board yet.
Yeah, it's just been kind of aggressively out-tempoed by the deck that wants to largely spend its early game just ramping up animal companion sizes, which, again, just kind of speaks to that Confront the Tolvir equation, right? The card is just so effective that even in the deck where it's not necessarily designed to be at its most powerful,
What would Mother have done?
just the ability to play one-cost cards and then play a bunch of them for free or for very low cost afterwards. And force a lot of decks onto the back foot. And that's what it's done here.
Yeah.
Tucked in nice and warm.
Well, that's something of a board.
Yep.
which is a decent start, but it's still a bit of a worry that the decent start is on 7 mana as the token druid.
Yes. It's also quite annoying that by the time you've done it, your opponent has hit the magic number 7 for animal companion cost, which massively improves their ability to answer board states like this. With Mythical Terror, if they get up to 8, it's kind of just Dracorex at that point that can answer these kind of board states, but we should see some magic happen now with a couple of cheap spells being able to come out. Deja Vu for an Innovate. Oh, yes.
Oy. Oh, and there it is. Also known as the 410. In the,
Yes. Simply known in some circles as the good boy.
Yeah. The I've won now card. Because in these matchups especially, we're all coming down again just to make these trades very clean.
The funny thing is, he's been so dominant in the game that the lifesteal on the Mythical Terror is really not even functioning. It's just being used as a board clear here is all it's really doing.
And the second one as well just adds to it, right? There's just going to be so much like power still left over on the board.
Processed? They don't. Okay. I actually didn't know the ordering there as to whether the Death Rattle was processed in between the 2 end of turn effects going off, but there you go. They do not.
Yeah, I think it kind of acts like it's one end of turn timing, right?
That's
Before
what I
the
would
Death
expect,
Rattle's proc.
yeah. Because the way Hearthstone works is there's a bunch of phases in a stack, so there's an end of turn phase, a Death Rattle. It's only generally when phases end that it then runs checks on updating things like whether minions have died or anything else like that. So, yeah.
And now this is where Companion Hunter looks its strongest, right? Because you look at a board and go, right, how do I clear this? And let's say you clear it, you know there's just more where that came from. And it's basically you have to clear boards that look similar to this for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Or you'll die. So it gets very difficult when they hit critical mass and they're still on 30 health. That's the problem.
Yes.
Sometimes you get them low enough, they hit critical mass, you go, okay, I've still got a little bit of a window because I can take a hit or two. But here, it's just Monkey Flip's got all the time and all the value in the world at this point.
Yeah, the upside now for some decks is that companion hunters have been slimming down in terms of the amount of companion generation that they run. It is possible to exhaust them if you can make them use some of their cards inefficiently. Bad news for Wind Brownie is he's absolutely not been able to make anything happen in terms of making cards be used inefficiently, and secondly, Token Druid's just not the deck to try and do that with whatsoever.
Right, yes, yes.
You just want to be on the front foot at all times.
Not the best cards here, though.
No.
Nothing that's gonna go too crazy. Still good, don't get me wrong. Still good to have just that many stats available, of course, but
yeah, 9 is a little bit of a dead zone. You will see this is some of art of the deck. 7 is great. In between 7 and 10, there are some great hits, but the pool is not as consistent. The pool's larger. And with more whiffs, and then when you get to 10, it gets fantastic instant game-winning
My instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
oh, I love that card. Just played another animal ramp, so he's up to 10 now, and just flopped out a couple of minions that he'd definitely rather just draw. Now, this is where I sit to think, and this is zero reflection on Brownie's play whatsoever, but I just sit here and think, are there combinations of cards that even can do anything at this point in the game? It's at least an uphill climb for Brownie at this point, at the very least.
Yeah. He does look largely unbothered by the situation.
That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm thinking, what's in the deck? Let me just check that list again, because... yeah, okay. I was worried for a second, like, right, I'm supposed to be at least decent at this job we do of casting. Like, do I just am I just missing something? Why is there just like, yeah, it's no problem, I've got it covered, and he's just facing down like an army of massive beasts. But luckily, I'm not insane, and it's fine. Okay, so he did concede. Monkey Flip gets the win, and I think there we saw the strongest way of Companion Hunter, right? Like its strength as a deck versus some of the rougher games it can definitely have. But that's sort of why people play it. What you saw in front of you there.
Yeah, and it wasn't a huge spoiler based on the quality. Like an opening hand that, you know, I somewhat facetiously called terrible because it didn't have Tame Pet in it, but an opening hand that was extremely high quality in terms of anti-aggro tools, and then that hand improved by hitting Tame Pet, then hit a second Tolvir, right? Like it was going to be an uphill struggle, and you saw that from the fact that the Hunter was ahead on board with a Sylvanas just hanging out in the hand the entire time, just, you know, unused. So it's always going to be a win condition a lot of the time if you're not that dominant. So yeah, really, really strong draw, and great execution from Monkey Flip as well to square the series back up, and now everything all to play for with Rogue Druid plays Shaman Druid on the other side. Shaman, I think the big X factor left in this one. We've talked a lot. I do think this is one of the most interesting deck building stories coming in. Is Shaman as a deck has come in to replace Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter underperforming for a couple of tournaments, has been sent out, and now the people who are playing Demon Hunter in this tournament seem to be doing quite well with it. Whereas on the other hand, Shaman has come in and it's a 20% win rate in this tournament so far.
Oh, I didn't know it was 20.
Yeah, it's real bad. It's stinking the joint up at the moment, Raven.
I think I might have just cast like the one game it won or something. Do you know, like, that's why I was a little bit surprised that it was 20. I didn't look at the stats for that. But yeah, rough for the Shaman players, of course, but we'll see how it goes. I think Shaman is just so reliant on hard curving out heralds, right? Like all the herald decks want to do that, but Shaman, if it doesn't do that, I feel like it's got no game whatsoever, whereas other classes at least can do other things.
Yes, I think I said this yesterday. I completely agree. Of all of the Herald classes, Shaman is the one that's most dependent on just hitting all of the Herald cards. I think a Rogue can do effective things without necessarily heralding all of the time, can fill gaps. You sometimes see the Imbue package thrown in there for that reason. And then Demon Hunter, you'd quite like to not draw any of the Herald cards that you put in your deck, because that probably spells defeat for you a lot of the time. Whereas Shaman is the one that's like, okay, the Herald package is here, I'm happy with that. What are the other 20 cards that I'm playing in my deck to make this work? And sometimes those do just get in the way.
And how do you think it fares against this Rogue? Because obviously Shaman, one of the newer additions to this style of lineup, but this Rogue, even though, you know, maybe a couple of cards changed here and there, has been one of the steadier decks, right? Pretty much since the like Herald cards came out. Yeah,
I'd take the Rogue quite comfortably. I think the early game interacts really nicely in the way of the Rogue. Rogue has transitioned a little bit from fighting for board with minions to just being a control deck for 4 or 5 turns and then trying to spike in the mid game. And just cards like Rite of Twilight specifically just interacts so nicely, because a lot of what Shaman tries to do in the early game is hide 3 or 2 health minions behind taunts to be annoying in board for board battles, whereas Rogue doesn't really care about any of that nonsense. It just, you know, shoots your Herald minions with the Herald card of its own, and just deal with the board quite nicely. And then that generally buys enough time for you to start doing effective mid-game things with Sinestra, Opu, to start taking over the game. And we see even in Monkey Flip's hand, he's only got to find a few turns here of defensive options, and he'll have the Narrowlex Twilight Mistress to put together. However, he's hit a complete brick from his first... Well, not complete, I guess it draws a card, but a fairly ineffective card in terms of fighting for board off his first Herald, and then drew Shadow of Demise, which if he'd have drawn an effective card would have been a great pickup here, but just alongside that Tame Pet is a little bit awkward.
I was going to say, Tame Pet being getting some emotional whiplash from Sottle not too long ago. He was saying it was the best card in the world, and now it's effectively a dead draw. Brutal. But yeah, I think you're completely right. Like especially the removal cards from the Herald, but also just the rogue cards spitting out just little minions actually works so well versus Shaman because they've got so many little minions to trade into, right? So it's like, great, I've got these leftovers that can just ping off some stuff.
Yeah, the rest of Monkey Flip's hand really still not doing anything though. The random spells are not playing ball, so he's just gonna have to play his Lost Tool Strider here and get on with it.
Does that fight the Firehawk? So that's going to be pretty nice here for Brownie just to keep going.
I'm taking so much joy in this all of these Rustrot Vipers just interfering with a bunch of other good cards in everyone's deck. Well, actually, and not in people's deck, because the number one punish we've seen is the discovered hybridizations, right, that have come from the Druids. Card has been drawn.
Okay, Deja Vu going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about Deja Vu being good in the Rogue mirror. And I think the subtext of that no one actually says out loud is that's the only other Herald deck anyone is ever playing.
Right.
Which makes it quite good. But yeah, when you do happen to go up against Herald Shaman, it's actually a pretty good card in this matchup as well.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And just having access to Ultraxion and also that knowledge is going to be really nice. Going to go digging again.
Might be a Muradin over the Envoy of the End here, honestly.
I don't hate it. Yeah. Not looking too bad at all. Already down to 5. And this is one of those slight problems where Brownie's gone pretty slow, right? Like, or at least not as fast as Shaman can go. Normally, we've seen multiple heralds. There's all these tokens on the board, making good positive trades with the buffs. That's just not really been the case. And this is the sort of start where you think, "Oh, I'm slipping a little bit with this shaman," because you really want to just overwhelm your opponent with that early game, and then follow up with the likes of Alakir, the weapon, and stuff like to like close the game out, right?
Yeah.
Really nice freeze actually on the egg, because if Herald is done, well, the egg can't attack anyway, so who cares? So really nice little freeze there. Obviously only still low at +1 for now, but still, it's just no good way to proc the egg for Brownie that turn. I like it. And a relatively safe Ultraxion turn for Monkey Flip, right? Like, yes, there's a decent amount of damage on the board, but because Monkey Flip's been able to not let Wind Brownie run over him there, then 27 health is plenty. And not a bad pickup to help out with that defensive discussion we've just had.
Yep. Good hit. Decent utility card, cost 0, very effective if it ends up being played with Sinestra, which obviously we're quite some way away of here, but just generally a generically good hit from a 2-mana discounted Herald. Especially
because the Heralds are so low for Wind Brownie, the extra health feels way more relevant as well, right? Because there isn't these elementals giving like +2, whatever, high buff damage to a lot of minions. So 10 health is actually very relevant at this point in the game. And I did hear your little noise at the restaurant.
Wow, that got big. I did not realize we were up to 5-5 already.
It's a bit of an interesting one here, because there's still a tax to be made, right? Unless I literally looked away for a split second. So just interesting what
There
the
is,
plan
yep.
for the Muradin is, right? Is it Muradin now before attacks are made? See what you draw? Do you want to attack first then Muradin? Are you just going to forget about it and go Elise location instead? I think I
you
would
gotta
have gone for the card draw just because it's
swing.
card draw, right?
You get it down to 0, right? So you have to do
Yeah.
it. So it's friendly character, and you have the dagger equipped as well, so you can get it all the way down to 0 before you play it, which just has to be worth. Oh,
Oh, I was just going to say
my
Ultraxion
It's-
again.
It's a crystalline Ultraxion.
And still got plenty
Searing
of mana to
Fish,
play with.
careful now. You have already attacked. Don't get too excited.
Just to confirm, Sottle is not in communication with Monkey Flip right now.
Yeah, Insta Deathwing. It's so cheap. Costs 3 with 2 Ultraxions played. Still, by the way, have the natural Ultraxion that you started the game
Yes.
with in your deck to go. That is a Deja Vu'd Ultraxion and a Crystalline Ultraxion.
Monkey Flip just doing like Ultraxion shadow clones all game instead of actually doing the real one.
Yeah.
What
But yeah, 3 mana Deathwing.
council?
And then there's Twilight Mistress is all the other way around, depending on what he wants to do, right? Because obviously there's Naralax in hand. If you want to go around that way, like Monkey Flip's got all the choices in the world right now.
Yeah. If the game even lasts that long. This has been proper, like, old school Thief Priest degeneracy because he Deja Vu'd an Ultraxion and got to use it before Wind Brownie was able to use it, right? He Deja Vu'd a Muradin's Last Stand, and then because he's been ahead and had the initiative, he's had more minions attacking over the course of the game, so he's got to play his for 0, whereas Wind Brownie's still waiting. So this is proper old school, like steal your cards and beat you with them kind of stuff from the rogue.
Monkey Flip very excited about this. I think realizing that a lot of this mana is getting spent, and nothing too crazy is happening. There is the taunts in the way, of course, which is a little bit annoying, but Searing Fish is going to be locked in by looks things here. Is this just
Dagger up first, get the extra damage,
Yeah,
then you
I
play
think-
Deathwing to clear Hero Power again, and it's exactly
Yeah.
full,
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, there you go. Very clean, very nice. But as you said, I think Monkey Flip just got a early advantage and just never let it go. Right? It was just never out of hand. And now that is again a little bit tricky with the fact that Wind Brownie just didn't have that big Shaman opening that he'll be aiming for, where you just start using Heralds instantly, start building up those boards. Everything's buffing everything else, so it's hard to clear as well, and you're going to take tons of damage. But that just didn't happen, and Monkey Flip just saw the space and took it, right? And as you said quite rightly, with the sort of thieving coming in really clutch with hitting some really nice cards, it just snowballed itself out of control. So really solid game there from Monkey Flip. I think just ticking all the boxes in terms of decision making for that one.
Yeah, really clean, really smooth, well executed game plan. I think understanding good matchup knowledge as well, which, you know, that's something that you definitely have to prep for, because I don't think you get an awful lot of Herald Shaman matchup knowledge just by jamming games on ladder. So, you know, a good preparation for sure coming into that with a clear game plan. Executing really nicely, seeing a couple of turns ahead as well in setting up that lethal out towards the end. Very, very clean performance from Monkey Flip, who is now down to the Druid, which I think is about as close in this tournament to the generic good deck for me. Hasn't been overly dominant. It is above 50%. But there are very few matchups that Marithra Druid, sorry, I guess we should specify, so there's 2 different Druids in this series. But very few matchups that Marithra Druid queues into where I feel like, it's going to be a rough one, right? Druid just has no game here, right? It's got a gap here. It's just a bad matchup. You know, you run into a bad lineup for your lineup. The Druid's just going to lose. I just don't feel like those matchups exist for the Druid. It's so generically powerful. Its cards are just so generically strong that I feel like it has an opportunity to win in most positions. I think that's reflected from it being kind of the just floating above 50% win rate deck in the tournament right now.
Yeah.
I think Monkey Flip is going to consider himself in a pretty good position.
100%. I think it really is just a jack of all trades deck at the moment, right? As you quite rightly said, I don't think there's anything that you despise going against, at least in this. But also, at least for me, I don't think there's tons of matchups where you're like, oh, I'll dominate this, right? I think it really is just this is very solid. It's just going to be a good deck, and I will just get it over the line, right? One way or the other. So I completely agree. I think Monkey Flip's looking to be in a fantastic spot, although there is still these sort of 2 aggro decks to sort of push the Druid, try and get... But basically, for me, try and catch Monkey Flip with a bad opening, right, is the trick. Whereas you have the very high-paced, high-action opening, trying to just push them out quick before they can do any of the multitude of things they can do to sort of ramp and then stabilize health, which is the scariest part, I think, when you're playing aggro against Druid.
I figured it out, Raven. I see the lines. You keep the snake here. So when you go Horn on turn 2 and hit the hybrid, you draw a guaranteed dragon instead of the terrible Viper.
You keep the snake so you don't draw the snake. Got it.
That's right. Yep.
Perfectly logical. And yeah, Monkey Flip's face is kind of what I was describing here, in that this is one of those bad hands, at least for now, right? This is pretty high cost. It does have the horn, but this is not the hand you want when you're facing down a token druid.
The facial expression has fully sent me. I'm not sure I will ever recover from this. Okay. All right, we're good.
You might be using one of those futuristic systems where for every bad card in his opening hand, he like gets a little jab of pain or something, and he's like, oh no. Does get acceleration aura and horn, so that's something, right? It is not a complete disaster. It's still not great, but it's not a disaster.
I genuinely think it's horn. Yeah, I like this a lot.
You want some flipper friends?
Time is of the essence.
I think it might just be moss binding with the intention of playing it this next turn, and then you go aura on 4 potentially, to then that lines up ramping you into the better plays that you have. You know what? I say the better plays. These big dumb greedy cards that are clogging up your hand right now. Okay, it's flipper friends. Fine.
Just you do get rush on a lot of minions, right? And you can just pick apart the board potentially.
That's fair. Yeah. No, you're right. You are right. It's probably better because you're specifically against token druids.
Yes. Yeah.
And as we've already discussed, the binary equation of killing all of druids' minions is better than not doing that. So yeah, I think you're right actually.
I must think.
Windbrownie doesn't have such a bad hand here at all. Could just go wide. I think having the double egg down is really, really nice because you just have that built-in multi-layered defense, right? While still putting on pressure, as long as you can buff them with the likes of Overheat next turn, or Hatchery now, which is a fantastic pickup, of course, like the turn 3 play for Druid right now.
Yep.
Friends.
I'm sure we're just going to see the flippers ripped, yeah. I'm glad this came up because I think I've brought this up like twice already this tournament. The idea that Acceleration Aura isn't just a generic ramp card that you play on 2 like Wild Growth used to be. Like, you do actually have to think a little bit about where it's going.
Yeah, for sure, because it can, whilst more mana equals more good most of the time, right? Because it's not permanent, you want to be able to hit certain mana amounts early, right? Not just any, right?
When you look at an opening hand like that, you have to think like, do I have 4 to 5 mana plays that I'm interested in ramping into, right? Do I have Broodwatcher, Elise, Amirdrasil? Those are the big ones. No, you don't. Do I have cards that really want me to spend mana to activate them? Treant, Broodmother, those kind of cards. No, you didn't have those either. What you did have was big, stupid cards that are going to take you forever to play if your Acceleration Aura is going to run out on turn 5 anyway. So
yeah.
I do think it made a lot of sense to do what you did. Dropping the aura, holding the ebb and flow here, which does, of course, open him up to a little bit of an extra buff. There's a 3/3 left alive on the board that did not have to be there. But I do think this was the turn when I was laying it out, when I said this is the turn you want to get your aura down, because this is how it now ramps you into the good stuff. So Monkey Flip just refusing to be deviated from that plan.
Yeah, this will get Monkey Flip to Naralax Fyrak, right? Which is probably priority number 1.
I must think.
Not straight away, obviously, but... Oh, there he is. I believe this is Pocket Train's favorite card of the set.
That's right. That's what I've heard,
I think
yeah.
he said that the other day, yeah.
It's the word on the street. It's the scuttlebutt.
It's the old gossip. Oh, Ward of Earth, not terrible. There is still, of course, just the...
Innovate is pretty exciting as an option.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah, I guess I was going to say, because there's Broodmother, Ebb and Flow, does that just solve that problem this turn, right? Like, this is pretty clean, right? So, yeah, Innovate ends up being actually just better.
Yeah, this contest board so nicely, right? It kills a 3/3, you're left with a 4/3 challenging a 5/4. Absolutely fine with this scenario. Unfortunately, you're less fine with this. We don't need to commentate. Just forget the game. Just full screen Monkey Flip's cam. We'll lay out. We're good.
Yeah. And we'll never lose him on cam because the camera makes sure of it. I love it. Well, if there was ever a card to play into what we can see would have been Naralax Innovate Fyrak, this is the one that might actually do something.
It is. The Time Reaver pickup, though, has created some options. Monkey Flip is going to say, you know what? We're going to bet the farm on Fyrak. We've had Mythical Terror being a good boy. We'll wait and see. I think we might have just had a minor spoiler there.
Oh my!
Whoa!
Okay, not too bad there for Monkey Flip. Still has the Time Reaver available. Still has Shaladrisil to for some late game options. A little bit dry on cards the other way, but plenty of power and threats on the board after that. And Wickerfang is not looking so cool anymore.
Natural
The Emperor's got no clothes. Yeah, I do think, like, Pocket Train's shade aside, I do think Wickerfang is a... I do think Numberwang is a very appropriately built card, right? Because when it lands, it looks so intimidating. You're like, how is this fair? How is this balanced? Look at the amount of numbers my opponent has just played for the cost of a Boulder Fist Ogre. That's ridiculous. But you can kill either part. You kill the limbs or you kill the body. Either way, you're then fine, right? At that point, the threat's kind of over. So I do think it's in a pretty cool, interesting space in terms of the necessity to deal with it.
I remember this place well.
Oh, wait. How much damage is it? 50. I'm just trying to instantly work out whether there's some kind of Elise lethal. Or Elise lethal? That sounded so much cooler in my head.
Yeah, tenuous, but I enjoyed it. I appreciate the effort. At the
the idea was there, right? The execution, terrible. Idea, top notch.
There's something. If Monkey Flip wins, we can go away and workshop it for a bit. We'll be fine.
100%. He's going to get the +1 attack, does get the Raptor as well, so just go max board. Gets to clean that off with the Rush, of course, to just absolutely maximize damage here. And this looks like it's slipping away from Win Brownie.
However, both players currently, player cam alone, look like they're winning. So, situation unclear. Monkey Flip is going to make it through to the top 8. Great performance from Monkey Flip in the end. The aggro lineup not quite getting it done for Win Brownie. And that is another one of North America's hopes going down with Ryan, I think, going 0-2, Win Brownie, George. I think both of them lost their off-stream games. it's just not a good era. Although I'm not sure what the good era for NA was in particular, but it's definitely not this one right now. And I think the Americas region as a whole needs to be sending some flowers to Brazil in general, which is the only thing keeping them in the conversation right now. Win Brownie, unfortunately falling down, Monkey Flip going through.
Yeah, I think Monkey Flip for me, just decision like turn by turn was just so solid. It just looked like everything planned out, knew exactly what he needed to get the victories there, and just played super well. So looking forward to seeing him play in the very, very near future, actually. We are going to go to a quick break while we set a matchup for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
7 of our top 8 have been decided, but there is still one slot remaining for tomorrow's top 8, and find out who is going to get the top 3 tomorrow to get to the World Championships. It's going to be Monkey Flip or Maxi Bon, and Edelweiss is going to help me work out who that's going to be. Edelweiss, who's it going to be?
Well, you know, I want to root for Monkey just because he's someone that brings these different decks, and so that always adds variety, right? With the Burn Mage in there, they have both got the Companion Hunter, so I sort of feel like my instinct in terms of performance is Maxi Bon, but my heart is with Monkey Flip.
So Maxi won the first meeting earlier today, 3-0. And I believe there's different bans this time around. I'm just trying to confirm that I'm not going crazy. Yeah, so Maxi banned the Druid earlier today. And he beat the Mage with both his own Mage and his own Rogue. And that feels wrong. Like, I've played that Mage. I don't think this is going to be a straightforward 3-0 repeat. I think that Mage deck, losing to Mage and losing to Rogue, the Burn Mage, that doesn't feel like a thing that happens that often. I expect that Monkey Flip will take down one of those two this time around. Doesn't mean that I don't think Maxi's going to win. I'm on the fence on this one a little bit. If I had to pick, I think I'd say Monkey Flip's slightly favoured. I think that the Burn Mage plays well into Maxi's lineup, but it's going to be a close one. I'm just checking the bans. I think, yeah, Monkey Flip has changed his ban. He banned Hunter earlier, but he's banned the Druid this time. If I'm reading the sheet right, so that would be interesting to see what happens differently.
And a little bit surprising, given that Maxi won the initial match to then change the ban. I don't know.
Maxi stayed the same on the Druid, but Monkey Flip switched from Hunter to Druid this
okay,
time.
sorry, that makes sense. I was confused.
Just waiting for confirmation on that. So with that in mind, we might get to see Hunter versus Hunter. I want to see Companion Hunter versus Hunter all day long, but it's a Companion Hunter mirror, I believe, this time around. So I still don't get to see the face Hunter versus Companion Hunter that I want to see. But yeah, Monkey Flip lost 3-0, changed it around. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, or if it's an overreaction to the 3-0 defeat, but it is going to be an exciting one to see. And yeah, there's Maxi's Hunter queued up, which means that it's not banned.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to imagine, you know, if I've taken an 0-3 loss, I'd be looking for like, okay, well, let's try and do something different, because we don't want to just run that back exactly the same. Yeah, looks like Monkey is going to be on that Burn Mage, which is the match that I feel like he wants to hit. At least, you know, there are some other things that Burn Mage can also be good against, but I feel like if you're bringing it, you maybe were expecting more of this Companion Hunter, because it is one of its best matches.
Yeah, I think they're all good matchups for it, but then I just always roll the 4-drop and give everything spell damage and then blow them up, because I'm great like that. Pocky makes a valid point, actually, that he's changed his ban because he's seen how bad his own Companion Hunter has been, which isn't necessarily a silly thing to say. Sometimes you get through the tournament and you're like, well, my Companion Hunter's struggling, so maybe I shouldn't be banning it. But I know I'm a fan of changing your ban, but you've got to be sure you're doing it for the right reasons and not just overreacting to a 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's exciting to get to see these Companion Hunters. There was only a few in the event. They do have this spike in terms of win percentage if they hit, you know, Tame Pet into Confront the Tol'vir. Like, that is the nuts. But then, yeah, can really struggle on the draws that are not that, right? I think Tame Pet has something like a 75% drawn win rate or something like that, or mulligan win rate.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I haven't checked it, but I think Sottle was talking about it earlier. I think he was. He was talking about some mulligan. I don't know. I wasn't listening. It's Sottle. No, I think that's what he was talking about. And I think we haven't seen it drawn much when we've seen it on stream. We've seen a lot of. I think Maxi Bon got to turn 7 and played a normal companion, like so in the previous round that we saw.
Obviously.
So yeah, that's not what your deck's supposed to do. And he still nearly pulled it out. So yeah, it will be interesting to see, you know, Tame Pets. The mirror isn't the most thrilling a matchup sometimes, because that does sometimes come down to the Tame Pets. But this first match is going to be very, very interesting. I really have enjoyed playing this Burn Mage, I must admit, in testing for this tournament.
All right, it looks like at least where I'm looking at stats, it looks like it's calmed down a little bit. It's only a 60% mulligan win rate on Tamepad.
Only, okay. There's been definitely worse cards than 60.
Which
Definitely.
feels to me more like, at least on ladder, meta has adjusted to target it
Yes.
more, right? There are more burn mages out there. There are more fast decks, token druid trying to get under the companion hunter, because if it's allowed to go late game, it's very hard to keep up with those 10 mana beasts. And so it really sort of dominates those late game matchups. And in that respect, if the meta were all those decks, then I think Tame Pet would be even higher, because it's just winning all the time there.
Yeah, I maintain that it's sort of a control deck with a win condition. Like, you sit there, you don't die, you get to 10, you win. There's other things you can play the 7 mana 4/10 on your companions. That tends to be aggro decks and so on. But in general, don't die, don't die, don't die. Here's my 10 drops, unlucky, you've lost. Like, obviously it's reductive to say it that way, but that's basically how it works out. And that's why this mage is so good into it, because the mage will chip away, it'll do some early damage, and then your opponent will play a load of 130s, and you say, well, I don't care, because I'm going to hit you from hand for like 16 in one turn, and that's the end of the game. So very hard for the hunter to do much about that. Also, as the mage, when you get to that 7 mana looking for the 4/10 lifesteal, the mage doesn't play many minions. You can just keep no minions on the board, and the 4/10 lifesteal doesn't gain any life because there's nothing to attack into it. That's another trickery that the burn mage has.
I wouldn't say the mage doesn't play minions, but they're all in the early game, right? Like, there is a certain
Yeah, you
point...
can trade them all off when it matters,
Right.
or win the game.
Yeah. So, and you do kind of need that chip damage, right? Especially if you don't have the Calic on turn 4, right? A reason that this burn mage exists is that you can give +1 spell damage to your entire deck. If you don't have that, then you really are reliant on getting some of that early chip damage in with your minions, with those elementals. There's, turn 1, you've got the one that gives you arcane missiles. Sometimes you can snowball, and I'm not going to know any of these names because they're in
Go for it.
very few other decks. But like Raincaller or something. It's a
It is
1/4.
Raincaller, yeah.
Hey,
Sometimes that just wins on turn 4, by the way. Sometimes you just
Yeah.
hit them for 10 with 2 Raincallers and the game ends.
The part of me that remembers like Mana Addict and Mana Worm wants that to be able to activate more than once in a turn, but it's probably healthy that it doesn't.
It's annoying. It's a 1/4. It's hard to kill. It's basically a 3/4 the turn you play it on turn 3, or you play it on turn 2, it comes in for 3 damage on turn 3. And again, if you get 2 of them, it's hard to move 8 health of minions on turn, if you coin one out or whatever, turn 2, turn 3. It's very difficult to kill off, and they don't need to do much damage. If they can do 3 each, that's their job done.
Well, and then you've got, follow-up. Sometimes it's a tough choice of do you play a spell to buff the attack? Probably. But if you don't have many elementals and you need to activate Conjured Bookkeeper, I think it's called, that summons a copy of itself. If you've played an elemental, there's not a ton of minions, not a ton of elementals, but that can be very, very strong as well for, 3 mana, 4/4 worth of stats, and draws you 2 cards over time.
Yeah, it's a weird deck as well. Building this deck must have been quite hard work, even though it just looks like someone's typed in burn into the search bar and put all the cards in. Like, there's the Living Flame to draw the fire spell, but the only fire spell in your deck, I think, is the First Flame. The First Flame and the broken card.
Scorching
The
Winds.
really strong card, the Scorching Winds, which gets powered by gets powered by the second flame. First flame
Right,
just
yeah.
gets something out of the way, the second flame gets discarded to do an extra 3 damage. And to put in the Living Flame just to get that combo is quite a work of art, I think.
Well, and even if you do end up discarding one Scorching Winds to the other because you had to use up your smaller flames, it's not that bad, right? The fact that you can compress your damage into a shorter time frame, and because it hits twice, you get that, you still double up on the benefits of spell damage. So if you can, ping a Time Twisted Seer for the +2 spell damage, that is dealing 10 for not a whole lot of mana. Arcane Flow has that same thing. Those are your big finishers, are Scorching Winds and Arcane Flow, because they double up on the spell damage.
Maxi with a very, very strong opening hand here for this matchup. Being able to get stuff on the board, prevent that minion damage, means he's going to have to take... Yeah, basically he's going to have to do it all to the face, his Monkey Flip, but he has got that Raincaller into Sleet Storm available next turn if he wants to do it that way. And rely on drawing stuff, or he can just chill for a while. Play the Thanos and do some cycling. Not ideal at all for Monkey Flip.
Yeah, you prefer not to see these early minions, right? The 1 into 2 curve from the Hunter if you're the Burn Mage. I want to note that this is only possible because of a buff made early on to help out Companion Hunter, turning this Alec from a 3-mana 3/4 taunt into a 2-mana 2/3.
Right, yes. That made it so much stronger, I think. The deck sort of floundered on turn 2 before that. Yeah, and here we go. That pickup of the first flame made this an easier decision than it otherwise would have been. Maxi making the trade made it interesting as well, because otherwise it would have had to have been the Thanos, then coin the Sleet Storm would have been a nice clear. But yeah, this thing's got a chance of coming in for a lot of damage here.
Looking at a few spells. I think he's seriously considering the Frost Strike here as sort of a guaranteed way to clean this up later, but yeah, most likely you just are going to rewind to look for more Hunter spells.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. It's really hard to compare with the possibility of finding another tame pet, finding Confront the Tol'vir. I think the upsides of hitting those spells are so strong that it's hard for spells from other classes to keep up.
This is fascinating, by the way. Like, there's the Animal Companion, obviously. All 3 of these are takeable. Because the Freezing Trap, there's not many minions to ever trigger it, so this 3/4 might never go phase. The Animal Companion is what your deck does. And deal 3 damage to a minion to get things off the board, also tasty.
Yep.
But now, Thanos' first flame will put 5 attack into the face. Bam.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. I know it's obviously a lot, but in this deck, fairly quickly, although his hand's not very good, you do get to the point where you can just burn for 20. Oh,
Tough choice for Maxi here. Does he go for the double up on Tame Pet? Which obviously progresses his long-term game plan better. But yeah, I think he was intending to do this Wound Prey. Gotta clear up that Raincaller. It represents 7 next turn otherwise. And there's at least a possibility that Miri lives in this scenario. Not very high with spell damage out there.
Lots of choices here. Trying to work out how to do the barrage and the flame, or the barrage and the missiles. There's no nice way to do any of that, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the only way you can get the 6/6 down is to do the Arcane Barrage and the Arcane Missiles.
Yes. Is there a better order?
What to do?
Well, he's considering...
This is the right order.
Well, I guess... So he could Arcane Barrage and First Flame also. I think that would work. But yeah, he's trying to maximize the Arcane Missile's face damage this way.
Yeah. I think this is the clear-cut way. And here's a 6/6 for 0.
There's always a risk with Arcane Missiles that, you know, it all goes face and doesn't clear the minion. So that way, with the Arcane Barrage dealing 4 to the Neri, worst case scenario, he trades off the Thalnos at the end.
Yes. Yeah, especially when you're playing in these high-stakes games. If that's ladder, he plays out in about 2 seconds, just doesn't worry about it. But it's not ladder, it's a tournament playing to get to the top 8 for a shot at the World Championships. So,
Ooh,
it's more important.
not a bad roll there.
Oh! But how much damage is this? This is just lethal, right?
Yeah, the Thalnos able to stick around and provide just so much burn damage. And yeah, often all you need is one hit from that dragon. 6/6 is just so much when you're usually like clearing the way of your opponent's board the turn that you're summoning it. So yeah, Burn Mage doing its job.
It's a whole lot of fun. I love playing that deck so much for that reason. And that's without drawing anything ridiculous. That hand, I mean, the hand ended up being ridiculous, but he had to work for it. Maxi had decent taunts to put in the way at the start. He had potential health gain. He had potential near retained pet. And there's just too much pressure coming in all the time. Obviously, fortuitous to pick up the lethal at the end, but the Thalnos just sat there and did so much work. It powered making the 6/6. It did the extra, 3 damage at the end there. And yeah, that's more how I expected this Burn Mage to be against Maxi's lineup.
Yeah, so quick 1-0 and into a Rogue mirror. I believe there's no shenanigans going on.
Maxi has the imbue.
Oh, right.
shenanigans.
The one person with imbue.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the champion of this version of the deck for a long time, and he's convinced that everybody else is wrong. And to be honest, I'm sort of with him.
It's minimal investment, right? Like, I think it used to be people were going a little too heavily. I think someone somewhere hit rank 1 with a list that had the 4 mana imbue and maybe even the lifesteal deal 4. So that's too much. But I think when you just have Bitterbloom Knight and Eventuality, like those are just fine cards to play to shore up your early game. And the ability of that hero power to just give you stuff to do on those turns that we've seen plenty of times over the course of the day. People on this rogue, and they've just got the heavy stuff in hand, and they don't have anything to do in kind of the early to mid game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Against that, we did just see a match in the winners bracket a moment ago where Maxi got the double knight down turns 2 and 3 and imbued once or 0 times the entire game despite having the ability to, because he was under pressure because he's played some 2/3s early in the game. He's busy trying to herald to catch up with the opposing herald and just never really got to use those imbues, never really had the mana to invest in them. So I'm with you on that, but Pocket described it as in a good way, as just a way to sort of fill out your mana, just make sure your curve's nice and smooth, make sure you never waste any mana. But that surprised me because, if you're going to play them, I want to use them.
What shall I do?
Yeah, I think, it can be easy to say, okay, well, I've imbued, I should be doing this every turn. But it is more of like a backup plan than anything else.
Lesson for you at home, you don't have to do 3 damage with this card. You can just, make a 1. Still doing quite a lot of work.
Maxi gonna go ahead and get that imbue online. See what's in the box.
This time we'll see him use it because there's spare mana to be used.
Ooh, that's not bad. Might want something cheaper, but the defensive option is nice. Easier to play.
Yeah,
Actually, it is a reasonable on curve, right? 4 mana 5/5. It's not amazing, but if you didn't really have other stuff to do, it's sort of okay.
Just trying to find any other option than playing a 4/1 here.
Yeah.
Maniacal Follow down early is handy because you do have to bump it off.
I will transcend.
And he could be looking at quite an early Sinestro as well by keeping that coin.
I think Maniacal Follower is like the reason that Mirex is in these decks. I mean, there's lots of good hits, right? All around, there's good hits against the Druid. There's other good hits against the Rogue. But it is certainly in the early game. If you don't have your Maniacal Follower, and they do, having Mirex is the next best thing. And another thing about Imbue, just gives you stuff to turn into coins if you miss.
Yeah, even here though, like going back to the point about smoothing your curve, like he preferred to play a 2/1 than press the button, just to make sure he's got something on the board. Tempo's very, very important. Who knew?
Flame Strike could come in real handy.
Goodness. Goodness. A wealth of options here.
This is the thing that, hitting all those heralds can do is fills your hand up, real quick. So even though Flame Strike is a nice hit, it is expensive. I'm just gonna go ahead and use this, clear up that Maniacal Follower, get down an Elise. I imagine we'll be seeing a one-cost location, given amount of stuff in hand.
Yeah, he's got so much to do for the foreseeable future. Took this one.
Yep,
Discover
go
Spell and
jungle.
Death Rattle.
Yeah, not bad. There's a decent number of one health things on the other side. Discover Spell is always pretty efficient. Doesn't get that much worse on the one cost location versus the other ones. Obviously, you don't get the same kind of mana reduction, but
Now he's really got to think, right, he's got the Ultraxian, he's got the Deathwing in hand, he's got Sinestro in hand. How do you want to proceed here? Obviously, you're instantly drawn to the Light of Twilight just to herald some more.
well, that was actually a perfect hit in the Primordial Overseer. With the Nature Spell in hand from the Heralds, can remove up the board and then make a 3/4, draw into that Shaladrsil. I missed that burn. What was that burn?
That was Mirex. Pretty sure.
Okay.
I am staring at this hand, but I caught it in the periphery because this hand has got so much going on.
How complicated.
Any word. No word where you Flame Strike. You just have to suck it up now.
Yeah.
Have to do this, go to death.
I've said it before. It can just get very, very hard to play Ultraxian if you don't do it at the earliest opportunity. Wouldn't be surprised to see Maxi do the same thing.
Yeah. Pretty silly.
And both of them have Deathwing as well, so all the more incentive.
Where we learn about the cost of AoE, right? Every turn, it's like the first thing you look at is, oh, I want a Flame Strike, but all that happens is your opponent then comes back and plays 7 mana of stuff, and you're in the same position without a Flame Strike in your hand.
Yeah, well, and is a turn off of this being, just a very, very good Deathwing. Doesn't want to take all this damage, but I don't think there's a good way to deal
How
with that Ultraxian.
No, it is a lot of damage.
Those are not helping very much.
No, are they?
Yeah, Fan's okay. Can clear up the 1/1, the 3/4 with the right, or just.
Yeah, I think he was counting his mana and realizing he's going to have mana left over, so he wanted to get the Dark Gift early, but then he realized, hang on, all of these cards draw me cards. That's the one that's probably the least, that's the one I have a choice over. So let's get the ones I don't have a choice over first, so I can better hone in my choice when I.
Oh, Glacial Shard would be perfect, but it goes to top of deck.
Yeah.
I guess at least the fact that it goes on top means that he's not going to overdraw.
Okay, Maxi Deathwings first. The strange thing about this is that means your 12/12 gets killed by their Deathwing if you have it.
Right.
Their 12/12 gets a stick.
Does get to keep the 6/6 then, though?
Does.
Now, Maxi's Deathwing was not fully charged, though. So Monkey is able to get the shuffled dragons and the raise here.
Yeah, and he's got enough health by a long way.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Maxi chose shuffle. Sorry. did the, what was it, summon and
Yeah.
shuffle? Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, this is going to get very, very messy very soon.
The amount of,
Max-
like, shuffling into deck in this matchup gets quite silly.
What separates dream from madness?
Shadowsell, back to 12-12.
Yep. Good answer.
So, never replaying it. For what it's worth, it forces a card burn.
Still a turn away from Twilight Mistress. Could now play the Flame Strike, but you're not doing a ton else.
So what about dumping some stuff with Glacial Shards and
I must
yeah, just your
strike
cheap cards, your
hard.
follower? What else can you dump here? There's not a lot you can get out your hand apart from that.
Yeah, it gets really messy actually having the hand filled up like this because you know have so many things that generate more things.
Yeah. Okay, Glacial Shard, and just play them both.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of fine.
It's not that thrilling, is it? But it's something. Yeah.
It's got taunt as well, so it can absorb an attack potentially.
Yeah, there's also quite a lot of attack just on the board here now as well with that going on. Not the most exciting ever, but it plays into your Mistress turn.
Oh, Maxie picks up the Mistress.
Goodness.
These are not the best things to bounce though.
No.
I think it's.
Monkey flip scene. He's very excited
Actually,
about something.
I guess it's okay. Let's see. Yeah, because Monkey has 9 cards in hand, you would bounce the Xavius and destroy the Glacial Shards. So it's not the best, but it's sort of fine.
Yeah, the order they were played, yeah. So, works.
Then we'll force out Neralex Mistress from Monkey Flip's side, potentially.
Yeah, I think he might be trying to avoid that because he... No, it's fine, right? Because the other Mistress gets burned for the reasons we just gave.
Right, yeah.
Be the last one back, so
There's
that's
always
why
a
his
risk
eyes are wide open.
of what comes out of the Isandra.
Strike
It's just going to be
hard.
one.
Yeah, and also the second Mistress, but you know.
But one dragon can be quite scary.
Go forth on swift.
Yeah.
I think he's done what we did there. He thought he. No, I think he's concerned, but also. He's gonna do it.
Uh,
It's a 1-2.
pretty happy with that
It's a
outcome.
1-2, Adol. It doesn't do anything.
I'm actually surprised that he goes for the Rafam ladder here. I guess, yeah,
Yeah, he's got all these
hoping
one-cost
for a
dragons
one-mana
though,
dragon.
right?
That's right.
So much damage on the board that can't be bounced now, right? Well, he can, but he hasn't got it at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's going to go looking for it. Does not find it. And, you know, it's always a gamble. But I do wonder, had the Ashara's Triumph been played at some point earlier in the game, you know
Right.
that the game's going to go long, you're going to get to these later turns. Some of those doubled stats, expensive minions, are just game winning, right?
Yes, yeah.
Great Neralax for one. I think Tortola would be another. Probably Tortola not in this one because it just gets bounced. But there's a fair amount of rush that you can hit.
The
This was quite close to lethal if there had been a king in hand for Monkey Flip. It was very unlikely, but it was there. And now that Flame Strike, preparation to launch it as well.
Yeah, I think it
And
was
you've got the, sorry.
I'm just gonna say I think it was a good effort from Maxi. He realizes that he needs to just pile on the pressure, and try and you know, sneak out a lethal because it's slipping away for him in terms of the value and board game.
Oh, Life Bloom, and he's got Shadow Demise as well. So he's got to make sure he's not dead to 12 from some shenanigans, because there's 5 from the hero power from Maxi's side. See if he can push it one more turn, or whether he needs to do some trading here and save the Flame Strike. He might just trade and save the Flame Strike. Get his Life Bloom down. If you get a Life Bloom, it heals all your stuff, right? So you want to trade first?
Yeah. No, you know, space to worry about the summons, but I think you're fine with just taking the heal.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do both with the prep, yeah.
We'll just do both then, sure.
Yeah, since pushing damage is so important. Yeah, Maxi, not happy about that on both fronts.
Yeah, his win condition of getting a cheeky little win when your opponent's now on 28. And another Life Bloom in hand because of the demise.
Awakens plus right clears up most of this. Well, not most. Clears up half of this. It deals with the Sinestra problem. And then you could choose Neralex or one of the 8/8s.
Like he's playing, you're saying?
Like hoping for a good roll here on the spell. It's a re-roll. Coin to Throne or Chrono Daggers? How lucky do we feel?
I imagine the way Maxi's last hour or two has gone, not very.
Okay.
Get in there.
Certainly could have been worse, but I think he just needs the perfect hits. Those are the worst hits.
Those are, again, the worst hits. He had the worst hits in the last game of his previous match as well, when he tried to do some pings to kill some 3-health stealths. And he's 2-0 down. And just the Hunter left for Maxibon, which we all know that deck can be a little bit streaky, but you've got to fancy it to get it done once here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's very hard to stop its momentum if it gets that decent draw. And if you got 3 games to get it, you can feel pretty confident that you'll get over the finish line there. But it's been known to happen, and Maxi is a very, very strong player. So we'll see if he can kind of batten down the hatches, you know, keep his head in the game and pull out a reverse sweep, or if it'll be Monkey Flip making it to day 3.
Yeah, he's no longer an inexperienced player. I mean, even when he was inexperienced, he was, you know, beating people for fun anyway, Maxi Bond. But so, you know, if somebody was going to pull it back from here, he's definitely one of the people you'd want on your team. But it is an uphill journey, especially as this Hunter deck sometimes just wins. Like, so sometimes it will just snowball. But the games have to be played. Monkey Flip, it is that companion Hunter, just double checking it is.
Yep. Yeah, and I don't think there's a lot of variation in the companion hunters. You know, worth noting, it does have Rustrot Viper, right? Maxi has.
I was gonna say, is there Viper?
Mage.
Yeah.
Yep. So Maxi gonna try and get the quest mage out of the way. We do see Monkey has Tame Pet, does have Talia, might even keep Talia. Not something you would typically do, but probably not. You'd still rather have Confront the Tol'vir, but it does look pretty good next to Neri Tame Pet.
Yeah, I kind of like keeping all 3 of those.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Be like that. Play sensibly then.
I'm a little surprised that it was the Neri throwback and not the
moment
Talia. But I guess
Talia's so good.
Yeah, I mean, when it just the fact that it doubles all your summons is a hard effect to replace.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, because it's legendary as well, and you've already got the tame pet, so yeah, you're going to get another card. It's not just the fact it advances your stuff. You do get another card as well, so you can afford to be greedy on the Talia, I'm pretty sure.
Go on, miss just one.
Most of his hand isn't that particularly great right now, but I don't think he'll mind.
Maxi does
This is the
have...
one I would throw back. Yeah.
Oh, the Brawl. Yeah. Brawl.
Are you?
It's a 5-mana card that's not really a 5-mana card because it's contingent on having spells to go with.
7/7, Mother Duck, and the other one. You were just about to say about Maxi's hand, I think, with his curve.
Well, I was going to say that Netherspite Historian is not a typical inclusion, is able to get it activated here. Just because, you know, you run some dragons, you don't run a ton. I think it's basically just Winterspring Whelp and the Shadowed Informant. So
Right.
4 dragons. But it is a nice early game drop. And if you are able to have it active in the late game, you know, summoning dragons are often quite large.
Makes sense, yeah.
There's just the one.
Oh,
Sisters, my
Monkey Flip feels the pain himself. Like, he does have to survive the onslaught of just minions on the board, though. Like, we
Yep.
talk about this Viper a lot. It costs a lot of mana. If you're taking damage already, you can't always afford to just play the Viper. Good shots there from the Cinder. It behaved itself. First thing that's behaved itself from Maxi for a while, to be fair.
Ooh, discounted Shaladrasil. Don't know if that'll come into play. It's harder to use as the mage. But something about this Medivh's Triumph is whether it is the quest or the equipped weapon, that's going to be a nice way to easily activate that. So if he does end up, you know, falling behind on board, he'll be able to use that to kind of reset. Yeah, Monkey Flip just going to relieve some of their pressure knowing that there's a 7/7 in there.
Yes. Well, now his curve works really well. Right, he's got Talia
Yep.
into roam free in the next 2 turns, which will give him 6s, which is... Well, you'd rather be on 7s, obviously, because of the lifesteal, but 6s are fine when you're getting 2 of them.
Well, and he may even go Talia into, like, Brawl, Coin, Earthen
Oh,
Roar.
goodness, yes.
Just because
Yeah,
2
yeah, just get a
spells
bunch
will
of
summon
7/7s.
4 beasts.
Yeah, there's at least 1 7/7 and probably more. I think that's bait. I think you leave it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough.
sisters, my instincts.
And I guess he's
shall hunt
figuring,
down our
okay, well,
enemies.
I'm Vipering next turn, or very soon, no matter what.
Call of the Wild.
As tempting as that is, yeah, I think Spirit Bond is
Oh.
the...
Why can't I have nice things, Adel? Yeah. If he weathers the immediate storm, he's going to be in a great spot, so sure. Now the ultimate test of how defensive he's being. Yeah, he can't do it. I was going to have to put an advisory on the stream to look away now if he did anything else but that.
Unfortunately, that taunt makes the Medivh's Triumph play much worse because it's still going to leave the 7/7 up. Sort of may as well just make these trades of minions instead.
Oh my goodness.
Looking for bigger options.
Yeah.
None are found. Can do the fun trick of rather than putting the minion on top of the deck, you just summon it straight to play. Stealth Reborn is a little scary for Monkey.
He does know he only has to weather this and whatever, you know, the hand is, though, with this Viper. Like you say, there's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, the fact that it's a big elusive minion that he can't Earth and Roar, and then a stealth reborn minion that, you know, he can't, even if he were to kill it, it would come back stealth, I think was pretty upsetting for Monkey. Maxi could, well, you're not guaranteed to hit it. I was going to say, could Shaladrisil to buff this up, but if you know it's coming back with stealth, you can just make the attack and then empty some hand space.
Just Creator Gate would shut down the 7-drop, which is something that he's thought about.
Yeah, doubling Battle Cry doesn't matter so much, but that's okay.
It can't be healed until the next turn twice. Yeah. Not until the next 2 turns, unfortunately. This Talia that you know, you're debating not keeping hasn't been played. Could have been doing other things.
Well, I hadn't seen that this minion had charge, so that's very important.
Yeah, I also hadn't noticed.
Now, can Monkey ever get a lethal here? Let's see, there's 12. We would need 11 damage.
Victory is in my grasp.
I think he's really just got to hope for taunt.
Remember, he can't heal this turn.
Yep, but he can put up a bear, and it still destroys the minions, stealth or no, even though it won't gain life.
Yes. Working out if he needs to do anything else.
I have no time for games.
It was a little bit risky, actually, making all the attacks face, because there was a chance that the order would leave up one minion. The smallest minion, but still.
Yeah, yeah. It would have been terrifying with a Shaladrisil.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would have
But
been
it was, yeah,
enough.
it was order of play, right? It's order of play. Pockets.
And Monkey has no
guarantee.
no information that there would be Shaladrisil, right?
So, he looks like he's stabilized. He's still got the 7 drops, and now he is allowed to heal.
Time runs out.
Maxi is going to be just trying to look for that setup of like kind of tricking Monkey into leaving a minion up. But that perhaps removes any notions there. I think you can sort of safely play Talia Sylvanas.
I think so.
Victory
Unless he's looking to just get some 7s and for the healing.
Yeah. It's so many cards, right? Because he's got the 1 drop, he's got the coin, he's got the other 1 mana spell. He's so many drops.
Yep.
he
Yeah,
should
there
hit.
it is. An
Just that little
untimely
bit of health
death.
should be enough. Oh my goodness! Now he's
Untimely death
definitely
is
seeing
a
himself
little
into
silly
tomorrow.
there.
Now he won't play the Earthen Roar because obviously he wants to hit into 2 of them to gain 8 health.
Yeah. Well, and now he could go for 8 drops,
I have no time for games.
or just wait. Yeah. Well, and
Yeah, I
with
think you leave these up, right?
with the untimely demise as well. This is just a nightmare for Maxi to try and deal with.
And the Sylvanas does 4 as well. It's so much stuff.
Shaladrisil clears everything, but then one thing will come back. I guess it is the Brawl that will come back, which is the easiest to clear a second time.
There's no lethal here for Maxi. Nothing close. Can he even clear the board? If not, Monkey Flip's going to be going to day 2 after losing to Maxi Bomb 3-0 earlier in the day.
Yeah, it could be
He
the
senses it. The time's
revenge.
ticking down for Maxi.
The
Yeah.
revenge sweep. 1-3-0 deserves another. Gonna check out another one-cost spell. Soul Rest Ceremony could be something big here. Give your minions +1 attack and rush.
Anyone's out on me.
I'm feeling it
decides
for
to go another
Monkey.
option.
Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Hey, he gets real animal companions. This is quite clever. I like it from Maxi. Well spotted, with lots of cheap spells to fuel, and the real animal companions are also quite good. He's going to get the bad news about the untimely demise. Monkey is very, very
Oh,
happy
no.
that it was the big minion. Wait. Oh, when is it summoned? Oh, it has to be the Brawl. Okay. This was a misunderstanding on my part. I thought that is just whatever minion, but it's only a minion you played, not summoned.
It's
For
everything
the
here. He's
secret.
just going to get his ordering right?
Well, so I mean, Maxi was hoping for more Huffers, but Untimely Demise could only activate on Brawl, not on
Yeah.
the Mythic Terrors.
He's just trying to work out if what he needs to do to win the game. He's won the game for all intents and purposes, but there are ways to lose it probably. He's just trying to find out what they are. Like, does he need to stay on 7 is what's on his mind, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, I think, it's such a good-looking Sylvanas that I think it's worth changing. Yeah, those are okay 8s. They're at least worth... Well, that's a good one.
Yeah.
At least worth, getting some summons down now. But yeah, the Sylvanas just kind of breaks the game wide open. Setting Maxi to 1 hero power away.
Yeah.
You win.
And he gives it up. And Monkey Flip goes into day 2 after starting the day disastrously. With once again a slightly unusual lineup. He is stunned. All the way
Yep.
through that, obviously he was looking in disbelief at the things that were going on. He's played it well, he's got there, and Maxi Bon will have to come back another time, probably the next Masters Tour, the way he's been going on ladder, and try it one more time.
Yeah, tough beats for Maxi there. I do think he played quite well all around. Just the cards were not going his way that time. And it's certainly the change in ban for Monkey seems to have worked out.
Yeah, you can't do better than that, can you? From 3-0 down to 0-3.
Yeah. I'm quite happy that we're going to have a Burn Mage going into day 3.
Yeah, Maxi Bon, I'd love to see in the top 8. I think he brings a lot to the game. I think he's exciting to watch. I think he's one of the very best players in the world. But I'm with you. I wanted to see Burn Mage get through today because we've seen one game of it, but it looks fun. It's just absolutely ridiculous the amount of damage it can push out. And I think I genuinely think it's a good bring to this tournament. I don't think he's got a bad matchup in this tournament.
Yeah. I also want to shout out, just looking at the cams, Monkey is such an expressive player, and playing from, it looked like a LAN center or esports arena of some kind. You could see all the lights going on in the background, but this is where we were for groups at the start of the day. Group C, Curfew, and your pick in Kuro making it through.
Yeah, Curfew, just for those of you who have been around for a while, is C8763 in the olden days. He is now Curfew. But some of you may remember that name from various Masters Tours back in the day. It's the first time we've seen him for a little while since then. But he looked strong, came through pretty easily in the end.
Yep.
Against Grimaldi, who I thought Grimaldi was okay anyway, but I think Grimaldi played a lot better this time around, looked a lot more comfortable in his own skin on the screen, as happens when you get a bit of experience. And then Fatty, bringing all that Fatty brings to this, first time actually here, but getting through to the top 8 and Monkey Flip. Obviously, Maxi Bon, a big loss for the tournament, and Win Brownie, who has sort of come from Arena to dominate ladder, really, over the last couple of months, or the last few months. A person I suspect we'll see again as well.
Yeah, Arena is not something that we think of a lot of times as having that kind of skill transfer. but you know, it's still any amount of just jamming games and being very, very good. Try your hand at another format. We've seen how that's played out when, you know, wild players come over and play standard players come over and play wild. It's exciting to see someone who's, you know, been top of the leaderboards for Arena come over and qualify for some standard Hearthstone.
And there is the top 8. Does anything stand out to you as the match of the day tomorrow?
Well, I'll be looking at Soyerin and Digo. Digo being my pick with the aggressive lineup, and Soyerin, I think, kind of at a second glance, having this good read of, hey, what if I just did that lineup minus the mage that everyone's got Vipers for, and throwing in the Demon Hunter, switch your band to Druid.
I'm a big fan of Soyerin. He did quite badly at Worlds last time around and was very, very down on himself. Like, made a very sort of heartfelt post about thanks to everyone who got me here. I've let people down. All that sort of. He meant it. He didn't deserve to say any of it. He played to the best of his ability all year. Did really, really well. But he was unhappy with himself and said he's going to come back stronger and better next year. So here he is, being stronger and better already. So, you know, hope Soyerin does well, but I don't wish anything on any of these. These are all players I'm happy to see here. Diz Demon. Sort of almost finally making it to one of these top 8 cuts. He's a player we talk about a lot. He's been around forever, always there or thereabouts. Ikuru, my early tip for World Championships. Fatty lighting the place up. Digo, your pick, obviously, did very, very well yesterday and seems to have a decent lineup for the meta. This is why you picked him out, right? And then Monkey Flip we've just seen, and Banshee's Dog we saw this time last year. So it's a powerful looking top 8. Not necessarily all the regular names, but there's some up and comers. They're names we've seen before. There's nobody surprising in this top 8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any final thoughts on today in the meta?
You know, I think we've had some really great games. I was a little worried that we would be here, you know, another 6 hours. Had some of the mirrors gone like the last match of yesterday. But, you know, did all right. Players should be able to rest up and give us their best tomorrow.
Yeah, I cannot wait. But we're going to have to wait. So just for the time being, we are going to finish for the day. But we will be back the same time tomorrow with the top 8, including the 3rd place playoff match for a slot in the World Championships. So one extra match there as well for you. So go up, rest up, do whatever you do, but make sure you're back this time tomorrow for deciding some more World Championship players. See you then.